He got reincarnated and landed straight in royalty, and threw him out almost right away, because his class got bullied and everyone called them useless. Worthless, just stuck in the back, clutching support magic and alchemy like it's their only saving grace. I'm done, no sword, no flashy class. Class just laughs right there in exile. He finally learned how the whole system really works. Turns out the most ignored profession is the one that gets everyone's attention when it finally matters. Pulling every string from behind the curtain. Honestly, it's even better like this. He can enjoy the world, no need to put up with these losers. Come on, let's see just how far the worst job can twist the knife. Shirsaki Rado stood at a bus stop, eyes locked on the schedule, and demanded to know when the next bus would finally roll in. He spotted a weird rift tearing open in the ground right in front of him. He shot a question back, then when he finally arrived, terror hit him like a truck. He freaked out and screamed at the top of his lungs. He blinked and suddenly he was trapped in this bizarre, otherworldly space where a winged girl swooped down to him, and sheer shock hit her face as she blurted out that hundreds of years had passed since any human had ever stepped foot here. Especially since it was someone so young, he just couldn't believe it. This meeting stunned him. She spun around, scanned the place, and blurted out his name, then told him she was thrilled to meet him, because this wasn't a normal location at all. It's the eerie space between worlds, like the gap between stars, and yeah, that's basically what it is. This place sits right between the world he knew and the other dimensions, and the dimension he lived in just threw him out. Lived, and that's exactly how he ended up here. Oh, and one more thing, he won't be able to go back to the world where he lived, and then bam, a crack yanked him in, so he tumbled straight down, totally by accident, into the pit, dropping them to the lower level, because she's the kind of creature that commands the space between everything. Caught between worlds, she makes it her mission to haul every traveler who stumbles into this place straight into another world. With a shocked look on his face, he asked her anyway, so now there's absolutely no way he can ever go back to his world. She snapped that it's impossible, there's absolutely no way that could ever work. I guess you could call it a failure, he can label it as an accident, but either way, he's gotta throw everything he's got into his next world. He just couldn't process it, like he wouldn't even get the chance to say goodbye to anyone. Suddenly, boom, he got yanked into another world, fist clenched tight, and he blurted, What? Whoa, what kind of messed up world is this? She blurted, eyes wide, and then she shot him a question. Did he already decide? It's a full-on fantasy world, so tell me, does he like it? We're obsessed with RPGs, real monsters roam in them, and everything hits different. In this world, races like dwarves and elves all exist side by side, and there's one more thing. When they finally yank him into another world, they're going to rebuild his body, and the panic hit him fast. His nerves started screaming. He blurted out, voice shaking, asking what would happen to his body. Then she told him his soul and memories would stay whole. It was crucial that his body could adapt to this new world, and deep down the protagonist felt something big was moving inside him. She stared at him and wondered what was happening to his consciousness, then said, If you want to learn something else about this world, just call it up in your mind. She knew all of it, so he could fire off any question he wanted. He didn't just want it, he went for it, locked eyes with her and asked, Can I ask you anything at all? Then who was she? She leaned in and said, I'm Iris, and that she was the one who controlled that lonely space between worlds, and if anything goes wrong, don't you dare hesitate to call her. She was usually free, so she could answer him any time. Then he lost. He blacked out, got yanked into another world, and swore he could hear. He swore he'd picked up a human voice in the middle of it all. People were shouting out of nowhere what was going on. He needed to cool off fast, and she had to stop talking right now. Shut up, he snapped, because hope had lit him up the moment she said, It's a boy. Then he stared at it all and hissed, But what kind of trash is this? He ripped the baby away from the new life, right as MC, fresh from being reborn, hit the scene. He panicked, his body felt like it shrank, but nope, that's not what's happening. Did he just turn into a baby? The girl grabbed him and shouted, furious, What do you think you're doing? This is your child, you idiot. The man snapped out loud that it was his fault for banking on someone like her. Then he roared that she should grab the damn child and get out of here. Here, she whispered, tears spilling down her face. Then she said goodbye and poured out that she loved him more than anything. He barked in a sharp, annoyed voice that she'd had enough, then told her she needed to get out of here. After a while, they finally tore through the sky on an airship, and she blurted, So where are you taking us? The guard nearby snapped that he was begging for forgiveness, but they wouldn't answer. Then she broke down in tears and demanded to know how this could even happen. Then the guard snapped back that the king himself ruled the child could never wear the crown. King, he even claimed he wasn't real at all. She snapped back that this is their son. Rado stared at her and thought, so that's it, this means she's my mom. He reached out, tugged her close with shaky sounds, and she wrapped him in a hug, telling him she'd forgive him, if he asked. And he promised everything would be okay, telling him to close his eyes and fall asleep. His eyes started to droop, and he couldn't help wondering what on earth was happening. After a while, he finally snapped awake. She noticed it right away and demanded, "Did you see it?" And just as they were nearly at their new home, the servants showed up. Servants rushed up in front of the house, and the butler bowed to her, calling her mistress, as he said they'd been waiting for their arrival. So she demanded, "What's going on?" With a puzzled look on his face, he demanded to know who they were, and they answered that the kings had entrusted them with this mansion. A royal order, every one of them swore they'd serve her. She couldn't believe it and fired back, "Did you really fall for this child?" He only stared and admitted, "I don't know. They'll watch the kids like their own, so don't stress. No one here will ever lay a hand on him." He grabs her and tells her to follow, because they've already got a room ready for them. For him, he crashed into sleep again, only to wake up the next morning. Then his mother greeted him with a warm, "Good M." Morning came and she called him Rateau. She said that was his name, and he just goes like, yeah, he actually likes it, right? He pumped his hands in the air with a grin and thought, wait, I've got the same name as the guy from the last world. She pressed a kiss to his forehead and told him they could finally live in peace here, then tucked him into the crib and said it was time to eat. Just wait a little, and he stared back, stunned. He spun his gaze around and realized, somehow, he'd slipped through dimensions without getting destroyed. He still didn't know much at all, he just kept thinking about what Iris said. So he could fire off his questions, if he had any, and the moment he decided he had to mentally summon her, and yeah, he did it. She shot him a quick hello and asked, right away, if he could hear her. He'd pulled it off, and the protagonist was so shocked, she blurted out that it looked like he'd finally managed to successfully. Reborn as a human baby, he stared in pure shock and mentally demanded, where on earth is that voice coming from? She told him, don't worry, right now we're in communication mode, and it felt like time itself froze, so even if the talk dragged on, nothing would go wrong. Then it hit him, he finally understood why his body wouldn't listen to him, and he blurted, where am I now? Now she claimed he was trapped in a kingdom where people like him, ordinary folks, actually lived. That mansion sat right on this land, and he was born into a royal family. So he was born into brutal trouble. His father, the king, was disloyal. She hated him and booted him out of the palace, and he blurted, so what happens to me now? And she replied. She didn't have a clue about any of that, so he snapped into frantic mode, and he blurted out loud that when they first met, she leaned in and told him, with total confidence, that she already knew everything about this world. She snapped that she must have explained it wrong, because yeah, she knew this whole world like the back of her hand, but he was from somewhere else, so her powers couldn't track what was coming for him. He finally steadied his nerves and told everyone it was fine, because nobody could see the future anyway. So how did he suddenly start understanding the speech of this world? She said it happened for a reason, and that reason was because of a... So yeah, he trained a skilled translation. Then he forced himself to say status, and yep, he went for it. A system window slammed onto his screen, and he blurted, what is this? Then a game-style menu popped up before his eyes. Iris told him there's a spell called asterisk status asterisk asterisk, and everyone in this world can use it, so he can fire it off just to check his own status. The system window flashed his details, name right there, and it labeled his main role as a support mage, with alchemist as his second specialty. His status stayed plain, he had specialized skills too, because that translation skill lets him read and understand speech in any language, and besides that, there weren't any special attacks or one-of-a-kind abilities. MC read it and hit her with a question. Since he's got translation skills, he can actually understand mom and everyone else's words, right? She nodded and he cheered back, saying, so you're telling me I won't have to learn any languages? What? She read his status, saw that his job was now set, and just like that, everything clicked. Yeah, he's pretty lucky, isn't he? He just couldn't raid her, so he blurted, what does that even mean? She told me that the second he was born, they branded him the cursed child. He's probably freaking out thinking, why did I even ask? Does she actually know the reason? So she nodded and admitted the truth, that he'd been thrown out of the palace because of what he did for a living. He stared at the system window and demanded answers, because right there, he had a support mage and an alchemist to account for. Before she spilled the truth about his profession, she made him listen. She'd teach him the basics of this world first. He lives in the kingdom of Baroteros, ruled by his father, King Baroteros exiled, though before him the throne belonged to his father's brother, who died of. After the illness finally crushed his father, he seized the throne, and when the previous queen died, his brother ended up with 3 daughters, so their father adopted them and raised them himself. He grilled them, wait, does the kingdom and the king have the same name, right? She nodded and said, yeah, that's how the kingdom's laws spell it out. The royal heirs don't just carry royal blood, they inherit the name **Barutaris**, and it's way more than a title. In the future, he'll become the crown's representative, and if that isn't enough, the moment he does. If the king can't produce a son, the whole dynasty collapses, because the kingdom's laws say power belongs to men. Rule it, that's why the moment he was born, the king burst with joy, because the real trouble starts with what he does for a living. He demanded to know what was wrong. Was it so dangerous that they couldn't even risk it? She shot it down and said his is way too weak, it's hard to even begin, like trying to climb a wall with bare hands. So he kept training to sharpen those skills, and that's why nobody has succeeded, and compared to other jobs, the growth and skill development curve is just insanely fast. Is painfully slow, and since none of his jobs could ever land an offense, he can't take monsters down solo. If he slips into a party, he still won't rack up any exp. Just you wait, once he matures, everything starts getting better, and it hits like a game-changing glow-up. If he grinds every single day and keeps leveling up his skill, he'll finally earn a real spot in the middle of the fight. But nobody's pulled off that level yet, so anyone who tries ends up getting tagged as no profession. He snapped that his ruined fate and his bad profession came straight from the king throwing him out of the palace. That royal blood aura is supposed to matter this much. Iris snapped that it's not magic, it's because people's professions are the real game changers in this war. In this world, if you don't have a profession, you're not even treated like a real person. You get stomped on, laughed at, and humiliated. But here, this kind of chaos is just how things are, so imagine what the people would do if he took the throne. A rebellion would explode. And the kingdom would be destroyed. Yeah, it's brutal, and she's honestly sorry about it, because the reality is that he's lucky he's alive, since kids like him usually get killed, he said. He said it felt great, finally knowing why his father hated him. He's done dwelling on the past, he's focused only on what's coming next. Fate, she froze at his fierce spirit, and then he said, claimed that she herself said it, anyone with no profession isn't treated like a real human. Do you really think he'll make it if he refuses to even think about what's coming next? She said that's impossible, like it was the final word. Rado asked her if she could tell him what to do, and she smirked back, saying she'd been waiting on him to finally say those words. In this brutal world, you don't make it out alive unless you've got real strength backing you up. She tells him, let's study together from now on, and he blurts, can I become strong? She told him it was all on his shoulders. She'd offer advice, but he'd have to trust it and stand on it. He thanked her, and he said he was counting on her now, and with him being a kid, she had to wonder, so what do they do for food in the toilet? She said that. So it fell on his mom or the nanny to handle it because he was just a kid and couldn't do it himself, right? Yeah, the nanny. Rage surged in him, and he snapped out loud that he wanted none of it. He might look like a kid, but he was already 15, and there was no way he'd let someone else take with his daily needs. Iris told him to calm down and reminded him he wasn't just any ordinary kid, so it felt. It looked like he only had to grit his teeth and wait for about a year. Then he broke down, begged her to kill him, and she asked so when did he go from just living his life to getting hauled off, captured by orcs like a true warrior? Reborn, he finally got to savor his second chance at life. Then she said her goodbyes, and he kept moving. He kept crying, baffled about why anyone would even have to take care of his diapers. Then he stuttered, like the question itself cut him off. Jumping at the sound of the door, his mother froze, because for a second she thought she'd come back. Mom came over and told him it was time to eat, then dove right in and started feeding him. She fed him and admitted he was starving, and the protagonist immediately started wondering what fate was about to hit next. Racing down the corridor, he slipped past the servants, and then it hit him. 2 whole years had already burned by since he got reincarnated in this world. To finally master walking the right way, he turned exploring the estate into his daily mission. What is this room hiding? His personal maid, Alia, snatched him up fast. She burst in loudly, calling him young master, and demanded that he stop right now. He barges into this book storage like it's a treasure chest. Why is he so desperate to get inside? He flailed his arms and legs and shouted that she needed to let him go. She told him straight to his face that he can't even read yet, and then she started walking away along the court. He strode down the corridor and shouted that he could read, then she hauled him back. He rushed back to the room and told him that now she'd demand he behave and stay in the children's room. Her jaw dropped the moment she saw it, and she blurted out that the whole room was an absolute disaster. She snapped into action and started cleaning, and just as he tried to slip away, he begged for forgiveness. Forgiveness, nah, she yanked him by the collar and snapped that he can't bolt from this room. He slid into the seat beside her and said, if that's true, then teach me magic, and she stared back, asking, is he really bringing this up again? The young master can't be learning math this early. Magic, yeah, that's the problem, and on top of that, she's not exactly good at support magic either. He said it'd be enough if she just showed him, but she shut that down fast and insisted, no, now we should. Seriously, start cleaning, he snapped over it, and she just leaned in and asked, so who's this little piggy here? He started shoving the toys into the basket with a scowl, muttered that she was evil, and with that Aaliyah spun around to face. And she shot that down immediately. She's convinced magic is deadly, so she's not about to mess with it carelessly. MC looked crushed and said he knew that too, then snapped into action. He had a plan, called her by name, and watched her turn toward him as she asked, hey, what's wrong? She didn't spot him at all, and with a puzzled frown, she called out to the young master. He lunged onto her from behind, grinning like he'd just won, and told her she'd finally opened up. Then she burst into a startled scream. He screamed at the top of his lungs, demanding to know where he'd come from. He admitted that he'd been right behind her the entire time, but she never saw it coming. She clocked it instantly. She laughed and called it funny, but he knew it wasn't, and when he apologized, he said, he told her he just wanted to pull a prank on her, and she said, he said it with this deep, thoughtful stare, like even if, for some reason. She hadn't seen it coming, so when it happened, it felt unreal, and she bolted as fast as she could. He stormed out of the room, dropped onto the bed, and called out to Iris in his head. Then she answered, and it went like this. She could have sworn he was awful at pretending to be a kid, but once it was all said and done, he was having the time of his life. He pulled out the stealth skill like it was just a prank, trying to keep her from sensing him at all, right? And yeah, he agreed. He nodded and admitted it was way more fun than anyone expected, until that brutal class got him exiled from the city, so he packed up and moved here with his mom, Alah. He has no clue what's coming next, but somehow he's already pulled himself into this world and is making it his own. And because of her help and sharp advice, he woke up a whole bunch of skills over those 2 years. He stared at the skill window like it was telling his life story. Observer boosts his noticing range, endurance hardens his body, falling art cuts the damage he takes, night vision lets him see in the dark, and stealth drops his presence like a shadow. She said it all comes down to this: skills aren't optional in this world, you've got to sharpen them, and then you'll unlock even more. He lifted his head, eyes heavy with exhaustion, and muttered that no matter what, he'd have to stay in the mansion, but it was so unbearable. This is prison-level boring. He can't even step outside the mansion, because the entire place is hemmed in by an iron fence. She told him they did it because the institution was originally built. Rado called her over and asked, do you think I can climb over the fence and slip into the forest? Iris snapped, don't do this, because monsters lurked in every shadow of this forest, and it was one of the deadliest places around. If he charged into that forest in his current condition, death would be waiting there, no questions, no escape. He couldn't believe what he heard, and he demanded to know why anyone would build it in a place this deadly. She said, no, this mansion is the safest place you could be. They did it so the royal family and everyone else would stay safe and never get hit by danger. People, he stared off like he was weighing every risk, then said he still couldn't step into the forest, yet. She said, since he's bored, let's turn this downtime into a training session and stack on even more skills. You can unlock plenty of skills, but some of them stay locked tight because they're chained to specific jobs. If that's the case, he can awaken skills without end, so he's got to unlock everyone he needs. He's got to keep grinding, only stop when his fighting power finally hits the level he needs. He nodded in agreement, and 2 years later he climbed out onto the platform, ready to take on whatever came next. The roof, then it hit him what went down earlier, and suddenly he knew there had to be a hidden path. Hidden behind the closet, it's a spot like this, quiet, strange, and ready to swallow secrets. He's packed with them, and this whole place is hemmed in tight by forests on every side. I can't help wondering when he'll finally tear free of this mansion. He silently called out to Iris and muttered that this mansion reeked of secrets, and she nodded, agreeing. They told him this hidden passage could be an escape route when danger hits, so now the big question is your skill learning actually moving along? The protagonist nodded with a grin and said, yesterday, I finally managed to awaken precision and force. Foresight hit like a gut punch. She asked what he'd do today, and he grinned, saying that with so many skills already unlocked, maybe it was finally time to wake up magic, and she said. He shot her a disgusted look and snapped that he was only 4. No way could a kid like him handle magic, not in his current body, but if she taught him a tiny bit, maybe it would be okay. She told him straight up, sure, he'd awaken a bunch of skills, but it still wasn't enough. With a weak profession like his, he needed to unlock even more because those skills weren't just power, they were the foundation he'd need to use magic at all. So yeah, he couldn't stop training, he had to keep pushing for new abilities. He finally understood what she meant, then promised he'd sever the connection right then and there, because magic still wouldn't answer him. He leaned in to tell him, then a brutal headache hit and he snapped, "Yeah, I knew it." After months of non-stop back and forth, the strain finally started to bite. Then Aaliyah snapped his name out loud and demanded he answer. Lee stared at her on the ground and snapped that he'd been found. Then fury lit her up, and she shouted what he thought he was doing in a place like this. She hadn't even finished telling him not to go chasing dangerous stuff, yet he cut her off and insisted, "I'm fine, and I'm going." As he kept moving, his foot slipped out from under him, and he started to fall, shocked by what happened. Panic twisted his face as he let out a hair-raising scream. Fear hit her hard, panic flared, and she dropped the watering can. If she could, she'd sprint straight to him right now, she would. She whipped her hand through the air and summoned the spirit of the wind. She whipped up a tiny tornado that blocked him from. She lunged back toward him just as she almost fell, then stretched out her arms. She threw her arms around him and breathed out, relieved that everything was finally all right. He accidentally swung his foot up into her face, and she yelled that it was happening again. She plopped down in front of him, blurted out that he was still just a kid, and told him to stop before he did something reckless and thoughtless. Tears welled up in her eyes as she blurted out, voice shaking, that if anything happened to the young master, she and Madame would be crushed with grief. With a trembling, worried look, he begged for forgiveness. Then she finally calmed down and told him that. Once he replayed his choices and realized he'd done nothing wrong, everything felt fine again, so yeah, he could get up. He nodded in agreement, started to rise, then his legs went numb and he crumpled back down. MC spotted a flower just sitting there nearby, like it was waiting for him. He called her up and demanded to know the name of that flower. She strode up to him and asked if he wanted flowers, then hit him with the truth. They weren't ordinary blooms at all, they were herbs. They're the key ingredients for healing potions, no matter how insanely many different herbs there are. You can't plant this unless you know how to grow them and you've got the skill. So he stared at her and demanded, "So you've got that kind of skill?" She said it was simple, since she was an elf, she practically breathed knowledge of plants, and then she threw her heart into tending that garden. With a bright smile, he told her he wanted her to teach him how to grow plants. She was totally thrown off by his request, but he kept pressing anyway. "This is what servants do, so do you get it?" And then he demanded she teach this over and over. Aaliyah shrugged and said she didn't mind one bit, but if he wanted the deal, he had to stop pestering her to show him magic. Magic, he nodded and swore he'd already seen it, so nothing was wrong, and she froze in disbelief like, "Wait, what?" And blurted it out loud like, "Is this enough for him?" A grin spread across his face. He just knew the skill for growing herbs would be crazy useful. Useful. Then a year slips by and everyone shows up at the hall, all gathered and ready. Rado got bombarded with congratulations on his birthday. And with a big, bright smile on his face, he told them just how deeply grateful he was. They stepped in one after another, offering him gifts, and in his mind he couldn't help thinking that. He figured everyone in that mansion was treating him like royalty. Even though he's a cursed child, he'd better be thankful for it. Ilya stepped up to him, pressed a tiny box into his hands, and lit up the moment with a loud, happy birthday wish. And she swore it was a gift from her, so he pulled out a tiny bottle of liquid and demanded, "What is this?" She burst out, laughing with joy that it was a healing potion, crafted from the very herbs they'd grown side by side. He thanked her, convinced this was a gift, a healing potion meant to fix everything, and Allah smiled, telling him it looked like only she was left. She shoved a tiny box into his hands, called his name, and told him she was begging him to accept it. "Hold off on opening it, it's not time yet." At first, she planned to hand it to him only after he finally became an adult. But it felt like the moment had finally arrived. Until he grew up, she'd hold on to the key, and until then, he should hold on to it and treasure it forever. So he nodded, and the moment it landed, he realized the whole atmosphere felt totally different from usual. It's the truth in this world, once you hit this point, they call you an adult upon. Hitting 15 years old, he could finally ask Iris what the gift was hiding, and the protagonist took it. Stuffed the gift into a tiny suitcase, then after a stretch of time, it finally came back. He stormed into the garden to plant a whole stash of strange new herbs. Aaliyah summoned the young gentleman and pressed, "Is it time to rest yet?" They showed up at the gazebo, dug in, and while she watched, she couldn't believe it. After everything, he still showed up every single day to tend those herbs without ever slowing down. He said it was because growing herbs felt like pure fun, and once he started, he couldn't stop. he wanted to plant even more different kinds. She said he was grinding his way through every bit of it, and then she asked for permission to finally reward him for that hard work. Does he want to learn the elven game? She's been obsessed with it since she was a kid. He leaned in and asked what game she was drawing a triangle for. Then he stepped up and said the rules were simple. If he could just pull it off, he'd win. Stay inside that triangle, don't cross the lines. She'll try to force him out, turning pressure into a trap, so he's got to stay sharp. He doesn't need to worry. The girl who's trying to shove him out has zero right to lay a hand on him. She can't grab objects either. All she can do is bring the anger. With a flick of magic, she blasted a stream of wind, yanking him out of that triangle. Then he crashed onto the ground. She reached out to him with a bright, beaming smile, and in that moment the young gentleman seemed to lose his nerve. So tell me, what did he think of this elven game? He grabbed her hand and flatly said no. He couldn't stand by while she used magic like that. She refused to let him see the kid in her. Pure embarrassment burned in her chest, so she snapped, "What are you even talking about?" She'd already handled him like it was nothing, so yeah, that's when the MC finally got an idea. He planted himself on the triangle and demanded a second shot, and she nodded right away. And he believed this game could become the ultimate training ground. He kept tumbling helplessly, magic forcing him down, right up to the evening. Even so, he kept asking to play, eyes full of worry, and the young gentleman told him they should stop right there. Then she apologized because she'd accidentally blown him off the first time. He still begged to play again, and she snapped back with a dissatisfied tone that this was the last time she unleashed a wild stream of wind. And he stayed standing, convinced that once the first gust hit, he could slowly steer the wind his way. The wind screamed around her and she kept blasting magic, then admitted with a shake of disbelief that he was seriously persistent. Persistent, yeah, she never got to finish her sentence. And suddenly the air tore open as a stronger gust roared out, and he looked at his. A glowing system window slid in front of him, flashing that the combat's skills in the circle block had been mastered. Grinning, he triggered the skill and snapped the moment back with a perfect reflection. He reached for the magic again, and her smile lit up with pure joy. A grin split his face. He'd made it, and he even felt the wind like it was cheering him on. Her eyes went wide in pure shock, and she blurted, "What just happened?" Rado said he was trying to wake up the skill circle block, and she replied. He couldn't believe it. This power gets awakened by fighters of all people. He looked totally confused and asked, "Wait, isn't that weird?" She snapped loud and furious, insisting with absolute certainty that it was downright strange. How could a young master with a pathetic job possibly unlock skills like that? Aaliyah's breath caught, her mind snapped to it the second her words hit. She grabbed him in a tight hug and blurted, "I'm so sorry," but she couldn't even explain how it happened. You know why she said something like that? He threw his arms around her too and told her that she didn't have to stress. If she kept moving at the same pace, her clothes would get dirtied right along with her. She broke into tears and blurted out how sorry she was, and he thought. With a heavy, sad look, he realized she meant no harm at all. And he finally realized she wasn't looking down on him at all. No, he understood something else too, and that's where everything shifts. He realized he couldn't just flip the whole situation around. Then, that very night, he crashed into bed, reached for Iris, and said. In the end, she treated him well, because he was the king's only son, and she even admitted it was horrible. It was brutal, but you could understand why. If he fell out of this position, then no one would lift a finger to vouch for their lives. But none of that changed anything. She'd always stand by him, so he didn't have to worry after all this. With those words hanging in the air, he shut his eyes and drifted straight into sleep. The very next day, he slumped in his room, heart heavy, replaying everything that happened with. Ilya called Iris back again. She picked up and asked if it was okay for her to give him advice. Then he cut her off with, "But was he she?" So he really wanted it. Yeah, he admitted that's what he wanted. Still, rage clung to his chest, but his mind started slipping onto something else. Right now he had to get stronger, fast, like no time was left. With a bright grin, she said it was time, and suggested we move on to the next step. She latched onto the idea and blurted, "So for the next step, you mean magic?" Magic, she shut it down. "Not now," she snapped. "You still can't use it yet. They need to master the skills that fit his profession, because she's about to teach him alchemy. First up, he can turn one kind of metal into something else." He poured metal into metal, then slammed transmutation power into it, unleashing an ability so wild it even cuts off mid-sentence. To freely twist reality and reshape any object, shapeshifting. Finally, they unleashed the power to crank their strength to a whole new level. He had to master 3 things: how stuff really holds up, how it fights back, and how to reinforce it with the right material. He stared in shock at what he'd just heard and demanded to know if he really had to learn 3 abilities all at once. Iris grinned and told him not to worry, saying he'd have it down by the end of the day with 0 stress. Then he grabbed a fork and knife and bragged about how lucky he felt to have metal cutlery waiting in his room, after all. He couldn't practice alchemy in front of everyone, because honestly he couldn't even bring himself to meet Aaliyah's eyes. First things first, he had to kick this off by transforming the material. He shut his eyes, zeroed in on the knife, and swore to himself it had to be as sharp, as unbreakable and ruthless as diamond. After he finally stopped focusing, he hurled a knife straight at the toy stand. Standing right there, he drove the blade in, then he bolted mid-sentence. He lunged in, yanked the knife out of the toy, and blurted in shock that it shot straight through. He stared at the knife's blade, convinced it was the kind of edge you'd chop someone down with. He even ended up using the shape-shifting power by accident. The system blasted a message that he'd just learned the alchemical art of shape-shifting and shape-changing. He couldn't believe it, so he blurted out, "Wait, did he really learn it that fast?" He knew he had to set everything back to normal, so he snatched up the fork, and swore that from this moment on, he'd forge the fork into something insanely hard. He unleashed the skill, then slammed it into the fork. Gripping the knife with brutal force, he stared at the cutlery in stunned disbelief. And he swore the space was warped, but the fork itself was totally fine, because it's all made from the same material anyway. And once the reinforcement hits, everything clicks, then the system blares that he's finally mastered the material enhancements. Skill MC wore a smug grin, lined in and told Iris to Iris, like he'd just decided everything, and she snapped, "Who did you call?" and his face flushed as he muttered that he hadn't used her full name, yet it worked. She grinned and said they'd talked so many times that she was already used to it. He grinned and said, like it was the easiest thing in the world, that the skills linked to a profession could be learned in no time. With a sly grin, she called him over and told him it looked like he'd just cracked the secret behind this whole world. Her reaction left him squirming with embarrassment, and he told her not to blow it out of proportion, because honestly, he just couldn't believe this power was really as useless as everyone claimed. Said, and she shot back, "Why does nobody respect these skills? Alchemy-related abilities are incredible, but this power is only temporary." After a while, every object he touched snapped back to its original form. In this world, there's a hard rule for how long things can last. Think about a minute at most, and steel is the toughest metal mankind has ever laid hands on. So basically, these people can forge metals so tough they rival steel. Steel, Rado snapped his focus to her words, then told her the truth. Where he lived, there were countless things mightier than steel. Steel, she nodded along and said, "Look, he's got knowledge from another world, so he can craft things so easily it's unreal. Create metals stronger than steel." He grinned like he'd just found gold, and then he said it was the most wonderful profession in the world, and she spoke too. Said that magical metals were everywhere in this world, and they were way stronger and tougher than steel. Alchemy runs on magic, so alchemists are stuck with weak bodies, meaning he could forge a killer sword, but he still wouldn't have the strength to wield it. He realized his belief in material transformation was way off. Then he shot back, "What about shape-shifting and material enhancement?" She murmured, eyes sharp, that from here on out mastery would decide everything. Then he snapped open the status window, and it flashed back that he couldn't believe it. His alchemy wasn't just rare, it was the mastery of transforming materials at will, boosting durability and reshaping everything with the most extreme enhancement level he had ever reached. He blinked in shock and said, "Now a text popped up after my alchemist skills." Iris explained that mastery is the number shown beside his special abilities. Basically, it's the level system. It even shows how much have you used that skill and how damn experienced are you with it? The protagonist demanded, because the more he uses it. She used the skill and she nodded, saying the bigger the number, the better. And set the maximum effectiveness to 5, because the higher he levels up, the easier it is for his body too. She tells him to kick things off by leveling up his shape-shifting skill, because if he cranks it high enough, he won't just use it on metals. He stared at the system window, stunned, and blurted, "Wait, did my material transformation already hit level 5? She said it was because he'd pulled knowledge from another world, and he narrowed his eyes with clear dissatisfaction, thinking, why? Why did he even need to transform again? He was already maxed out and nothing about it made him happy. So he declared, "All right, then I'm starting training right now." Now she told him to give it everything he had, and even teased that he could use the metronome from his old world to drill shapeshifting. While he's imagining the metronome, he should try to slide it from left to right the same way, and once he finally gets used to it, then he had to push it faster and nail the precision, because she was convinced it would make all the difference. He grinned and blurted that he'd do it right now. Now he shut his eyes tight and poured every ounce of focus into the knife. He gripped the knife and realized he had to picture a metronome, then drag it smoothly from left to right. To right, he stared at the silence, realized nothing was moving, and barked that he was 100% sure he read it all right, so tell me why is this even happening? Why is the blade still gliding like it's brand new? Because he's about to swap the knife's material and switch it to aluminum. It's way softer than steel, bends like it wants to, so he went for it. And claimed it all went exactly as planned, so now if you keep going. He kept fixating on the metronome, and then out of nowhere, the knife in his hand snapped in two. He shot her a worried glance and said his mom would punish him for it. Wait. Hold on, if I can shift my shape, why can't I pull it off right here? With that, the MC gripped the knife's shattered pieces in his hand. He unleashed the skill, and those shattered pieces sprang to life, start after start. He couldn't stand that feeling one bit. He pressed the knife's handle to it and thought, now if he slammed the pieces back together. And picture that knife in your hand, because when he reached for it, he was. Relief flooded him with pure happiness the moment he got the knife back. Then the system flashed a message and told him, you mastered the special skill correction. With a bright grin, he bragged that he could smash anything he wanted now, get away with it, and even practice his skills. Now he started practicing on whatever he could find in the room, and later, outside in the garden, he planted his hands on the ground like he was ready to take the next step. Aaliyah spotted him lying there on the ground and shouted, young master. He sped up, spun toward her, and asked, can I go out yet? But he brightened up, happily agreed, and told him he was totally fine now. She marched up to him and blurted out that she was thrilled to finally hear it. He blurted it out, told her in a trembling voice to wait, and then shouted that she had no right to go in there. She sprinted closer, caught her foot, and crashed onto the ground. His face tightened with worry as he tried to speak. He'd used his shape-shifting powers to dig a hole for it, but he couldn't bring himself to tell her. He strode closer and blurted, worried to the bone, are you okay? She tried to let it slide for a moment, but then rage surged through her, and she snapped at the young master at full volume. Right then Isla burst into his room, spotted his toys, and said they were all strange, twisted. She stared out the window and felt that this kid was carrying a whole mountain on his soul. For the next 6 months it was downright disturbing. Every night he kept honing his skills the moment darkness fell. Rado fell in the chaos, then rushed to the locked door and jammed a fork into the gap. He remade it into a key, and declared the locks wouldn't stand a chance against him. Who was drilling the shape-shifting skill, and with purpose he headed straight for the kitchen. He grinned and snatched the knife, then his thoughts started running wild. He thought that he never once imagined he'd ever reach the absolute peak of shape-shifting. Would let him pull off something like this, and then out of nowhere it just happened that he stumbled onto this skill in the middle of precision training, then unleashed it with hypervibration. He thought this whole trip was just a test, like he came here to prove something to everyone, but it looks like he didn't bother. He swung the chair and split it in one savage blow, and then, with wide, shocked eyes, he realized he'd only barely clipped it. Then the chair crashed to the floor, and the knife slipped out of his grasp, clattering away like the moment was slipping too, and slammed into the floor, and it was so asterisk. He shoved pure fear into him. Then, as soon as the skill finally cut off, he leaned in and finished his sentence in a they couldn't believe it had actually sliced the floor open. He yanked the knife free from the floor and said that this power would be a total game-changer in battle. He slid the knife back into its spot, bolted out of the kitchen, and his mind snapped. So yeah, he has to admit it, shape-shifting is incredibly useful, and he can finally use it. She used it in battle and even tore open any lock, like it had a key to the one vault she couldn't crack. You can't get in because that door is locked tight, and Aaliyah isn't here either, so what's going on and why are there books lying around? Magic there. He yanked the door open, scanned the room, and blurted, what is this? Man, this isn't even a storage room, it's basically a closet with delusions of grandeur. There's just one bookcase in this whole room. He snatched up the black book and demanded, what is this thing? He froze in place, then his eyes widened in shock the moment he spotted that bookcase. He stared in shock and blurted out that every one of these books was something else entirely, still right there in front of him. Black as pitch, he cracked open one of those books, started reading, and instantly thought the titles were these names. The royal and noble families' names, lined up like a power roster. Maybe it's some kind of list, but the darkness keeps swallowing the details. What about the other books? His eyes snapped to the fact that right beside them, When he saw the name, it hit him right there in plain writing, murder. He kept reading, unable to stop. I couldn't help myself. I'm staring at it like, wait, are the names and causes of death actually written here? And are all these books identical? But then, more importantly, so tell me, why are all these deaths listed here with such sickening detail? Do Arya and the gang even have a clue about what's in these books? Books, he snatched another book open and he realized there was no way that could be his life to claim. And his mother's name is carved right here, along with the cause of her death. The death column sat totally blank, so then whoa, why were they writing names of people who hadn't died yet? And right here it's crystal clear, if you end up in the way, they don't hesitate, you get killed. But the fact that his name ended up written here. After that, the protagonist shoved every last book into place. He slid the books back on the shelf and tiptoed away, then shut himself into his room like nothing ever happened. Room, then Iris leaned in and said, so this is how he F***G. He finally cracked the secret. Turns out the Snowballs, and even members of the royal family, were already marked as murder victims. He demanded to know why it was kept in this mansion, and then he realized she'd already figured it out. She guessed it was there for a reason. She clocked exactly what he was trying to say and snapped, you're totally right, like it being cut off from the outside world made it untouchable. This place was built to swallow the kingdom's darkest secrets whole, so even once they learned the library was real, they couldn't get out of its grip. He claimed the nearby lands were crawling with demons, so tell me, how are they living here and what about? She claimed they'd stashed the food and daily necessities in the basement, and then they swung into action to refill the supplies. Sent flying by the movement magic squad, then he leaned in and asked, so something like that's been hidden this whole time, huh? Underground, she leaned in and said he'd come here on an airship, and this mansion was locked down like a fortress. You could only come and go by air. Then he clenched his jaw and said he had to start learning how to fly. Why, she just blurted, this is it, the magic he used, and the whole thing felt insanely fascinating. He leaned in and asked if she meant super vibration. She just shook her head and said she didn't think so. So tell me, who else in this whole world could even pull off something like that? So if he used it to his advantage, he'd be able to. Would he dare to learn how to wield a sword? He stared, shook by what he just heard, and then blurted out whether she was really offering him this. Even if he was a mage, Iris insisted he'd pull it off, just not overnight, so why not go for it anyway? He decided to try. Something about it hooked him, and 6 months later he actually went through with it. One bright morning, the MC was out there swinging a wooden sword, going all out in practice. Aaliyah stormed in and called the young master, asking him straight up if only his last shout had landed differently. He spun toward her and demanded, is it breakfast time yet? Yet she agreed, then froze, stared at him, and demanded to know why he. Sweat drenched him. How long had he been grinding this practice? He needed to scrub up before breakfast, then he hauled the log onto his stump. Sump stopped him in his tracks and demanded he hold on, because this was about to be something huge. Hang on, he had to be the last one, so he sucked in a final breath, dug deep, and he smashed the log open with a wooden sword and used the moment he used the helmet splitter skill and saw it work, a grin lit up his face. He wrapped it up and hurried off to wash up, and she jumped in to help, saying he was way more strained than he'd been letting on. Strange, she'd never seen a mage train with a sword before, and when the washcloth hit her, he yelped like it was ice cold. He clocked her weird behavior for weeks, but now, just like that, everything snapped back to normal. He called her up, thanking her for the wooden sword she'd made for him, and she answered. She blurted out that she was thrilled he liked it, and right then, he started to open his mouth like he had a question ready to explode. But she told him up front, and man, she couldn't teach him. He fought with blades because she was a mage, and she refused to do anything so disgraceful. They need to storm into the dining hall now. He swapped into fresh clothes with a look that screamed, this isn't good enough. He trailed after her and blurted that he couldn't wait to throw down. He wanted to test his strength. She spun on him with a disgusted look and told him, straight up, not to act like a maniac. After breakfast, Rado marched back to the room and announced with a grin that his stomach was finally satisfied. After busting his back all day, he finally got to sink into a real good meal, and when he was done, he called Iris right away, ready to ask her something important. He mangled her name in his head, and she shot back with clear, annoyed dissatisfaction. That smooth tone left him reeling. What was he even thinking? How dare he talk to her like that, he thought. He actually felt shocked. Maybe these people in this world just didn't get it. She burst into laughter and declared she was a goddess, like every world was right there in her fingertips. She knew everything about the world he'd come from, and yeah, he wasn't joking about sword training. He pushed forward, gave the nod, and admitted that even after he'd managed to get a fencing set and a helmet splitter, he just couldn't make it any better, like he was trapped in place. Then she gave him a slow, thoughtful look. Imagine this: without a real rival out there, training would get brutal fast, and the future would turn impossible to keep up. She lit up with an idea and told him, "Don't stop until you find." She had finally locked onto a worthy opponent to spar with, and she pushed the idea: time to learn a brand new skill. He admitted he'd been thinking the exact same thing, so what skill is he going to dive into next? Next, she let out another laugh and said, "All right then, if that's the case, since." She couldn't wait a second longer, so she pushed him to kick off math training right then. Magic burst into the world, and he couldn't help it. He was over the moon with joy. And she said, "I know it feels way too soon, but I did." She didn't even get to finish because he blared, telling her to teach him magic ASAP, and she was. He opened his mouth to keep going, then slam. He cut himself off and barked that if she wouldn't teach him magic, he'd never come back for help again. She swore he'd turned into a kid, and if he won't even talk to her, then how is she ever supposed to teach him magic? He finally steadied himself when it clicked, then. And she said, "All right, now we're finally starting your magic lessons." She blinked and said, "Something's off, you're not acting like yourself today," and Iris beamed and said it was all because she was in a killer mood. His main job is support magic. Basically, he's the guy who keeps everything running, and it all starts with how he uses. He channels his magic to back up his allies, and there are three main types: body enhancement, magic enhancement, and recovery enhancement. He blurted, "Wait, what exactly does that do?" And she grinned, "Great question," then started to explain. He kicks things off with body enhancement. Magic supercharges his physical power, and the boost hits harder or softer depending on his skill level. What happens when he hits the skill limit? His physical power surges 5 times stronger, then, right when the effect starts to. When that effect fades, his body might just crash from sheer overexertion. Then it's time for magic enhancement, where he can finally use it to supercharge offensive magic. If he cranks this skill to its limit, its power can jump by. And once it kicks in 5 times over, magic consumption doesn't just rise, it skyrockets 5-fold too, so yeah. Recovery enhancement supercharges the body's natural power. Natural self-healing powers, and it might drag on even longer than you think. Then recovery magic: with this, you can completely heal. He's got it. He blurted in shock, "Hold up, does that last skill come with any downsides?" She nodded and said, "Yeah, but the recovery speed is painfully slow." Now the best part of that support: it's absolutely unreal. Their mage stockpile is treated like a magic reserve, since they can hit the absolute highest level in any. MC blurted in shock, "No way, this is unreal," like he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Iris nodded in full agreement and said, "Yeah, that's real," while their magic reserve hummed with proof. It's wildly incredible, straight out of a game where magic exists and it feels like it shouldn't be possible, yet it is. Might not be enough for that, and yeah, most jobs burn through way more than they ever actually need. When it came to magic, he let out a laugh, but worry flashed in his eyes as he asked, "Yeah, but what's the catch?" She admitted one harsh truth: the biggest weakness of support mages finally comes down to a single, ugly flaw. So basically they can't use bombardment magic because it's the power to. He blasts magical power forward, and it hardens into a blazing beam. People also call it a magic cannon. He leaned in and asked if she meant it fires beam blasts like a real gun. She finally gave in, nodded, and admitted that the power of combat magic was seriously strong. Even a scrappy low-level apprentice mage can wipe out around a dozen goblins with sheer magic. Goblins with it, yeah, the sheer magic's power was the whole reason everything spiraled like this. Magic runs dry fast, so you don't get many uses before it's gone. He pressed on, then reality hit hard. Support mages can't cast offensive magic. Magic, she chewed on the thought, shook her head, and said that wasn't the whole truth. He didn't just get support, he could tap into more. He can tap into port magic, but every other spell he wields comes straight from elemental magic. He said that doesn't sound strong at all. She said it was called everyday magic, and everyone basically treated it like it was weak trash. Still, it could absolutely tear into combat. He mulled it over for a beat, then said, "So in other words, sup. Support mages can only sling magic that barely helps, but they still can't use. If he's leaning on offensive magic, what mages live for, then he can't expect much from the basic spells he starts with." Iris nodded and said, "Even though support magic has one ugly. Magic feels like ripping pain through your body, but there's a way to fight through it and cope." He grinned and blurted out that it all finally clicked. "It's a game changer." She gave a nod and signed on, and told him he could crank a recovery boost on himself to slash the strain on his body. Rado says, so here's what you do next, start right from there. And honestly, it sounds like support magic could be a game changer. She looked disappointed for a second, then sighed, maybe, but the support mages. Mages still can't survive bombardment magic. No matter how hard they try, that bitter truth won't budge. In this world, support mages get crushed with way more criticism than regular mages or swordsmen. He said it like a punch to the gut. He told her even if she didn't believe it, he still wasn't empty. He had abilities, and he still clung to hope. He told himself that even as a support mage, he'd still get that power mastered for real. After a while, when he turned 7, Aaliyah stormed in with a pile of books and declared it was time for lessons, starting with the alphabet. With a worried look, he called her and blurted, "You know I'm already good at writing, right?" Then he added, "And I've got translation skills too, so this should be totally fine." With a stern look, she said, "Sure, he writes prettier than you, but that doesn't mean he gets to slack." And he shot back with a sour expression, thinking, doesn't she get how badly I want to learn more about support magic? She said that once he was done, they'd finally start studying the differences between the 6 races. She was on the verge of opening that book, then the protagonist. The propagandist cut her off mid-sentence and snapped that the world is split into 6 different races. The world is packed with humans, the overwhelming majority, and they stand out for one thing above all, an intellect that's insanely advanced. Elves reign supreme, living the longest and wielding magic so powerful it barely felt fair. Third, beastmen, half animal, half human, wear both worlds on their bodies. Giant figures towered over everyone, packed with bone-crushing strength and unstoppable mass. Among all 6 races, demons stand out because they've got the widest range of abilities imaginable. And get this, their presence is impressive, and their brains are just as sharp as any humans. Finally, you've got these dwarves, pure chaos in the blood, rowdy as can be, yet insanely skilled at blacksmithing, and people swear they can forge special gear no one else can make. Like holy swords or demonic blades, she stared in disbelief and blurted, "Wait, are you telling me you've memorized the entire?" He realized he'd basically just replayed what he'd heard from Iris, and then she smiled and said she was thrilled he was throwing himself fully into his studies. He pondered whether they should keep studying the kingdom, but his face twisted with pure dissatisfaction, and he couldn't help wondering when, at this pace, he'd finally get the time to train. Ilya said the Bartoro's kingdom was carved into existence around 300 years ago, an all-human realm, the biggest state in the whole world, so yeah, it's not like the stories were hiding that. Only giants, beastmen, and elves built their own kingdoms, and back then the 6 races tore into a brutal, bloody war. War raged on, but the king, backed by his legendary ancestor, locked in an alliance with the other races and crushed the fighting for good. MC was completely stunned. He blurted out, "Wait, I'm hearing about this for the first time." She leaned in and told him, "Young master, the blood of this legendary man now pulses in your veins." He said, voice steady, that just because he's connected to a great man doesn't automatically make him great. And father still refuses. He won't let him be called part of the royal family, she snapped, her words trailing off with a sharp, shaky. With a devastated face, she cranked out her deepest apologies. Total confusion hit him, and he blurted out, loud and clear, that he absolutely didn't mean that. So, quick question, can she actually pull off elementary magic? She thought it over for a second and pressed him hard. Wait, did you mean everyday magic? He nodded right away and politely asked her to show him. She mulled it over, then told him she was sure it wouldn't be a problem if the young master leaned on everyday magic, because honestly it made sense. She didn't even believe it could cause a lick of trouble. She nodded and said, "All right, I'll show you," then pushed them to start with a quick magic lesson. She gasped, then shouted that she needed another lesson, because in this world, magic is split into 7 elements. Darkness surged, then fire roared, water crashed, earth rose, and wind howled through it all. Lightning and holy magic, your power's elemental bond gets decided mostly by. It all boils down to race and what you do, like humans who crush fire magic, while elves like her keep a serious soft spot for wind magic. And hey, these elements actually match up with each other, and that compatibility can make magic hit way harder or fall flat. Sure, you can crank up your elementary magic with training, but since it's so painfully weak, this isn't combat magic at all, so does he really get it? Rato stared at her, dead tired. Rage surged and they nodded along. Aaliyah then asked, now that the theory was done, could she show him magic in action? To kick things off, she'd teach him the basics of wind magic, because out of all elves, they're the masters of it. With a spark in his eyes, he wondered what it would feel like. Would it hit as hard as the moment she saved him? She asked right in the middle of their chat about elementary magic. He really shouldn't get his hopes up, got it? Okay, she shot her hand up, aimed straight at him, and blasted a wind pressure spell at his face. Spell, she barely exhaled a weak little breeze, so yeah, it crushed him, and he demanded. He demanded, is that it? And she shot back, that's why I told you not to hope for anything special. Then he pressed his question again. Ask, do you really think you can use this magic? She wondered, wait, now that I think about it. And that's the crazy part, did they ever even test what element he was really aligned with? This test is going to be insanely simple, but for now it looks like that's all we need, even if only for a little while. Even when she insists most people are naturally drawn to fire magic, the truth is wild. Sometimes a kid is born with flames in their blood. That wind magic affinity is insane, so tell me, why won't the young master try to copy what she just showed? He lifted his hand right in front of him and asked, now all he has left is to cast the spell, and he. The spell flashed and the system screamed that the wind pressure combat skill was unlocked, then suddenly. A brutal gust ripped from his hand, smashing over every table and chair in its path. Inside the office, both of them froze, utterly stunned by what just happened. She blurted, what in the name of all the gods is that magic? And the protagonist spun toward her, yelling back. She never warned him that even elementary magic could hit that hard. Aaliyah looked completely baffled and said that power like that usually can't be reached, no matter how strong your inclination is, but this spell was still devastating. He grinned and blurted that he wanted to try other elements too, while she frowned and insisted the mistress could handle fire magic no problem. He burst into the corridor and yelled that everything was perfect, promising he'd see her later. Then she thundered for the young master, shouting his name. He told her to wait, his lesson wasn't done yet, but she never got the chance because she stumbled straight into the closing door. He burst into the room where Isla was and shouted. He called out to her and she snapped her head toward him, then demanded what he was doing here. Wasn't he supposed to be in class? He looked. Buzzing with excitement, he asked if she'd let him see her elementary fire magic, because this exact lesson was happening right then, in class. He opened his mouth to say more, but she cut straight to it. Somehow she understood him and told him it felt like. For a second it looked like there was no saving anything. Then she gave in and agreed, and she lifted her hand right in front of me. Right in front of her she unleashed the fireball spell, and then she kept full control of 2 fireballs at once. Fireballs erupted around him and he blurted, do you see that? She even moved it, then he shot his hand up in front of him, ready for whatever came next. He stared at himself and said, all right, I've had my time, now it's my turn to try. He even cast the spell and it was absolutely terrifying. He looked completely stunned when he actually pulled off summoning a fireball. She gasped at that and blurted, wait, can he use it too? She stared at him, stunned that he'd nail a fireball this huge on his very first try, and when the MC looked at it, he admitted that getting it to move was the hardest part. Difficult, she agreed and swore she believed it too, and he finally got the fire going. He unleashed the fireball and it caught him off guard in the blink of an eye. She stared at him like she'd just seen something impossible. She stared at him with a worried look, like something was about to go terribly wrong, and he told her how grateful he was that she'd taken the time to talk to him. She flashed a warm smile and told him he could drop by any time, then urged him to dig in and hit the books hard. He bolted off and she couldn't believe it. Who would have guessed that even at such a young age, he'd be able to wield magic like that? This kid's got an insane gift for magic, because the second it flared, she burst into tears. He broke down in tears and swore that if only he hadn't been born a support mage, maybe they'd finally let him rise as the next king. After a moment he climbed up onto the roof and snapped his hand forward, calling forth 4 blazing fireballs. Balls and thought, so this is where he taps out, huh? Yeah, once his skill starts leveling up. As the number of balls keeps climbing, you've got nothing to worry about, everything stays totally fine. After his mother lit up a fireball spell for him, he sprinted back to Alia and managed to pick up a whole stack of new spells from her. Earth Elemental, Earth Block, Water Elemental, and Ice Block, everything they made came straight from the experiment results. Turns out he's way better at controlling the fireball than the ice block. I guess that's what she meant by elemental affinity. Either way, all he needs. All he can do now is train again and again. He launched off the roof and figured it out as he fell, thinking about using. He grabbed the same spell he'd just seen and pointed his wand, like he was about to prove the lesson for real. He dropped his hand, unleashed a wind pressure spell, and yanked himself to a stop right before. Before he hit the ground, he snapped his head up and grinned because he knew 100% it had worked. He hit success, though honestly he was already sure Aaliyah and Mom would have ruined it. They'd totally pass out if they laid eyes on this, so yeah, he needs to watch himself. So yeah, she really did say the elements match up perfectly, didn't she? Right? If so, we might finally pull off fusion on 2 elementary level spells. Magic, if everything lands just right, he might finally get his hands on some ink. With magic that was borderline unstoppable, he unleashed fire magic and scorched everything in his path. And told him first, you've got to craft a bunch of fireballs. Then he'd hammer them with pressure from the wind. Then out of nowhere he pulled it off, and the moment that fireball happened, his shock hit like a punch. Balls shot up so fast they barely looked real, and then somebody blurted, "What the hell was that?" How was that even possible? The system blared that the combat skill, Flaming S. He finally learned the spear technique, read it once, and then he blurted out, "That's a perfect synthesis match." Amazement hit when he fused fire magic with wind magic, of course, by combining those two powers into one unstoppable spell. But honestly, can you even call that elementary magic? Because one hit could seriously injure someone. Out of nowhere, his head exploded with a brutal, crippling headache. He crumpled to his knees, eyes wide, and demanded to know what the hell was happening. Aaliyah spotted him, blurted his name to get his attention, and told him that. She finally found him, and before she could even ask a single thing, he crumpled to the ground and passed out, and that terrified her. After what felt like forever, Rado jolted awake inside the room. He clutched his head and demanded to know what just happened, then shouted for Iris, begging her to tell him the whole story. She said it plain, he just burned through too much mana, and now things don't look good for him. Trying to study magic had totally backfired on him, right, like, wait. She figures he deserves a real round of applause for pulling off fusion magic all by himself. If he trains hard enough to master it, she's sure he'll be able to go toe-to-toe with a magic cannon someday. Maybe he's right, he said, then he grinned because with his current manifold, he was willing to bet that training it would be straight-up incredible. This is wildly brutal, so she said, eyes thoughtful, that there's probably no way around it, so why not use that opening? He boosted his mana pool by leveling up through slaughtering demonic beasts. So what happens when she drops the bombshell that there's an easier way? She was rambling about skill points, like he didn't already have them stacked in the palm of his hand thanks to a system. A system window popped up in front of him, and she told him he could use it to unlock brand new skills or sharpen the ones he already had. But if he spends them, they're gone for good, so he'd better remember that. So what did he think about using those points to level up and learn a whole new skill? She was convinced that was exactly the skill he needed right this second. He stared at the system window for the unique skill recovery enhancement and asked, "So I just need a new skill?" She nodded and said, "Yeah, then the strain on your body will be barely anything." Even if he dumps all his mana at once, this is a one-of-a-kind skill. Once he learns it, the payoff lasts for the rest of his life. The protagonist shot her a question, why on earth she never told him about a system this convenient. Iris didn't sugarcoat it. Once people learn about it, laziness sets in. After all, grabbing skills this way is way easier, right? She waved him off and promised she'd be back to her favorite pastime over a cup of tea, and he couldn't help but agree. The pounding in his head finally eased up, and with a grin that said he'd won, he flopped onto the bed thinking, so this is it, the punch of a one-of-a-kind skill. Now that power was in his hands, he could train as much as he wanted. He won't back down even if it costs him more time, because he's determined to get both training support magic and training fusion magic down to perfection. Magic is everywhere, and it feels like there's 1,000 things to do with no time left to do them, because right now the biggest question in the room is still this. How do we shake Ali off our tails so we finally get enough time to train, starting right after that? He clashed with her blade to blade, and as he did, he realized 8 years had flown since his reincarnation. Then, just 6 months ago, she dropped the bombshell that her job wasn't a maid at all, but a full-on swordsman. Swordsman, right then and there, she started training him the real way, sharpening his sword skills day by day. She snapped aside his strike and cut in, saying that he was way too naive. He lunged toward her and she shouted the skill's name, Helmet Splitter, with full force, dodged his strike, then lunged back to answer with her own attack. She snapped loudly that he shouldn't lean on his fighting skills, then pressed her wooden sword right against him. He gripped his throat and announced, loud and proud, that this was her 387th win in 387 fights. He threw in the towel, hit the ground, and she told him the truth. Every time he used that fighting skill, his body moved the same way, so the second his opponent dodged, he'd be wide open. Still, she's going to say it over and over again, while his sword skills keep skyrocketing, and she's confident as ever. He was dead sure his power had finally caught up to a brand new novice adventurer. She's talking about the folks tied to the Adventurers Guild, jack of all trades for hire, swinging from monster hunts to city defense, hunting medicinal herbs, and even doing household chores, all for money. He was stunned when he realized she knew way more about adventurers than he ever could have imagined. She said she was one back when she was little, and he just stared, absolutely stunned by. She smirked and told me, yeah, it's true, and then she flashed that small smile, saying she was lucky enough to meet her mistress back when she was a C rank. So she ditched her adventure life and became his servant, and when the MC asked, so, do adventurers even have a ranking system, the whole vibe shifted. She nodded and said the top tier is S, then it drops to A, B, C, and keeps going all the way down to the lowly F, and get this, right now the whole world only has 10 S-rank adventures. With a curious spark in his eyes, he leaned in and asked, so, do adventurers really rake in a ton of money? Money, Alia asked, wearing a small, confused smile, and he immediately thought, yeah, he should ask about money right now, right? She'd be lying if she said it wasn't true. She leaned in close with a terrifying stare and told him that honestly. Weak adventurers don't get a second chance, so she took a breath and kicked off her plan before the words even finished leaving her lips, started. He burst out laughing, then his fear hit harder and he shouted, wait, is that true? Later he crashed onto his bed, staring at his sword like it held the next move. He figured this was his ticket. If he could freely develop his powers, it would finally be fun the way he'd always imagined. Functioning of skills and all that, plus, he could confidently brag that the number of skills available to him, it kept skyrocketing. Over the last 8 years, he'd mastered more than 50 skills. He was so sure he'd pulled in over 20 just this year alone, because Iris flat out said learning skills would have been more. Once the principle clicked in his head, everything got way easier, yet who would have guessed he'd master butchering just by staring into the kitchen? He'd never argue if he learned something useful like cooking, but the young master is straight up banned from getting anywhere near the kitchen. He's got a point. What good is slicing skill if he can't cook a single thing? His stomach growled, so he bolted out of bed and asked. I had to wonder what was left in the dining room. Then Rado sprinted in, spotted a few apples, and started thinking. Wait, Iris said there was. There was a teleportation magic circle sitting in the basement, waiting to blow everything apart. Right, he slipped down to the basement and spotted a door waiting there. Clamped it shut with a handful of locks, he called out to her and said. He swore that beneath the dining room, he spotted a door he'd never laid eyes on before. Does she even realize what room this is? She swore it was an armory, even though she clearly called it wrong. Turns out it's where they stash poisons and murder weapons. He stared in shock and blurted out, I've got to know. Asked why dangerous stuff would be stored here, she just smiled and said it was all simple, so they could get rid of the royal family members got dismissed as useless with barely any fight at all. Now that it had gotten this bad, she felt cornered and knew she had to lay it all bare to him. Hidden among the servants in this mansion, an assassin was lying in wait. He froze in shock, and she blurted out that once the kingdom decided that if life with him turned into nothing but trouble, they'd shoot her an order that very hour, telling her to wipe him out on the spot. The moment it hit him, everything clicked, and his gut screamed, no way, that can't be true. Among all the servants in that mansion he could reach, there was just one girl. He refused to believe it until the final moments, and then he blurted, is it really Alia? She nodded and said. She admitted her real gigs were a spirit mage and an assassin, and she knew the only reason she claimed to be a swordswoman was to lull him into letting his guard down. He said that she was supposed to be Mother's servant, and she agreed. Fine, she said, then she cut herself off like something was about to change. And she's also part of Black Shadow, an organization with a secret that she won't stop at hiding. Assassins who answer straight to the throne, she drops to her knees and begs forgiveness, but she's terrified that someday she'll become his enemy, so she asked why, and he basically had no real reason at all. She gave him the exact reason, then admitted, yeah, the situation is turning bad. In 2 years, his first wife, the queen herself, would finally give birth to a boy. He'd be stripped of the throne because he was the only heir, then that day finally arrived. And if the king really felt that way, he'd order her to erase him from this world for good. Later on, the protagonist froze in shock because the news hit like a truck, and all he could do was sit in his room, staring into nothing, thinking, no way, I can't believe this. She turned out to be a murderer, but Iris still had no reason to lie to him. He's staring at the edge of what's next, so what's he supposed to do now? If things keep going like this, all he can do is count down the days to his own death. Wait. He needs to calm down, she's not about to kill him right now. If he wants to live, he's got to get out of this mansion, no excuses. The real problem, how does he escape? Maybe by slipping through the forest. It'd be smarter to grab the barrier stone and the decaying stone off that fence, because the system says the barrier stone can slam down a green protective wall around you that wipes out any physical damage, and the only way to break it is with magic. The decaying stone, meanwhile, reeks so badly it makes demonic beasts recoil. He stepped in and only demonic beasts can smell this, so they dodge it like a curse. He thought, this is probably impossible, it's buried way too deep. But if he pulled it off, he'd get out alive and pray they won't turn on his mother afterward. What did he do to get this fate? He needs to cool off right now. This is just how things are supposed to go when you're born into a miserable profession. And honestly, it's a miracle he managed to live in peace for all these years. He's got to think fast because there's still time, and he's not about to let them wipe him out that easily. Late at night, MC crept up to the fence. He burned his way with fire magic and twisted his form to slip past the fence, then jacked the bars loose, climbed out, and thought, asterisk, now that he's got this skill, he can. He can bend the bars, and it's no fluke. He studied, trained, and mastered enough skills to tear through demonic beasts. So tonight he was diving into the forest to scout an escape route, after he'd pushed deep for a long distance from the... On the estate, he activated night vision, turning pitch-black darkness into clear sight of everything around him. He even slipped in silent footsteps and stealth tricks to muffle the sound completely. The steady beat of his footsteps faded and he slipped out of sight. Then he said, "Now I," before the rest could even escape him. He was hell-bent on mastering the present search skill, so he used a skill that supercharged the user's jumping power sky-high. He started springing from tree to tree, and somehow it felt wildly ironic. Who would have guessed that the jumping trick he learned just to escape Aaliyah would end up saving him in a whole new way? He dropped off the tree branch, hit the ground running, and immediately He used the ice block skill to carve out a solid foothold. For himself, he let out a shaky breath of relief, then looked down and couldn't help wondering what it all meant. He stared at it thinking, wait, is that a goblin? And then it clicked, this was the perfect chance to cut their teeth in a real fight. The moment finally hit, he couldn't wait to test his new weapon, the ice block. He fused it all together with his killer alchemist talent. He'd forge a weapon made exactly for him, built to fit his style and crush anyone in his way. He forged an ice sword, then launched himself straight at the goblin lunged, and then he unleashed the helmet splitter skill, sending the rest of his move flying. And it waited the perfect moment to strike, right up until it finally realized it was being watched. He unleashed a brutal, knockout powerful delivery. He swung that brutal sword, then he crashed down with it. And he cut down the monster in a flash, then collapsed, breathing like he'd run through hell. He lined in, buzzing with excitement, and blurted, "Wait, so that was a demonic beast? You mean a monster like that actually existed for real?" Even though it was listed here in this world, that nasty, crawling feeling still refused to leave. His hands were covered, but thankfully it didn't slow his grip one bit. He still swung that sword like a beast. He heard something rustle nearby, whipped around, and saw 3 goblins crawl out from behind the bushes. They burst into loud chaos, and he instantly snatched his sword. He gripped his sword and stared them down, then they surged in from all sides, and it all hit him at once. He clung to every word Iris dropped, especially the moment he'd face it. If it looked like danger was closing in, he needed to bolt right away, and if things started spiraling out of control, he had to call immediately. "Call her okay." Re-Edo scanned the room and it hit him. He wasn't walking out without a fight. Fight right, he clings to everything she told him, because if he can't beat the pathetic goblins, so how was he ever supposed to escape from this damned mansion? He gritted his teeth and forged yet another ice sword. Shouted that there was no way he wasn't going to survive. If he wanted to live, there was only one move, he had to. He fired off his jump skill, crashed down right beside him, and he ended it with one brutal swing of his sword. Then a goblin shriek tore through the air, and he snapped around fast. He swung his blade in a clean arc and drove it straight through the head. He stared at the hand in front of him, the kind of look that makes your stomach drop, like he just realized something terrifying. With a tearful stare, he muttered to himself that this was just another. Also, it was a skill Alia taught him, but he wasn't ready for what came next. He got yanked out of his thoughts the second he spotted the last guy. A goblin lunged straight at him. Crank up the physical enhancement skill and unleash it right now. And drove a brutal kick into the monster's stomach, then shoved them back with everything he had. He shoved the monster back, then blasted it with a fireball and whipped up wind to finish the attack, right as the wind pressure spells, then he unleashes this attack. He finally ended the last monster, then it started to breathe again. He panted hard and declared, "I did it, I succeeded." He dropped onto the ground, then admitted straight up that he really had deaf. He crushed them all, and it was obvious his level had shot up. He'd even snagged skill points, and then, bam, a system window popped up right in front of him. It was basically this: storage magic lets you shove items into another dimension and keep them there. A dimension can't hold liquids, gases, or living creatures. It's a total impossibility. The weight limit is 50 kilograms, then he rips open a dark hole with that magic. He blinked in shock, magic in his hands, and to his disbelief, something real finally appeared. First, he tries to slot the stone into place, and boom, a system window pops up in front of him, basically calling it a totally ordinary pebble. The protagonist read it, got it, and that's when the storage list popped up too, and to grab it, you've got to reach out and press the button. That storage magic was crazy convenient. He scrambled up the iris tree and asked straight up if she was there. There she nodded and said, so his first battle really went off without a hitch, right? He grinned and admitted he felt way more confident in his fighting now, and her happy smile lit up the whole moment. Smile now, because if he really knew he had 2 whole years left locked in that mansion, he'd stop wasting time and start getting stronger, okay? He shoved himself up, nodded, and said this would be plenty for day 1. Then he promised he'd keep training again tomorrow night. He tore back to the mansion and collapsed in a heap, dozing off in class and the moment. And when night dropped, he dashed outside again. He went after them, chasing out. He bolted after a rabbit wearing a horn and snapped, saying that. So this is where the horned rabbit was hiding. Adorable as it looked, it still gave off a dangerous vibe. You know, he just couldn't let it go. He stumbled hard and launched straight ahead in a blur, but somehow got his bearings and then drove his blade straight into the. A rabbit with a sword lunged, and that razor slash hit hard. He crumpled onto. He dropped to the ground, and a system window instantly flashed in front of him, which claimed the special skill Fast Step had been. He'd finally learned it, then scanned the page and thought, I've got to thank that horned rabbit for this. He sliced through the rabbit with that skill and shot him a question. So tell me if his memory served him right, crushed horn was the key ingredient in the whole recipe. So that's the cure for exhaustion, right? Sounds way better than that. Hiding this for now is the safest play, so he grabbed a frying pan, lit a fire and swore he'd heard that starting fires. Forest fires are terrifying and deadly, but there's a twist coming right after this. He's chasing one special skill, and he'll go to any lengths to get it. So he's ready to gamble everything, and hey, as the adventurers say. That horned rabbit meat is downright delicious. He cooked it up himself, and now I'm telling you, try it. Tried it, blurted out loud how mind-blowingly delicious it was, and when he finally finished, he thanked God for every bite. He took a bite and declared it was insanely tasty, but then confusion hit hard. He blurted out that he'd totally forgotten about the skill. And just ate it, now he's stuck. How is he ever going to learn cooking after that? Looks like he's about to get another shot, because right then, a monster lunged at him and slammed him with a blow so brutal, it nearly knocked the breath out of his chest. The hit came flying at him, but the MC sidestepped at the last second and escaped the strike. He spotted a whole pack of kobolds rushing toward him, and then they closed in fast, and told him straight up that trying to make a fire was actually a terrible idea. He believed kobolds were usually the higher-level kind, at least compared to everything else. And those goblins were hot on his heels, so he had to flee this place, no time to waste. He launched an all-out fire assault, burning through those monsters one furious strike at a time. Fireballs bolted for the hills, screaming that this was his one shot to strike. The monsters kept sprinting after him, totally ignoring everything else. And he couldn't stop worrying, did his fireballs actually hit them, or did they blow right past? Was it really that weak, or was it never meant to hit hard? He snapped around, ready to find out. Brown snapped his head up, forged an ice sword out of thin air, and charged straight at them. He lunged at them with his sword, trying to cut one of them down. He swung his sword, then that kobold caught the strike clean in its jaws. His breath caught and panic surged when his sword snapped. He was shattered and blurted, "This can't be happening." Then he snapped into motion, jumping. He sprang back from the monster's claw and blurted out that, now that it had come to this, he was ready to unleash a flaming spear. Right then, the monster lunged in and smashed his magic right out from under him with its attack. He yanked himself back hard and he unleashed the wind pressure spell. This stumble forced paws threw the monsters off their pace, and he couldn't shake the feeling they were robbing him of the chance to use fusion mat. Magic surges, and with every pulse, all his strength gets drained just to keep that distance. If only his fireballs hit harder, then he suddenly remembered something. And then it hit him, yeah, he really did have that professional skill. Then he slammed magic enhancements into his abilities, turning them up to maximum power. Smith ignites his skill, then blasts a fiery barrage of fireballs into the air. And then he roared, demanding the firepower strike right now. Now that's all it takes to end them. he slammed into the monsters and wiped out several with one strike, who let out a blood-curdling scream, writhing in pure agony. And he got pulled off course, tearing his focus away from them. A cobalt sprinted up to him, and it looked like, with a thunderous kick, Not slammed into him and knocked him aside. Then he skidded a few meters before he finally stopped. Meters on the ground screeched to a halt, then he spun around and demanded. Wasn't that the moment that finally should have wiped them all out? His stomach dropped the moment he saw that. Two monsters had already launched at him, closing the distance in a deadly rush. They rushed him and flung their paws out to smash him. He figured that worried look was his cue, so he went all in and bet everything. He stared at that blazing fireball, eyes wide with terror, and he thrust his hands out in front of him like he could block it. Then with the wind pressure skill blazing in motion, he unleashed a roaring torrent of flame and wiped out the last of the kobolds. The system flashed a message. Rado had learned the special skill, *flaming bullet****. He stared at the monster corpses he'd cut down, then said this. That spell was terrifyingly strong. Who would have guessed basic magic could turn into a weapon of pure power with magical enhancement? The next day, a servant rushed to Aaliyah and whispered that the young master said he wasn't feeling well and was shutting himself in his room for now. Aaliyah's face tightened with worry as she said she understood, but she couldn't shake it because he'd been acting strange even yesterday too. She told them to just let him rest today, right then and there. He was deep in the forest, drawing power into a wind blade spell as the gusts roared around him. He stared at the system window, and joy lit up his face, and shouted that it was amazing. Everything hit exactly like he'd imagined. Even the wind pressure had finally morphed into. Windblade surged under magical enhancement, and now his attacks are going to hit even. So now it's just Earthblock left. What crazy skill is it about to evolve into next? Maybe it's the kind of power that lets you dig a truly massive hole in the... With his foot in the dirt, he unleashed a boosted version of that skill. He planted his palms on the earth, and then, just like that, his hands fell straight into the ground. He yanked himself out, shouted, and demanded if his hands were being pulled away, then stared at his own hands in shock. He stared at the magic and wondered, could it really crank up the gravity in his palms? If that was really true, then rushing out with everything he had right from the start would be a terrible move. He should start with something lighter first. Then he slammed his hand into a... He aimed for the tree, and when the blade went clean through it, shock hit him like lightning. He stared at the system window and blurted, so, did I actually learn the punch skill after all? Then he stomped up to the bigger tree and said it felt. So it was finally time to test a turbocharged earth block. He didn't hold back. He swung that punch with raw power and split the tree clean in two. And he was utterly stunned by it. Then the protagonist finally learned the real weight of that heavy. He unleashed the strike skill and told everyone he'd just unlocked yet another power. Sounds like he's gotta train this one too, right? Then he charged at the big rock and started smashing it with brutal punches, leaving huge dents behind, but it still wasn't close to enough. He lined in and unleashed with one crushing punch, he drove his strike straight through the bull. The boulder smashed through, ripping open a huge hole. The system blared a notification. Its special skill was about to be revealed. Cannon Punch finally got mastered. He couldn't stop grinning, then announced he'd unlocked yet another skill. Pain exploded in his body from that hit, and he snapped into action, using the skill right away. Recovery Enhancement. He shot him a glaring look and demanded answers. So this is what it feels like when your muscles start screaming in pain. He never imagined he'd end up punching his own body, like it was the only target left. It looks like he's got to train even harder if he wants to master every last martial arts skill. Hold up, shouldn't he be a support mage? A few days later, he was sprinting through the mansion grounds when Aaliyah thundered his name, demanding he crank up his pace. He kept sprinting and it hit him. After he learned those things, his whole life had flipped overnight. The biggest shift, she finally agreed to train him in martial arts when he pressed her about it. With a clearly annoyed look, she told him she'd already said it was for his own good. After all, he was a mage by trade, so no matter how hard he pushed to copy martial arts, he'd never climbed to their level, so there was no point pushing himself to learn a single martial arts move. He asked if it would be smarter to train his body hard so he wouldn't keep getting sick. So many years from now, she insisted he was right, and she finally understood him. Then she grabbed the moment and trained him with everything she had. She could, and he thanked her breathless as fatigue clung to his face, because who would have guessed it would hit this hard? Then Aaliyah called him and said to start with Ide. So he'd sprint to build up his lower body, meaning a brutal 100-lap dash around the mansion every single day, and right on cue, she pushed for muscle training too, so he had to keep those heavy weights strapped to his arms and legs nonstop. MC snatched it from her hands, then said it felt brutally heavy. But he'd do it anyway, and she added that he couldn't skip the practical training. So after class, they should have been throwing a mock fight every single day. He nodded and pushed, yeah, okay, then what about her job? She beamed and told him her main job was to be there for him in everything she. For days, she kept pushing back, day after day after day, refusing to give up. Days when they started fighting, she. With a savage kick, he slammed straight to the ground. She lit up and said that was awesome, and then she shut it down. That's enough for today. He told her that these last few days of training had been pure fun for him, and that he was honestly overflowing with gratitude. She turned to go, told them they'd be back for another training tomorrow, and so. So yeah, he should be excited for what's coming. He watched her walk away, grinning like he'd just won something. And for some reason, it suddenly felt like they weren't going to part ways just yet, at least not for a while. She spun around and shouted that they needed to head back to the mansion, and he nodded, then bolted after her. Hours later, he sprawled in his room and realized 6 whole months had already crawled by since their training kicked off. Somehow, right in the middle of it all, he miraculously picked up 2 brand new special skills, so now 10 years after. After his reincarnation, the day that would flip his entire life into something unrecognizable was creeping closer, fast. And then things got chaotic. People sprinted through the mansion and kept asking. The banquet's ingredients are all here, but we're missing the wow. Grab the decorations and scatter those bright flowers right here. All right, then check this out. He's crossing his fingers, hoping he'll truly love the gift he'll get this year. So it's tomorrow, right? The young master's 10th birthday, and right at this. Rita plopped down in his room, finished the letter, and blurted out that it was. Perfect, this is exactly what I needed. Now I just gotta know, did it turn out good enough? Enough, he snapped and called Iris. She read it, nodded immediately, and told him everything looked perfectly in order. He cracked down, grabbed his stuff, and started packing into another space, then convinced himself that after he'd hashed everything out with her over and over. They hatched the plan to get him out of the mansion, fake his own death and vanish for real. He'd write his last will using shape-shifting to rebuild his skeleton from the bones of monsters, then haul it straight to the incinerator behind the place. In that mansion, he struck a fire and let it blaze, because he never expected the only way to stay alive would be writing his last will and testament. Still, he grabbed his letter and told himself he was already set for the escape. So yeah, it looked like they were going to pull it off tonight. Tonight, right? Iris nodded with a grim face and basically said, look, his dad already decided to cut him loose. And she was convinced they'd give the order to kill him tomorrow, right on his birthday, so yeah, it would have hit like a total shock. So he nodded and agreed, then he decided it was best to get out of the mansion today. She nodded with a heavy sigh, eyes down, and admitted, you're right, I feel the same. Still, he looked devastated and told them, don't stress, you've got nothing to worry about. She promised him she'd haul him to a safe place the moment they broke free. He suddenly remembered, yanked open a tiny chest, and muttered that he needed to go back. Come on, open it, this is the box his mom handed him, so tell me what's inside. He grabbed a fork and said, I guess it can't hurt to. He tried to sneak a look inside, didn't he? So he whipped out a special skill and forged a key out of thin air. He yanked it open and blurted, wonderful. It swung open and there it was, a massive stone block. He stared at it, then blurted, what is this? Iris stared at it and declared, it's a sacred light stone, one that gets destroyed, and only the chosen can ever hold it. It came straight from the Baratoro's royal family, like a priceless bride price they handed over to Isla when she married the king. The king, he's in exile, so nobody should have let him touch it, but it looks like his mother still wants him. He demanded proof of the royal bloodline, but the protagonist stared at it with a heavy heart and snapped, who even gave you that? He handed her a gift so priceless it felt unreal. Then he wiped his tears, snapped the box shut, and told her he was truly, deeply grateful. And he blurted, I'm so sorry, like the words hit him in the chest. Then he stared straight ahead, frozen, and snatched a bottle of potion from there, thinking, how will she? Was she really about to end him? He snapped his head side to side, refusing to let that thought even take hold, and said that if he saw her right now, he'd probably freeze up, so he made the call to bolt, to run away with. So he leaves without even getting to see her one last time, right? But this is his final day in the mansion. So it's probably no big risk if he takes one last stroll around here. You're telling me this all went down with stealth, right? He stormed out of the room and started pacing the area like he was searching for something, around and around, until and he spotted his joyful mother, beaming like she'd been waiting just for him, and they were frantically scrambling to get ready for the holiday. He stormed out into the corridor. He spotted an open door and couldn't help wondering if the vault door had finally been left unlocked. He crept closer, peered in, and saw Elia standing right there. She faced away from him, back straight as if she'd been waiting for him to notice. He leaned in and growled in a terrifying voice that the go-ahead to kill the target had finally come through. She was about to launch the mission, then he froze, terrified out of his mind about what was coming. He heard it, locked eyes with her, and then his mind snapped back to the road ahead. He stared at it, stunned, then wondered if what he was seeing was real. It's like this is finally her real personality coming out for real. He slapped his hand over his mouth to keep whatever he was about to say from spilling out, hidden, swallowed, gone. He vanished from sight and bolted to his room in a blur, quickly. In the blink of an eye, he snatched up his stuff and went. Burst out the window, and in his head, he called. Called out to Iris, and she was pulling her weight too. He spiraled over it and snapped that it was all wrong. Who would have guessed they'd de-strike before his birthday even arrived? Day after day, she begs his forgiveness, because even if she can't fully see the future that links her to him, it sure looks like she banked on hope way too hard. Optimistic, he blared, "We'll deal with it later." But now the big question hit. Where was he supposed to run to next? She told us that Aaliyah can't find out we know her secret, and she's sure Aaliyah will figure it out anyway. Everything hits the second she steps into his room, so for now, he has to break out of this place as fast as he can. He got her completely, hit the ground, then fired up his body enhancement and tore off at full speed. He sprinted even faster, then kicked in quick step and tore off running. He sprinted straight at the fence, then sprang over it with one clean jump. Skill, he hit a tree branch and dropped onto it, then spun around. He spun around, activated that far-seeing vision, and he clocked the details with his sharp observer skills, and then he spotted Aaliyah leaned up to the window, staring out like she was waiting for something to explode. With a worried look etched across her face, he steadied his breathing and realized she looked genuinely worried about him. Panic hit him the moment he realized that she shot him a hard stare, then pulled out a knife. He couldn't stop worrying. This scared the hell out of him. Threw himself down from the tree, and then he bolted even farther away from He burst out of the mansion, and the second he did, his tears just started pouring. Craving that sweet, happy time we shared with. She demanded an answer right there, shouting into the air, "Why? Why does life keep slamming me with this kind of chaos every single time?" After a while, she has no choice. She has to answer him. Under the night sky, the MC sat beneath a tree and blurted out. He shot Iris a tired look and asked if someone was hunting him. Hunted, she said it was probably not that simple. They knew he had bolted into the forest, and whatever happened next must have torn the area up in a huge commotion. He dropped his head and yelled, "I get it, Aaliyah already told me." Told him the truth, and now he's in the forest. If anyone chases him, he can slip away. But then she asks, "So what are you going to do now?" She told him no excuses. He had to find shelter before nightfall, because getting out of this forest was going to take 3 or 4 days. Forest, he bowed his head, thanked her with real gratitude, and then turned to go. He yanked a potion straight out of his bag. He tried it, and the moment he did, he thought, "If I use this remedy." Once he stared up at the sky, he muttered that monsters were likely to stay away. Then he realized it looked like rain was coming, and that changed everything he needed. I had to rush, then right on cue, a brutal rainstorm burst from the sky. Then he took a hard fall, stumbled to a giant tree, and snapped out, He'd vanish right here because he could shapeshift. He set out to build a shelter and boasted that he could conjure a cave with ease. Alchemy skills like that are pure gold. A white wolf padded up to him, and it instantly threw him for a loop. The wolf dropped down onto its haunches, and it hit him like a wave of surprise. Next to him, everything started to rattle as he shook it off. He hauled himself off the water and barked an order at his friend. That friendly look sent chills down his spine. Then the wolf started licking the radar like it was tasting a secret. Grotto, he burst into laughter and bragged that he was the friendliest guy around. And it wasn't scary at all, so he called Iris and asked what they should do. She said it was the great white wolf, and the boy in front of her was the son of He was the lord of the forest, and after monsters slaughtered his parents, he survived in total solitude. He throws all caution to the wind, because he never shows hostility to anything that lives in this forest. The forest minus the hostile monsters is basically one giant family like we. Weak creatures get cornered and forced to team up, living side by side just to stand a chance at fighting back. It looks like once this little one lost his parents, he was swept into its care and raised by it. By elves, he said that even in the monster-filled forest, the elves. She said that somehow even then the elves vanished from the forest, gone without a trace. Oh, they were basically neighbors, and that's what lit a fire under him. Everything he heard drove him to act. She heard him out and blurted, "So is there at least one house still standing there?" Then she paused, thought hard, and said it straight. "Yeah, but it's less a house and more a cave that got turned into a place to live." He asked, "Should it be better over there than here, right?" Then he offered to go take a look. Look at it, he peered outside and blurted, "It's..." The rain didn't look that bad, so he snapped on his hood and braced for whatever was coming. Hood kept moving the right way, and then he clocked it. The wolf was tailing him. He glanced back and swore it was still chasing him. Then they burst up to a roaring waterfall and the wolf bolted straight for the water, not even hesitating for a second as he followed. Taunted him from behind and swore there had to be an entrance hidden just beyond. They slipped behind the waterfall, then darted into a cave. And they peered inside and realized the place was packed with all kinds of furniture. Inside, the protagonist spun around, scanning every shadow, and blurted out that turns out humans didn't just visit here, elves actually lived here. He struck a match, lit a lantern, and dropped onto the bed like it was his last safe spot. And he swore this place wasn't dusty at all, like someone had moved in only not long ago. He's loving it. This cave could become his new home, right up to the point where he's already dreaming about claiming it. Base, the wolf barked viciously and launched. He swung it straight through the plate by his feet, then shot him a question. He asked, is that his food bowl and is he starving? He tore open the subspace rift and blurted that he was about to discover something truly wonderful. He dropped the dried meat into the bowl and told everyone he could spare a bite. He watched with a grin as he dug into his food, and his thoughts started to spin. He was convinced he wasn't just recalling a dog, he was remembering him from a past life. He began petting his head and told them both that they were lonely, so lonely it felt like the whole world had left him behind. He knew there was no turning back, so he dropped down and sat hard. He crumpled to the floor and the tears came pouring out. And he begged him to stay right by his side. The wolf sprang up and rubbed its face against his, like it was begging for attention. He set off and pure joy lit up his face, because now he's... Then he declared, "That's it," and promised he'd call him again, right back to the same deal. He said Yuru like it was nothing, and then he added, "I'm telling you this." He declared that from this moment on, that was going to be his name. He stared out the window and said the rain had started. He had stopped, then he seized the moment, pushing for a chance to get him breakfast. Now he depends on him, and they took. He pushed deeper into the forest, and the wolf barreled after the boar. MC crouched in a tree, eyes locked on the chaos below, watching the... He watched for a beat, then yanked his bow out like he was about to end it. The crew sank their teeth into the board, forcing it to slow down. He raised his bow, fired an arrow straight into the boar's skull, and dropped it with a single shot after that. Then he strode up, praised him for a job well done, and declared the boar hunt a complete win. He yanked out a knife and swore he'd butcher the carcass himself, then stand guard over it with his life. He figured 2 whole years had already slipped by since he last lived here, and the reason he's still stuck here is what Iris told him, the moment he escaped that place. They branded him a criminal, nailed him for treason, and slapped a massive bounty on his head. Now his portrait is plastered on posters everywhere, like they're already counting down to his capture. Across the Baratoro's kingdom, even 2 years later, they still haven't erased the bounty on his head, so he's got no choice but to keep surviving out in the forest. He finished butchering the boar, then ordered them to leave the rest behind as a feast for the other monsters, because today they're cooking up boar meat casserole. The second they get back, he's already firing up the stove and cooking without wasting a second. When they finally stumbled back to the cave, Yuru yanked a bowl of meat toward himself and started tearing it immediately. Bowl in place, Rito grabbed the reins and started cooking, right as he began to. He took a bite and admitted it. Cooking skills like that are insanely useful. If they had miso, he would have whipped up miso. So he stared at the bowl and thought, so this is pork soup. I'm seriously wondering if he can whip up some soup for me with this. While honing his skill, he suddenly sensed someone nearby, and his gut told him there was a stranger waiting at the cave entrance. He suddenly senses some creature lurking in the shadows, and yeah, it turns out his observer skill nailed it. He swears a monster is lurking in the dark, and then a goblin slips into the cave, who came in carrying a handful of fresh fruits in his hands. He finally calmed down and still demanded, "Why did you show up so suddenly?" And that question hit him like a shock because the goblin. Goblin shoved the fruits into his hands, and he grinned like pure joy had lit up his face. But today Rico's got the min fruits. Then he snatched the fruits away and told him to wait a little, before he could even finish. He tossed the goblin meat still wrapped in cloth and declared it was today's meal, right after the goblin was. Dublin froze in shock, opened his mouth to speak, then stared it down and snapped, this time it's boar meat. He hoisted it over his head with a gleam in his eyes, and that little smile lit up as memories of the past came flooding back, and thought back to that year ago when he first crossed paths with this goblin. That day he and Yuru was hunting, craving that orc meat. Then they stumbled on an orc mid-attack on a goblin, and everything went wild. They wanted that meat so bad they killed him, and somehow that terrifying choice still ended up saving the goblin's life. The very next day, the goblin popped back up with fruit clenched in both hands. He held the fruit up in the air, staring at it like it made no sense, and asked, right there, whether he should take it. The goblin shoved the fruit into his hands, like it had been waiting for this moment, and bolted out of there, only to realize the protagonist had started too. He started showing up more and more often, fruits and vegetables stacked in his hands like a fresh prize. What do we do now? They just snatch fruits and veggies like it's nothing, and that's messed up if he's the bad. If it were bad, he would have smelled it on the spot. Then next time, he shoved the meat into his hands and told him he was giving. Goblin handed it to him even though it was just leftovers, and that made Goblin grin like he'd won something huge. So he decided to go with that idea, and just like that, he started handing him fruit. Fruits flew onto the counter, and then he got the meat too, like they were sealing a deal right there. He blurts the exchange, then bolts immediately like he's gone and never coming back, seriously. Out here he'd never run into a single goblin, until now, and it's just him. I wonder what's about too. He might be tied to it, but here's the twist. Every time the orcs come for the kill, he only shows up with fruits and vegetables. Attacked him and somehow he was alone too. Maybe he got lost and ended up living in loneliness, doing it only because he has nothing else to hold on to. To grab the meat from those monsters he can't hunt, he's stuck like this, maybe just as lonely as he feels. He spotted Yuru coming up to him and demanded to know if he was already awake. The next morning, still uneasy, they headed back out to hunt again. He chopped the prey into pieces, wiped his hands, and then he said, this. This time their target was a horned rabbit, so they wasted no time and went back for it. He stormed into the cave and declared, today we feast again. The wolf caught the slightest wrongness in the air, and rage snapped into a deep, growling warning. He snapped what happened, and they charged into the cave. He stared in shock at what he was seeing, and demanded to know if their home had been wiped out. He realized the damage was done, and without wasting a second, he started tracking down who did it. To scan the place and spot the fruit, he lay sprawled on the floor and started thinking that everything was just. Every last bit of yesterday's fruit was gone before the hunt even started, so tell me, are these fresh fruits they brought back? Fruits, did that goblin really pull this off and bring them here? You stared at the wall and the tracks told you everything. You'd think an enormous monster had something massive in store, right? That massive force finally let up. He hit the ground hard, and his eyes caught the red splatter of blood. Blood dripped in their hands as they stared at the sky, wondering if that power they prayed to was truly God or just a cruel myth. Goblin blood splattered as Yuru barked like a war horn, loud, fearless, and impossible to ignore. The MC snapped around to him and demanded to know if he'd finally found the bloody trail of the monster that started all this chaos. He burned through his skills to sprint even faster, and they pushed harder and harder until they were running like crazy. They sprinted down the trail side by side, then the wolf froze in front of a huge tree rumbled to life, growling out, "Is he here?" Right here he snapped into barking mode, standing nearby with a grim, unshakable seriousness. With a hard stare, he couldn't stop wondering, what kind of monster was this really? A massive bear tore out from behind that tree like it was hunting for trouble. He froze in shock and blurted out Iris's name. She snapped back, "It's a blood bear. People also call it a red bear, and it's level 3. Level 3, then you asked, so monsters have levels too, and she just smiled and said, she told me monsters come in 5 danger levels, and level 3 sits right in the middle, like the halfway point that decides everything. Unless he's a top-tier adventurer, he's going to struggle like crazy. To handle all that, he's going to need insane strength, like the kind that only the strongest can pull off. Wrong, this bear is the absolute worst matchup for him, and it's about to ruin everything. But he still has one shot. If he moves first, he can take it down. First, he stared down the angry, snarling bear and muttered, "Looks like we're in trouble." The monster lunged in and hurled its attack, trying to Rado juked at the last second and somehow dodged the blow aimed at the protagonist, and let out a breathless gasp because this impossible, monstrous blow was absolutely unreal. That kind of hit was exactly what you'd expect from a level 5 monster. The protagonist snapped his bowstring and loosed an arrow straight at the enemy. The bear snarled and swatted the arrow aside, still nowhere near him, and the MC's face said it all. So normal weapons really are. Then the weapons fail, he's trapped in this fight, and he just has to find a way out. To unleash that magic the same way he did back then. They baited the enemy into striking, then unleashed a blazing fireball. Balls yelled as he summoned a blazing spear, then the monster slammed through the hit and he roared like thunder, barely blocked it, then slammed back at the protagonist. The protagonist jerked out of the attack at the last second, and a curse burst from his lips. This is pure danger, but he's not about to quit that easily. MC suddenly dropped to his knees, and it threw everyone into shock, completely disconcerting the enemy struck and the monster called up a burial mound. Then, right when it seemed unstoppable, the ground yawned open beneath it and swallowed him whole. The enemy fought tooth and nail to stay standing, but Rado's shouts kept driving him back. If a fire spear can't bring him down, what chance does he have against something even hotter? Right after those words, the MC thrust his hand forward and ripped a massive fireball into the air, unleashing. He hurled it straight at the enemy, and at last they went down, caught in a blaze of chaos, as everything around them started to melt away into smoke. Magical flames roared through everything, turning it to ash, and then the protagonist reeled, staggered, and collapsed hard onto the ground. Realizing he'd burned through way too much mana, furiously the alert blared in his face, warning him that disaster was right there. Ranger Rado spun around and froze. There was a space just as massive as his own. Despair surged in the air as she strode straight toward him, and the protagonist stared, stunned at what he was seeing. Then there was another one, he could barely even look at it. He barely slipped the second enemy's blow, still reeling from the first fight. His mana still hadn't bounced back fully, and the bear let out a violent roar with even more raw force, the MC slammed into a ravine. Just barely dodging its straight shot, Yuru slammed himself into the enemy's attack, throwing his guard up to shield Rado. The protagonist spun around, totally baffled, like he'd just stumbled into the wrong scene. To Iris, she couldn't even wrap her head around it. The situation was spiraling in a way that left her totally stunned. This whole situation was screaming danger, and he knew he had to stay sharp, because if he didn't, she would catch him. She couldn't glimpse his future because he'd already burned through most of his mana on that spell. Trying the combo again was pure danger, super dangerous. Stunned, he blurted out, "So, how are you planning to command me to fight?" Iris leaned in and said, "What if we end this by crushing the enemy with the ska?" The one skill he mastered above all, deadly swordsmanship. Of course his sword wasn't going to be basic. This thing was about to blow the ordinary out of the water. She watched the protagonist echo her words back, stunned, and the strange sword just sat there, weirdly unfamiliar, like it didn't belong. He sprinted straight for the wolf and flipped the switch, turning his power up full blast. He fought tooth and nail against recovery, and demanded his recovery. "Stay with me, don't let go, you've gotta hold on." Dagonist triggered the healing and watched it patch up even the fatal damage. Bloodied wounds on his comrade's body, then the MC. He figured he had to focus every ounce of his magical power just to forge that wild, one-of-a-kind sword. Sword drawn, he whipped around to Yuru, begging for forgiveness mid-sentence. He broke the tension with forgiveness and then dropped the bomb. He had a favor he needed. Could he pull off a wild distraction by sprinting circles around the enemy? Then he'd land the final, decisive blow. Can he pull this off? Guru barked, then bolted straight at the monk. Monster Rado figured Ur's speed would be more than enough to take it down, right? To dodge the enemy's onslaught, he pushed forward, and his ally started ticking off his companions, demands one by one. He sprinted around the bear at full speed, slipping every hit like a pro, dodging perfectly. Dodging every deadly strike, the protagonist clenches their focus and zeroes in. Slid into him with that unusual sword, like all you had to do was let your imagination take the lead. Picture it with even more power and way bigger size. He forged an ice sword and snapped it to life instantly, then the protagonist. The colonists yelled at Yuru, blasting the warning in his face that the moment was right, he was about to be ready. The ally bolted back to Rado, the MC. Charging straight at the monster, he swung his sword slashed through the air, and the summoning whirlwind tore in with brutal power, leaving devastation in its wake. The bear, then the enemy, snapped his eyes on him, and Rado struck him, and in pure confusion he crumpled to the ground. Then he stormed back in from above and screamed, "This is the end." He started to talk about his armor, then out of nowhere, the bear snapped its massive paw forward, and the surprised protagonist got yanked out of the moment. Oru barreled over to rescue his comrade. The risen enemy lunged to tear the protagonist down, but Oryx snapped a shield up in time. Rado's shield slammed the hit once more, then the monster burst into view right in front of him. He lined up the final strike, then, right at that exact moment, something incredible happened. A goblin sprang out of nowhere, rocketed onto the bear's back, and started. And as it ripped into him with razor-sharp teeth, MC couldn't even process what he was seeing. The monster lunged and tore the goblin right in front of him, while he fought like he could protect his eyes. A goblin charge erupted, so the protagonist grabbed his protector's attention and yelled, "Hang on just a little longer. He'll rush in to save you any second, just like that bear." The bear pinned the goblin so hard it couldn't even breathe. It was so tight he had zero chance of making it out alive. The monster hurled him aside like trash, and the protagonist, staring in pure horror, he realized his sudden helper was dead. Rado's rage exploded so hard he lunged straight at his opponent. He activated his weapon and unleashed a relentless flurry of blows, of punches raining down on him before he even caught what he was doing. The monster lunged again, but MC was already unstoppable, no way to stop him, not even a little. He snapped out of the way of every strike, then lunged in and hammered back with one devastating attack. At one point he felt Yuru yank him from behind and pull him by the chain of fate, right in his wake by his clothes when the protagonist snapped back to his senses after his rage still burned in his chest, and then, boom, he froze in shock at the sight of the beaten monster staring at his friend. He lunged in and wrapped his arms tight around him. They called the guru and thanked him, then side by side they marched straight up to the god. The goblin MC leaned close, then gently stroked him. He looked at them and with a heavy heart admitted, "I saved you, and I hate that it had to come to this." And get this, he didn't just help them, he straight up saved their home too. With tears threatening to spill, Rado pulled off his cloak, fighting hard to keep it together. He yanked his cloak tight, wrapping the goblin up in it, and held his body tight in his arms. Clenching his restraint until it snapped, he couldn't hold it in, burst into tears and asked. And he begged the goblin for mercy. Because of him, he got killed. He swallowed his master's pain like it was his own. After a while, the protagonist dragged himself back home, buried that goblin with his own hands, then dove straight into training. He knew he'd have to get stronger or he'd lose something precious again, so he kept swinging his sword nonstop until his hands started to ache. Cursing, the MC snapped that he still wasn't strong enough to use his big sword skills. Then Yuru showed up. Rado hauled the rabbit in his jaws, then blurted out a grateful shout, because he'd actually caught the prey, and yeah, that was seriously impressive. With a ruthless snap, the protagonist snatched the prey and stared down its fate. Staring down at the goblin's grave, he snapped with a steady voice that he would be. But if he wants to get stronger, he's gotta stuff himself, because eating a ton is what gives him the power he needs. He kept clawing his way back to power, then stayed in the forest for 4 long years. For years, he trained hard every single day, right when another challenge came for him. There's the next opponent right on cue, a wild boar barrels in. Or the protagonist tore his sword up into the air. And just when he needed it most, Yuru rushed in to save him. Rado unleashed his skull splitter skill with a fierce command, landed his skill perfectly, and smashed the monster with a crushing blow, severing it in two with one savage swing. Staring at his defeated opponent on the ground, MC snapped up, praised his ally, and told him he could have half of it. Then he started petting the roo and said he could. He'd grown a ton too right after that. MC nudged his friend to chow down on a blazing meat hot pot today, then closed in right as the next moment was about to hit. Rifling through the monster's lifeless remains, the protagonist suddenly locked eyes on a tiny stone, and when he turned toward Iris, surprise hit hard. "What is this?" "Wait, what is it?" the spirit snapped back. "A magic stone, plain and simple. A priceless relic packed with raw, magical power from a single, specific element. Doctors use these stones to crank up their magical power, and she says they're only found in a handful of places. Volcanoes that breathe fire magic, lakes and oceans packed with water magic, and a few other rare spots like that." The protagonist blurted in total confusion. "How in the world did he end up inside a wild boar?" Iris answered. "Turns out this isn't rare at all. Magic stones are basically the go-to snack for most monsters." MC blurted out in shock, going, "Wait, so that's what they've been eating this whole time?" Iris said no, they don't eat them, they gulp down the magical energy trapped inside, and huge monsters use that power to supercharge their abilities, just like mages. Staring at the stone in pure confusion, the protagonist thanked Iris for saving the day, and the spirit answered, "You're welcome." And then she dropped the best news: there wasn't a bounty on his head anymore. He was finally free. No way, right? The protagonist couldn't wrap his head around it, and Iris kept going. The kingdom had officially declared him dead. As the years dragged on, he stayed missing for 4 long years, until now. MC's face lit up because at last they could finally head down to the village. Suddenly it hit him. He blurted out, "I've got 0 money," and Iris demanded the truth. Why doesn't he just ride straight to the nearest village and hawk the monster materials and herbs he's been stockpiling if he can mix ingredients like that, why isn't he brewing a healing potion or something? You repeated, stunned, "Make medicine." Rado hesitated, frozen in place. Iris snapped, "Don't sweat it, take Biru with you," and she went on to say that all he had to do was put a collar on him. He'd look like a totally normal dog, right? The protagonist blurted out. Right? How could he just leave him behind after everything, especially when he was so unbelievably relieved? The protagonist whirled toward his friend and urged them to get ready for their trip to the... He raced toward the village, grabbed everything he needed, and then pushed on. MC grabs the items from storage, and his ally stays right beside him. I burst out of the cave and they charged straight toward the goblin's grave, ready to finish what started. He tore through the silence, recited the prayer, and took off. Sea-mounted Yuru burst into motion, and after a brief pause, they sprinted forward like a wave crashing ahead. As Rado blurted out in shock and pure joy, they finally burst out of the forest for real. He and I couldn't believe it. Iris said a village was close by, and we had to hit it first. Rue nodded hard, backing that plan without hesitation. After what felt like forever, the protagonist finally snapped, "All right, here's the settlement." The moment he stepped into the village, confusion hit him like a wave. Everything was completely wiped out. Iris was dead on. This village had been wiped out by a whole squad of goblins. They'd just vanished, leaving the villagers' corpses right there, untouched. He shuddered hard at the stench that hit like a punch. Death, even the guru was whining his head off. The protagonist snapped a warning at him. He told his friend to stay sharp and keep his eyes peeled. Rado checked. He tore through the houses and unearthed clothes that hugged him perfectly, and the patterns matched the outfits he'd worn before. Was this some wild fashion trend? He used his sewing skill to mend the clothes he wore, but after 4 years it just wasn't. Stunned by how tiny and torn he'd become, Rado stared into the mirror and thought, "Now I can finally go." Even after stepping into the public eye, he still needed clothes, so it all had to be done just right, no mistakes. That photo on the nightstand flickered, showing the owners' faces, and it seemed to whisper, "I'm sorry, but I have to grab something right now." Now that he's rocking fresh clothes, new cutlery about to save the day, and then right out of nowhere, the MC suddenly heard. He heard a voice echoing in the air, and right there stood a magical beast, a white wolf with glowing presence, and one of the guys blurted out, totally stunned. Rue Grind stared at the bandit family like, "I've never seen a monster this rare in my life." The bandit leader roared that no matter what, they just had to kill him and skin him, because that alone would bring them a fortune. A mountain of cash. Rue grind even more, then he goes, assuming that fighting stamp. Then just like that, the protagonist shot in, slammed into the scene, and stood there. Placing himself between them, he demanded everyone calm down, and the bandit family blurted out in shock. "What do you mean he survived that?" One of the guys blurted out in pure disbelief, and the protagonist couldn't help thinking it had to be magic. Beast one step too close and it's game over for him. Rado gently stroked his loyal friend's head, trying to steady his nerves. Haru trustingly leaned his head into his and barked right as the bandits gaped at them, shocked out of their minds. "What, he tamed the beast?" MC stared at the lead bandit. He spotted the badge blazing on his chest, and figured it was the adventurer's badge Iris had been talking about. The protagonist told the wolf, "Get out of here, right now, before this turns into trouble." Bandits blocked him at once, begging him not to go, then they dragged Rado into it with, "Are you really going?" The moment they said he was from this village, the protagonist snapped back, "No way, that's not right, because he wasn't from here at all, he was just passing through." Passing by, they pushed for one more answer, and then they asked the same shocking question, was that wolf really his? The beast contract had the MC completely lost. He had no clue what the bandits were even saying. He cut off the talk and turned to Iris, then the spirit snapped back, saying a contract beast is a creature. He'd gotten tamed through a magical contract, powered by special spells, so as a support mage he can't learn those contract tricks, and the protagonist thanked her on the spot. And he told the bandits, "This wolf is my family." The boys froze, like, "Wait, what, that wolf?" but there's no way a monster free of a contract could be that F asterisk 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 ed. So friendly with a human, Yuru snarled again and flashed his teeth. The bandit snapped back, flinching hard, and backed away to a safe distance. The antagonist started soothing his comrade once more, and the pitiful rewind kicked in again. He shouted at the bandits that he knew they were finished, right here and right now. Then the bandit leaders stepped in, stopped him dead, and set the record straight. He meant like, I'm not chained to any contract with this wolf, got it? And the MC snapped back, already sick of waiting. He'd already claimed they were family, and the bandits grinned like they believed him. With a nasty grin, he drew steel with the rest, and the leader snapped in. But if that was the situation, he didn't hesitate to snatch the wolf right out of his hands. One of the bandits leaned in and said the stuff they took from the white wolf was. Rado seized the chance, then rose up with his bow and arrows, locking into a ready-to-strike fighting stance. The leader burst into laughter, bragging that his bow and arrows were totally battered, like a poor man who couldn't even scrape together a decent weapon right. It was his first time seeing a guy trudging around with a battered, homemade weapon strapped to his back, and the two bandits just guffawed, because they figured he looked weak, and all he had to do was hand over that wolf quietly and peacefully. They'd spare his life, no joke. The protagonist snapped. What a wild twist. Yuruwa. Wind whipped past him as the protagonist spun toward Iris and demanded, do you really think he can beat these adventurers? The spirit snapped back, nah, we're not real adventurers at all. We're just a family of bandits putting on an act is. Be adventurous and he should tear through it with ease, but the bandit still blindsided the MC, and he couldn't believe it. So what about their badges, where'd those go? Iris snapped, they didn't earn them, we just stole them. And get this, there's a bounty waiting on the leader's father's head, if he can. If he gets his hands on him and hands him over to the royal family, He's about to get a reward, Rato blurted it out, stunned. A reward. He dropped his bow and bowed his head, and the gang leader sneered, like he'd finally quit, like he'd just given up the fight. The protagonist shot his arm forward and reached out his hand. He snapped his hands together and called a fireball into existence. The bandit cackled, then blurted something so wild, my brain just went, wait, what? They told him he was entry-level magic, but the moment he tried to pull that trick, he froze, like he couldn't protect anyone at all. The protagonist cranked up his firepower and blasted the criminals straight out of his way. The bandits went down hard in an instant, crumpling to the ground. The leader snapped out a curse of pure amazement, then wheezed like the moment hit him too hard. Wait, aren't we talking entry-level magic for the protagonist here? He blurted, shocked that this guy was way tougher than he looked. The bandit leader shot up, barked in furious rage, and shoved the question at him. Was he seriously about to? Laughing at him, Eurus surged forward right then, and drove a furious paw straight into his face. Then the leader crumpled to the ground. The wolf slammed him to the ground with both paws, crushing him into unconsciousness. MC slapped his friend on the back and praised him to the sky, because that mission was straight up brilliant. Then Rado fixed his eyes on the bandits and said, dead serious, those three. Easy enough, so why was he suddenly stuck with the problem of hauling all these guys around? Guys, just a short moment later, the royal crew was already rolling out on the road. A lookout rushed to Princess Nile and shouted that smoke was billowing up from the village ahead, and Nile went wide-eyed in shock. Wasn't it already totally destroyed? The lookout blurted out, stunned and confused. That's exactly how it has to be. She blurted it out like a command, because if anyone's left, then maybe, just maybe, we still have survivors, and she started to give. She snapped an order to her party, and they thundered forward, racing straight for the place where the smoke was pouring out. Meanwhile, the protagonist and Yuru hauled the bound bandits into a cart, and the protagonist said, now we'll finally get them all too. They headed into town, and thank goodness they found a cart ready to go, because it looked absolutely brutal. He snapped to his comrade, that thing's heavy as hell, can he really haul it? The wolf barked with pure excitement, wagging like it was saying, yep, leave it to me, I've got this. MC leaned in and told his friend, Iris says there's a huge city up north. If we get there, we can hand the bandits over. So they had to bolt right then, there was no time to waste. He heard this weird sound, and his surprise hit him like a punch. As soon as he heard it, it sounded just like horses galloping. Now her squad barreled toward them, closing in like a storm, and in the dark, the night closed in on MC, and Ri-Ito stood there totally lost, like his brain couldn't catch up. The princess snapped out an order he wasn't allowed to. To move, she snapped her sword up at him, and with a hard stare, he demanded to know what he was doing here, and why. Why were those people in the carriage bound up like prisoners? MC and Yuru stared at her in stunned disbelief. She fumed, tapped her foot, and demanded, hurry up, answer my questions. Depending on what he said, they might haul him in and arrest him that very night. Immediately leveled their swords at him. Then the protagonist snapped his head toward Iris, and the spirit fired back, The. These are the Valkyrie Knights, one of Baltros's proud knightly orders, and the girl standing right there before him. She's the kingdom's very first princess, the oldest of the previous king's 3 daughters, so that makes her his cousin. The protagonist's jaw dropped, then his cousin Iris kept going. Continued, her name's Nile, yet everyone calls her the Princess General, at least that's what the MC blurted out, confused as hell. She was his cousin, and after he got reincarnated, he'd heard almost nothing about her. But he never saw this coming, bumping into her in a place like this, so why on earth is a member of the royal family stuck in a village like this? Iris snapped at him, reminding him she'd warned him about it. This village had been hit by goblins. Right, this village didn't play around, it had barrier stones and nasty decoys built to send demons running. Demons? Rato stared in shock like he'd seen it all before, just like back in the mansion he used to live in. The spirit snapped back, that's right, monsters usually kept their distance around here. But for some reason, goblins suddenly swarmed the village, and that's exactly why the Valkyrie Knights raced in to investigate, because the royal capital is right nearby, so the protagonist sucked in a breath, stunned out of her mind like, so that's it, she was right, something felt off, then Rato snapped out of it. She just asked what he was doing here, so what was he supposed to say? Iris leaned in and told him, be honest, tell the princess you caught the bandits, even as he had to act like some peasant she'd left. In here, he said, excellent, then he leaned closer, could he finally tell her his real name, because just recently they were still hunting him. The spirit chuckled and told him, don't worry, this won't be a problem. Turns out the wanted poster didn't even show the full guy, just a sketch of him as a kid and the cash reward, and they never once bothered to print his name. Born into the royal bloodline but stuck with no real job, his whole existence was kept under tight royal locks. His birth was a secret the kingdom refused to let out. Even the previous king's own daughters weren't told he existed, and with no surviving villains left. Villagers are about to corner him and tear apart his alibi. Too bad the knights won't even realize he lied to them, and if he stumbles into trouble again, let him call her again. The protagonist let out a heavy sigh, then told the princess his name, and admitted he hailed from this very village. Now he yelled his name again and again, then demanded if he was the only villager left alive. The protagonist shot back, yeah. Just a few days ago, a whole pack of goblins swept into their village and attacked. He barely escaped, but with nowhere left to run, he got shoved right back to this, against his will. Village, the princess leaned in and asked, all right, so what's he got to say about those bound people? Rato shouted that their bandits were sneaking into the village, trying to snatch something right out from under everyone's noses. So he had to stop them because they turned to him, staring like they'd already decided his fate. With a knowing grin, she chuckled, swung her eyes to her, and murmured a secret right into her ear. Then the princess turned to the protagonist and spoke. He swallowed hard and claimed he was just a peasant, but why would that even matter? Was that wolf right beside him? The protagonist snapped back that it was his family. He'd nursed it since it was a puppy, and it would never, ever attack anyone. Yeah, some people whined and fake smiled, and honestly, now that I think about it, that's understandable. It's just he's a huge wolf, and MC plopped his face right into his friend's fur. The princess stared them down hard, then turned to the protagonist and demanded, so now he's the last peasant standing. How in the world did he survive when everyone else did? He told her he was just wandering the steppes, and when the princess blinked in shock, not a single monster so much as attacked him. He kept staring him down, then the protagonist jabbed at Yuru and snapped, I'm protecting him. He didn't get a word in before the girl pushed right back. Didn't that huge wolf have the power to wipe out a whole squad of goblins? Just do. So don't let him tell her he didn't even fight. He abandoned the villagers and just. He bolted away, shocked by her fierce insistence, and snapped his attention back to Iris. The spirit shoved him into action, demanding he repeat everything word for word, just like she said, so Rato explained it all, starting with a small cave near the village. Yuru spent his puppy days tucked in the village, but as he grew, people started fearing him, so the only place left for him was a cave. The lookout hurried to the princess and swore that a real cave had shown up in the nearby forest. Now I'm saying, yeah, it looks like his story matches, and she spun the truth like it was obvious. She spun to the protagonist and told him, then at least you should be able to name the village chief. Chief. Rachel snapped back that the chief's name was Ro. So now you stop the lookout and demand, is this really true? The assistant. I dug into the details and sure enough, it's real. The princess grilled him again, demanding to know how he pulled off catching those 3 bandits. MC didn't touch a wolf, no way, he said, and then he tore into the fight with his magic instead. The girl froze in shock. Wait, he's a mage. The protagonist scratched his head and admitted, yeah, you're right. Even if he's only a support mage, he snapped, furious, like he couldn't hold it in any longer. He claims he's a support mage. Does he seriously think she's too dumb to catch on? The protagonist froze, stunned by the reaction, then blurted out in confused disbelief, no, nothing like that. The princess snapped at him like, there's no way a support mage can catch those bandits. Bandits? Maybe she misheard him, so she'll ask again how he wiped out those bandits instead of. And that's the kind of magic he pulled out to tame that huge wolf, right, because the MC was totally lost. She snapped with sudden fury, but he blurted it out anyway, because he'd already said it. He blasts magic and the girl goes absolutely livid, so don't let him push her into laughing, not for a second, support mage, R.I.P. You can't use offensive magic, so are you really trying to tell me your second job is a whole different kind of work? He blurted, Master, and then roared that he's an alchemist too. The princess went red with pure indignation. Rado shot him a furious look and barked, don't be a fool. And Rado couldn't believe it, two pathetic professionals arguing like this. Sure, in this world all that matters is your profession, but the way he snapped over failed ones felt downright wild, and it hit him. He'd completely forgotten how much prejudice still shaped everything. He shouted, even a support mage can pull off magic. Maybe he can't sling volley magic, but he absolutely can cast basic spells. Magic. Then the princess blushed, smoothed her voice and said, yeah, I get it, but what's the point of everyday magic? Magic? Rado smirked and said that everyday magic wasn't just for show, it could swing into offense too if. He made his case and at last he asked, would they finally believe him? The princess grinned and said, all right then, go ahead, let him prove it by showing off on that barrel right there. He glanced back at Iris and demanded to know just how much magic he'd have to pour out before they'd finally trust him. The spirit warned him, don't pull anything too wild, if you do, they'll smell it. 10 fireballs would be more than enough to convince them. The protagonist shot back, got it, then slammed the fireball skill into action, and fireballs lit up the battlefield. Suddenly they appeared right beside him, right there, and the knights went wide-eyed. So many at once, that was straight-up absurd. The protagonist blurted, what's wrong? And then the other guy snapped back, telling him But if that was all he had, he never would have won her over, Rato said, and then he begins and fires his blazing fire strike at the target just like the princess demanded. Wham! The barrel erupts into a brilliant wall of flame, and Neo can only stare in. Even the Valkyries stared in shock at what they saw, utterly bewildered, because this was so astonishing it almost didn't feel real. Wait, could it be that elementary math was actually hiding something that big? Magic crackled and the guard spun to the princess, saying the truth was real, this guy wasn't lying. Now she understood. The girl snapped her gaze to the protagonist and said, all right, I believe it, look at the magic he's showing. Snagging bandits like these would be a breeze. She couldn't stop regretting doubting him, because now she was sure he really belonged to this village. That's why she had to track him down and ask for a favor. Please, let him step in and help them crack the investigation. The protagonist gasped in surprise and begged her to help with the investigation, but he couldn't do a single thing that could actually move their case forward. Then they told him, just spill everything, tell her exactly what went down in that village. MC blinked in confusion. Then Iris burst out, yelling that it was her turn now, and he had to lean in, listen sharp, and answer the princess with perfect timing. The protagonist dutifully repeated every single word, exactly as told. Then, just a few days back, a squad of goblins stormed in and attacked. Attacked the village because these goblins weren't like the others. They showed up after they burned down the rotting decay and the brutal barrier stones that ringed the village, laid down before they even struck. The decay stone spits out a stench that monsters can't stand, and the barrier stone snaps a shield into place that keeps everyone safe. They can both fend off monsters with sheer force, but each one has a crack in the armor that monsters love to exploit. Monsters can creep up on the decay stones if they somehow shut down their scent, so the guards. The guards have to hit the barrier stones head-on and activate them immediately. The goblins who stormed this village moved like they'd memorized the weaknesses, snapping the guards out of using the barrier. They nailed their targets with bows and arrows, then surged into the village, and the goblins fought like they'd been trained, armed like humans and moving with the discipline of a real army. An army stormed this village, right when the protagonist just admitted the truth. He fought with everything he had, but no matter how hard he struggled, he still couldn't save a single soul. And Yuru had saved him. Now he spoke with a heavy, thoughtful silence, still shocked that the magic stones were really gone, because goblins somehow just didn't feel like they'd ever act that smart. The guard warned her the village still had dead villagers lying around, so what, goblins don't like human corpses. And if any other brainy monsters had been here, their bodies would have been chewed up clean by now, yet you'd still spot tooth marks and other nasty signs left behind. The princess shot back, "Yep, I knew that." Then she went still for a heartbeat, thinking like her life depended on it, and leaned in to ask the MC if these goblins had any other special tricks. He should tell her if anything at all pops into his head, the protagonist said, still looking baffled by those special traits. Honestly, he hadn't seen a single thing, so what could he even say? Iris leaned in and told him, "Describe it like this." The protagonist. Argonist echoed the spirit's words again, line for line, and then dropped the bombshell that some goblins were the size of orcs. The princess blinked, utterly baffled. Could these really be goblin knights if they look like this? They marched the party that would finally pin down why the goblin acted like that, and MC couldn't stop scratching his head either. Iris leaned in and told him the goblin knights were. They were a whole step above regular goblins, an evolved, higher-tier subspecies that made the common ones look primitive. Finally now told him, "Okay, I think I get what happened, so what are you gonna do next?" If he had nowhere to go, she could offer him shelter. Rado, stunned by the sudden offer. He promised the princess everything was under control, then said he'd head to another city with his wolf, because after all, he had no one left but his family, and now they finally stood by him, like the truth itself had nodded yes. Let him forgive her for dragging him back into that memory, because the protagonist was convinced they could definitely go with her to the kingdom's capital. The girl suddenly blurted, "Wait, now that I think about it, he'd already shown us some insanely impressive magic, why not try being an adventurer?" The MC blurted it out, totally thrown, like an adventurer. The lookout, shocked, blurted to the princess that this move was way too fast, but then he swallowed his pride and kept going, still stuck using whatever scraps his useless trade could offer. Surviving in a situation like that would be brutally tough. So it's on him, he lives or he doesn't. She stamped the papers and shoved them into Rado's hands. He tore through the page while the princess stood there all by. They handed over the document, tossed a purse of money into his hands, and made it clear this was his reward, his bounty hunter's payday, along with the proof of his identity. Right when he finally hit the city, they stepped in to help him. He stared at her totally baffled, then lit up and thanked her, and even Yuru barked like "You rock." The assistant told the princess that the village investigation was finally done, and that it was time to sprint back to the capital. They nodded, agreed, and dragged the protagonist along with them, promising to escort him straight to the nearest city. She spun toward the Valkyries and begged them to help her radio onto their horse. MC blurted out sheepishly, "No worries, he can hop right onto his wolf." He yanked the saddle into place on his friend, and Yuru got ready to hit the road. Journey's now blurts, "Well, this is it. Looks like everyone's finally ready to roll." So yeah, right now they're bolting out the door. On the road, the protagonist stared at the knights, and the moment he looked closer, he realized the whole squad was somehow made up of girls. Girls, and they were all so young it hurt to look. He spun toward the girl and asked if she could spare him a minute. She stared back, confused like the... She suddenly realized she had ears and a tail, so was she really a beastman? He had to ask. He demanded to know why there weren't any men in their squad, and the girl shot back that it was because the princess despises men. He stared, stunned at that brutal answer, but he shot back that wasn't true at all, and then the Valkyrie hit him with the truth. This was the very first time in her entire life that their princess had treated. She'd once treated him like royalty, but now she only bowed to strength and pure talent. So maybe she really saw something special in him. Rado couldn't believe it. "Wait, is that what's happening?" So the girl blurted, "Wait, was it all because of the wild magic he showed us?" And she couldn't stop herself from wanting to learn it too. The Valkyries stared, stunned. She can't use magic. And the girl nodded along, right as Watto said, "Yeah." He finally gets it, why there isn't a single man in their ranks, and why every one of them is so damn young. That's the Valkyries' answer. They answered, and most of their crew can swing weapons with skill and cast spells like legends. Magic hits the hardest between the teen years and about 30, so their ranks are packed completely with young women. The girl grinned and said it herself. She couldn't use magic, but she trusted her sword skills, so she went for a spot as a knight, and they accepted her. Then bam, a loud noise ripped through the air ahead, and just a small pause in the tension hit him. Panic tore through the knights as they screamed, "It's a monster," and the protagonist blinked, completely thrown off. What the heck is happening? What's that crazy sound? Then, all of a sudden, at last, a colossal worm erupted from the ground right in front of the squad. The protagonist spun toward Iris and demanded to know what it was. Then the spirit snapped back that this monster was a sandworm. Even though they usually don't hurt humans, they still boost the soil's fertility in a big way, and they're incredibly. It's wildly popular with the farmers, and they won't lay a hand on anyone unless someone pokes the bear, so the MC finally exhaled in relief, and Iris said, however, because they look downright horrifying, most women can't stand sandworms. He can use the worms, but he must never kill one, because if he slips up, his body will unleash pheromones and summon even more. Rado, don't get careless, more worms are coming. Wondered if she'd just slipped something alarming, now he heard it clearly. Ordered her SWAD to form up for an attack. MC's stomach dropped, because what if they were really planning a F*G? A fight erupts, and that's the last thing we can afford. We've got to stop him right now. Turned to the prince. The princess screamed for them not to hurt the monster, because if they killed it, it would have. Summoning even more of those worms, but the princess looked like she was about to. She looked like she'd slipped into a trance, and her eyes suddenly filled with pure determination. She stared him down and told him, straight up, not to work. Worry no way, if he's a royal knight, he'd never crack or lose his cool. The Valkyries were shouting frantically at the princess, barely keeping their fear in check. Enough, don't drag herself into this, just stop. Rado stared, completely baffled. Isn't it weird how the Valkyrie's acting right now? Yeah, it is, but she told him the truth. She's got a few plans in motion. She had a crippling fear of insects, because when the princess was just a kid, a bug-like monster tore into her and left her badly injured. Monster, all he could see was her, frozen in place and totally unable to strike, and the protagonist's fury shot through him. How could she say that to him with a face carved out of stone, like it didn't mean a thing? While all this was going down, the other knights barreled in to hold them back and promised, "We'll handle the enemy ourselves." The girl shot back with icy confidence, "It's fine." Then she stepped up, ready to take the monster on by herself. The princess lunged straight at her enemy with her sword, but it swung wide, and she crashed down right beside the monster. The moment the worm brushed her skin, she collapsed, right there, fainting. The Valkyries panicked over their mistress's safety and geared up to strike at him. He's yelling, "How dare you harm the princess?" He realized right then and there that if he didn't step in immediately, everything would spiral. Everything was about to spiral downhill. He roared at the knights to stop, because if they didn't, He said it already, if they took him out, more worms would spill out, so they'd better not lay a finger on him. He stood shoulder to shoulder with the knights, doing everything he could to shove the Valkyries back from the enemy line. Shouted again right to their faces, "Don't even try to fight him if they're going to kill that worm, because it's only fair." Pheromones would pull in even more of its own kind, and it would be. It's the kind of scene ripped straight out of hell. MC stares at it like he can't breathe. Now he snapped to it, she was still out cold, and he had to find a way to end the night somehow. Now he turned to Iris and demanded what to do next, and the spirit shot back that sandworms go wild for monsters, especially F. When he realized that even a little flesh calmed them down, he couldn't believe it. Feeding them made them downright docile. Monster flesh, yeah, he got it instantly. With mounting urgency, he barked the order and drove Yuru straight ahead. Now snap your eyes forward, because in the blink of an eye, the allies surge into action. I stood my ground in front of the worm, cutting through every Valkyrie that tried to get close. They blurted, totally baffled, "Wait, what is he even doing? Let him back up." "Up, this is seriously dangerous." Lido grabs his next target and bolts right into the danger. They yanked the meat from their stores and shoved it straight into the monster's mouth. The worm froze in shock and snapped down, swallowing chased the flesh, and the MC shoved in even more meat. The monster gorged itself, then finally curled up tight, resting its head against the protector as it crashed into sleep. The protagonist stared in disbelief, and the knights were left reeling. What in the world had just happened? At that exact moment, the princess jolted awake and demanded a full report on the situation, because as the protagonist, the organist yanked away from the worm, scraping off its slime as he grinned. Yeah, he was savoring that treat, he mentally. Even though it was absolutely vile, the worm wriggled back down into the ground, and Rateau couldn't believe what he was seeing. Now the one watching in shock, eyes wide and heart racing, cornered the protagonist and demanded, worried, if he was. He was okay, so the protagonist grabbed her reassurance and swore he was fine. Then he started to explain what sand were. Handworms are totally harmless to humans, so the princess can only blush and look away sheepishly. He straight up said it, and that's when I knew that's how it is. Suddenly that worm popped back out of nowhere and spat straight at MC. Right when it happened, the scene cut. And it vanished again right in front of him, leaving the protagonist utterly stunned. Did he spit something out? He closed the distance and moved in on the object. He noticed it was a barrier stone, then the protagonist snatched it up and shouted. Yeah, I guess he did it out of sheer gratitude for the meat. Sure enough, the thing was drenched in digestive juices, but he kept it locked away for himself alone. Then the princess teetered on the edge of a breakdown, only to slam her emotions back under control. And with a sheepish grin, he apologized to Rato for panicking, then begged him, if he could, to keep everything he saw locked away as a secret. MC snapped back that he got it crystal clear, so she didn't need to stress at all. Then the princess froze for a beat. Then she blurted it out, cheeks burning with shame. She'd been dealing with a nasty insect problem for as far back as she could remember, and yeah, especially the disgusting ones. She just couldn't take it anymore. Then she cut them off and snapped, annoyed and sharp. Remarked, wait, what was she even talking about? The assistant whipped around to face her. He leaned in and told her they had to go, and on the way, the protagonist couldn't stop thinking about it. Thought about now, at first she looked ice cold and strict, but something about her felt pure and kind. So could that closeness he felt come from the fact that they were tied together by blood? After a while, the protagonist finally leaned in and asked her, so you're a swordswoman? The princess shot back dryly, no, I'm a knight and a fighter, and she cut him off when he called her. So she's got a musclehead in mind, she'll wipe him out. Rato's left stunned. Wait, is there even a real difference between a knight and a swordsman? Then right on cue he said, yeah, and everyone swore that among all professions, a knight sits above a mere swordsman. But the truth is you can't crown one profession as better, even if both of them swing swords, each path has its. Rato stared them down and demanded, so what about your strengths and your flaws? Do every asterisk member of the order think the same way? That night the princess shut him down fast. No, that's not true. You don't need some sword-serious job to master swordsmanship, but yeah, it does help. But he said it plain as day, pulling it off takes raw effort, non-stop dedication, and he knows that better than anyone. Yeah, because all he had was a useless profession, nothing worth anything. The princess locked eyes with him, staring like she was trying to read his secrets. When she spilled her weaknesses, he couldn't help but think, yeah, something about you is seriously off. Suddenly he blurted out, did you see that? And pointed up. Up ahead, wait, do you think we made it? Just in the nick of time, she spun around. She spun toward the protagonist and repeated the very same words she'd already dropped back in the village. So if he really wanted to be an adventurer, why not go for it right there in the village? So why not take the leap and try it? Those exact people forged their fame and proved they deserved it. They've been carving out their legend for ages across the adventure city of Luno. The protagonists stared in awe at the sprawling cities, totally blown away. They stared at the city sprawled out in front of them and thought, no way, this is the very first one. The strangest city she'd ever laid eyes on, until after a while the knights finally came marching toward it. The protagonist shot the princess a heartfelt thank you, then rode off as she saw them safely on their way. Told him don't worry, after all he'd already helped them in a big way. Now she could finally march back and report to her father, so when the MC saw the chance he looked totally perplexed and demanded, wait, what exactly am I supposed to tell him? She blurted it straight to her father, and right as the words left her mouth she caught herself thinking, wait, I didn't mean anything serious. She shifted the conversation and warned him, don't you dare lose the ID I gave you, if you want to work anywhere you'll need it, and then she kept going. And yeah, he was undeniably gifted, packed with strength and brains, even if his so-called worthless job was never going to impress anyone. He'd fit right in with the adventurers, and the protagonist thanked her for those kind words, then she went and shook his hand. She asked him to look after himself, and Yuru too, then her gratitude spilled over like it couldn't be contained. They traded heartfelt goodbyes, and the princess walked away. The princess and her squad galloped off on horseback, kicking up dust as they vanished into the horizon. Light Yagami strode up to the city's main gates and the guards froze in shock. Wasn't this the order of the Valkyries? So what's his deal with them? When the protagonist finally got close, he shoved his ID into their hands and told them everything. The guards stared at his ID, then burst into stunned amazement, because it was the royal family's. They slapped on their Aldic seal, bowed low to the protagonist, and scrambled to apologize for being so rude. And that got him through with zero resistance, right there as the MC, Europe's pass cleared the way. The guards clocked him and barked, go on, take care of it. As soon as Rada stepped into the city, his jaw dropped. He was caught completely off guard. Caught off guard by the non-stop chaos, he blurted out in shock. I'd never laid eyes on a crowd this massive in my entire life. Then boom, he heard villagers burst into shocked exclamations around him. Yuru's getting pointed at, wait, is that a white wolf? Did this dude actually tame it? Look at that fur, it's unreal, I can't stop wondering. I can't stop wondering how much it'll fetch. Yuru instantly steals the spotlight, and the wolf goes straight for the jugular. Quit. He sprinted to find an inn, and right then one of the merchants shouted at the MC, asking if he wanted some roasted horned rabbit meat. Another vendor shoved a tray of smoked orc meat his way, right in front of his adorable dog. Suddenly it hit him, his presence was detected. His detection skill snapped on like a spotlight, lighting up the truth. Someone was tailing them. He whirled around to Iris. The spirit's words hit like a punch. His worst fears were true, and yeah, they were being tracked right now. Chasing after them, their sights were probably set on Yuru. If he wanted to take them on, she already had a plan, make him turn the corner. She darted to the corner of the house, found a free spot that would work, and after following every single instruction, the protagonist finally looked up. He scanned the area, grinning like he'd found his ring. Yeah, this place looks perfect for a fight. A voice popped up from behind him around the corner, praising his razor-sharp instincts and ordering him to handle it. Hand over that white wolf, because right then, a sound snapped out from behind the... Our protagonist spun around, then froze as he spotted a massive woman looming right in front of him. A woman named Myra. Then the protagonist blurted her name in shock and asked her, completely stunned. Is she coming with them too? Myra snapped back, and honestly, she didn't care. She doesn't care about him or his dog, she's hunting those two guys. When the criminals spotted the woman, terror hit them so hard they blurted, "Oh no, this is bad. They need to bolt out of here right now, because the Peace Reaper is coming, and those bandits are about to get wiped." It slipped into the wind and bolted so fast it basically disappeared. MC stared at her with tired eyes, and she kept talking, then admitted she had no business with him, but now that he'd seen her out there doing that, he couldn't ignore it. Reito barked at Yuru, yelling that he better take care of himself. To bolt, Myra yanked a bag from her bosom, rattled it hard, and the air around her began to change. Smoke and dust swallowed the air around her, so the protagonist clapped a hand over his mouth and nose and spun back to Iris. The spirit warned him the bag was packed with a dangerous sleeping powder, and she promised she'd come for him right after he crumpled to the ground, and even the tiniest breath would send him spiraling, hard, forcing him to black out for half a day, the protagonist rushing in and covering him. His face snapped around the room, but Myra was nowhere to be found. He couldn't shake the question, where had she vanished to? Behind him, that woman beamed, grinning. Cackling like trouble, she slammed her blade down with a savage clang, ready to cut him in half. Rado spat out a curse and barely slipped past her attack. Then he slammed into action and activated, flared his enhancement to life, and deliberately bent his path mid-motion. Myrick snapped that trajectory and those moves. Is he a killer too? MC. She shot back that if she's itching for a brawl, you could say the killer raised him. Fight him, he'll do it. Then the protagonist snapped his hands together and summoned in. Myra froze in shock. Right in front of her sat an ice sword, forged from solid cold itself. So he's a mage, right then and there, everything shifted. Yuru burst in from behind and nailed her with an attack. Then the woman screamed at him. He managed to slip free and then swung his foot to kick the wolf away. The protagonist let out a panicked scream, blasting his friend's name into the air. He clutched his sword even tighter and lunged at her. Myra swerved his punch and laughed in his face, because he wasn't going to hit her like that. He'd never really thrown down with anyone. Reito snapped back at her. So the woman suddenly sprang sky high and drove a brutal kick into MC while he was still in midair. The MC slammed into the wall with a bone-rattling thud, and the shock hit him so hard he grimaced in pain and disbelief. Myra burst into laughter and teased him, saying he was hilarious after he whipped out those huge swords. Then she couldn't help wondering just how strong he really was. So yeah, before this he'd only fought monsters, right? And even rookies with zero experience were swinging a sword better than he ever could, this protagonist included, right? Dragoness snapped with irritation. She was right. He'd battled monsters countless times, but when it came to fighting people, he had almost zero experience. He couldn't believe it. She saw straight through him, and she even blocked Yuru's attack with a clean parry. She moved with ruthless ease, so strong it felt unfair, and the way she carried herself made it obvious. Her first job had to be as an assassin, and her second, she'd brought a fighter, a swordsman, and still. No way. He refused to let her beat him, so he and Yuru slammed into a brand new attack. She flipped out of the white wolf's strike just as the protagonist lunged into position. He triggered a hurricane and slammed into the fight, sword swinging hard, while Myra loosed strings of fire at him with her skills. Every move flashed like a dagger, razor-sharp tips aimed for blood, and Myra blurted out. With rage blazing, he's finally caught. Reito, meanwhile, keeps throwing his full support behind him. Stunned beyond words, strings, he lunged in, slammed his weapon down, and roared at her. Now she's about to pay for it, when the protagonist sliced through every last trace of that. She stared at the strings, stunned. This guy wasn't as simple as she hoped. The woman snapped the strings loose again, yanking her arms wide as if she were commanding the air itself. Arms, the protagonist grinned like he'd just hit the jackpot. Now she's totally open, no second thoughts, no. Seconds dragged, then he snapped his gaze into place, summoning his eye. His eye sword flashed again, and he lunged forward to smash into his opponent. Then Myra dropped the moment she cut off the action. He dodged his strike again, slick and sharp, then she snapped, yelling that the sword's size never decides a thing. If it doesn't land on target, it's worthless, so the protagonist clenched the sword's hilt and tightened his grip harder than ever and answered her right there. That's exactly why it'll hit her hardest. He snapped into rotation and launched himself straight at The woman stared, then blurted out in pure shock, "An attack like that is absolutely unbelievable." He can't stop himself, he blasts Myra, knocks her clean out cold. After that, the MC blurted out, thrilled, panting hard from the fight. He whipped around Iris and admitted that this woman was the real deal, so strong that the spirit had already clocked it, and that meant trouble because a massive bounty hung over her head, and he couldn't warn him sooner because he bolted out of nowhere. Rado called it right, she could have warned him. But he was still brand new at fighting people, and everyone knows that battling people and monsters isn't even close to the same game. Iris leaned in and told him, to crush this weakness, you've got to train your sword skills for real, but first you need to. He had to rush to the Adventurers Guild and register, period, no delay, because the next step was already coming. They needed to receive this reward the moment our protagonist follows the spirit and the story takes off. Spirit's advice hit hard, then he charged for the building, yanking Myra along like she had no choice. Shocked, so this was the guild Iris kept talking about, but seriously, why did it look so rundown? Hurling the criminal over his shoulder, the protagonist dragged Yuru in with him, and the moment the adventurers saw what he'd done, indignation flared. "They don't trade slaves here. Wait, maybe there's a bounty on her head," someone muttered. "So who is she?" MC asked, stepping closer. He stormed up to the reception desk, spun to Peppa, and announced, "I nabbed a wanted criminal. Let me collect that reward." The receptionist's eyes went wide. She couldn't believe it, a reward. Rado yanked the bound mirror off his shoulder and snapped it right in front of Peppa. The girl stared at the woman in total shock and blurted, "No way, it can't be Myra." Then her jaw dropped. An A-rank criminal. Wait, who is he? Who caught her? Because of course they did. The protagonist, totally thrown off by her reaction, blurted that it was, and right when the adventurers started to panic, she finally spoke. "Is this the same infamous criminal who beheads his victims?" "What? How the hell did this kid pull off something like that? And yep, this is Myra." The boy's jaw dropped, totally thrown off by her sudden reaction. Then he spun around and told Peppa, "I didn't even do anything. I just found you passed out in an alley and I recognized you." After that, his wolf. He wouldn't let her slip away. The receptionist gasped in disbelief, then blurted, "Lucky you," and cheered as he collected his reward. 15 gold. She dumped the coins into a plate and thrust it into his hands. Rado blinked in shock, thanked her fast, and couldn't believe the haul. He never expected it to be that much. One of the adventurers leaned in and told him, straight up, that he was ridiculously lucky. But luck wouldn't smile on him again. Let him buy them a drink and see what happens. The second adventurer stepped in, snapping at his own comrade, furious that adventurers would stoop to taking advantage of civilians. The protagonist spun toward Peppa and blurted that he wanted to be an adventurer. Could he sign up here? The receptionist eyed him up and down, then said, "Sure, just show me your ID." MC handed the girl the document like he was told to and said it would be enough. She took it, asked permission to read, unfolded the paper, and the shock on her face was absolute. She blurted, "This can't be." The receptionist snapped her gaze to the protagonist, stunned, then waved him off. "Excuse me, I need to step away for a sec." And the moment the words hit, the girl spun toward the stairs, sprinted down, and started shouting as she ran. For the guildmaster, Ball burst out of the room, glaring and growling, demanding to know what in the world all that noise was about. Rado caught herself staring at just how massive she looked, and the shock hit hard, so she blurted, "Wait, what's going on here?" Peppa shot back, "Please, let me show you this." The receptionist shoved Ball, the protagonist's documents, into his hands, and the guildmaster scanned them, then looked up like, "So this guy really has the royal family's signature." "A signature? You're telling me she can appraise things, right? And this paper, are you sure it's real?" Pepper said the document was genuine, so she'd called her for advice, and Ball just couldn't believe it. But it was wild to picture that man-hating princess actually doing something. An absolute beast of an elementary magic user, he doesn't just use magic, he fires it off like it's second nature. So pretty interesting, right? She stared straight at the MC, and then he finally clarified everything. So now he can finally register as an adventurer. Peppa turns to the guildmaster and asks, what are we supposed to do? So yeah, this is what he should do next, because the princess herself basically told him to. Should they spare me from the exam? Ball snapped back, dead certain. No way, it doesn't change a thing. No matter how many recommendations he gets, rules are rules. He'll have to pass the test, and she couldn't help wondering, how in the world does he handle entry-level men? Level magic, she wheeled around to face the protagonist and told him that if he really wanted to. If he wants to become an adventurer, he's got to follow her, because the exam starts right now. Now the protagonist snapped into a shocked stare. What? Peppa called it out, but the exam still hasn't shown up. The exam fee hung there for a second, but Ball promised, we'll handle it later, and she ripped open the next door like she couldn't wait another breath. She marched forward without hesitation, and the MC trailed after her. He stepped inside, scanned the room, and immediately started wondering what kind of place this was. Ball. Paul snapped, keep going, and the train grounds were just ahead. Even farther off than they thought, until finally, they burst through the finish line and arrived. Ball lined in, told him her name, then hit him with the real shocker. She was the guildmaster. Now get him into the arena. He scrambles up onto the platform, and then he leaned in and asked what they were about to do. Then the guildmaster grinned and said it was time for a practical exam. She fired off a confident smile at the exam, even though she had zero plans to do anything, and he could just waltz in without a single restriction. He attacked her until the last grain of sand in the hourglass finally ran out. Every hit he lands will decide his adventure rank, and there's not a single rule holding him back. He can go wild with weapons and magic. She vowed to defend herself no matter what, then he blinked in shock. What? You could get hurt like that? They all snapped in irritation, too damn early for him to panic about her. The only thing she couldn't do was attack, and she could still move, so he had no reason to worry. The protagonist nodded and shot back, got it, I understand everything. Everything, then he tore into it, flipping on his physical enhancement right on the spot. He tapped into his power and summoned an ice sword, but I'll notice the moment it hits the air that he was unleashing wild magic, wielding a sword forged from ice. Right, she whipped the hourglass around and burst out. The moment the exam starts, the protagonist lunges forward and launches an attack. He lunged in and attacked her, but the guildmaster snapped up the strike and parried it clean. He hurled the attack again, and then, right after, the ball snapped back after the parry, and the woman smirked like she was toying with her. Asked him what kind of moves those were, since he couldn't even. They didn't even call him a half-swordsman. MC spat curses through his teeth. Then he unleashed the whirlwind skill. Charging straight at his opponent, he then called forth Helmut. He drove a helmet splitter with a savage spinning motion. With a sudden surge, he slammed the ball and hurled the weapon free. The guildmaster's eyes widened. He couldn't believe he'd let go of his sword. Sword in hand, Rado clenched his fist, and the moment he moved, everything inside him snapped to action. He activated the bullet strike skill and got ready to unleash it. Ready to slam a devastating punch straight into Ball's torso. So the guildmaster snapped his fingers and summoned a reeling. Then reinforcement hits and the protagonist. Agonist snapped his hand away from her body, then blurted out in shock. What kind of sick skill was that? Ball muttered, Who's talking and what are his fists forged from? Because he left a brutal bruise all over her body. Hold up, she cut the silence, kept going anyway, and dared him. Attack, she admitted he'd managed to land those hits on her, but he'd have to keep swinging until the clock finally ran out, and the protagonist couldn't believe it. Is the exam over yet? Ball snapped, irritation blazing as she cut right in. Didn't she warn him from the start that he had to attack her first? Before time ran out, his rank would be decided by how much damage he could deal her, so he had to lock in and take it deadly serious. If he pushed himself hard enough, he could climb into the ranks of a top-tier adventurer from day one. MC stared at the hourglass, and the moment it tipped, something in him just stopped, and pointed out they were only halfway there. Then he demanded answers from Ball. So wait, he can sling magic too, right? To her total shock, the protagonist triggered. He ripped open his power, launched a blazing fireball, then called down another one. Ball slammed aside his attack and shouted, Who does he think she is? Like it's nothing, like she's just supposed to take it. He swung the helmet splitter again and launched himself at her like he meant to finish it right there. Again, he cut off his attack mid-swing, and the guildmaster blurted, That took me by surprise. Then he turned right around and did that. MC's jaw dropped. He couldn't believe she sliced through magic that easily, so he asked her. Bale snapped, Tell me, are you using a sword technique too? Don't even think about stopping now or you'll. Her laugh rang out because her massive greatsword was forged from mithril, that magical metal that could slam back any spell thrown at her. The protagonist blurted, "Wait, how about a vault that's all scattered around?" Volley, he snapped his hand forward and unleashed a scorching fireball that lit everything up. It shattered into a storm of tiny fireballs and blasted straight at the guildmaster. Her eyes snapped wide with shock and she reached out, ready to reflect, trying to dodge his attack with lightning-fast speed. After that scattered volley hit, the protagonist thrust fiery spears into the air. He hurled spears too, and Bale, blocking with blade after blade, snapped. Spears of flame, talk about a wild name, I'm hooked. As she blocked and dodged his strike, MC slipped in behind her like a shadow. Just behind her, he fired the helmet's midair, right as she was still suspended. The helmet splitter struck and Ball kept his guard up, right as he managed. To deactivate this attack too, he barked at. Called him out, saying he was being painfully naive. Rado snapped his wind blade to life. Then the guildmaster clocked his plan. She smirked and fired off a sarcastic comment, like she already knew the whole scheme. Marked, he decided to mash swordsmanship with magic right. She snapped another parry and the protagonist was left. Stunned, he thought that wind blade would have ended even an orc in one strike, yet she was built different. Her strength was terrifying and his magic. Magic reserves were bone dry and Bale clocked it instantly. Whoa, he looks more wiped out than she does. What is going on with him? What was he planning to do next? Time wasn't up yet. She watched the protagonist snap into another fighting stance and then she goaded him with a mocking smirk, still trying to do something, honestly. That's perfect, she even likes him like this. Those kinds of things let him strike. The MC whipped around, grabbed her attention, and asked if she could shift exactly 3 steps to the left. Everyone stared at him, baffled. What was he even saying? Then she jumped in and said she believed him. He thought it was impossible, until the guildmaster finally caved and followed his request. Rado snapped on his all-seeing gaze and instantly clocked the exact spot where things were about to get dangerous, right before he cut off mid-thought. The distance felt perfect, so he clenched his grip even tighter, like it might snap the moment he hesitated. He yanked his weapon up and started spinning like a blur. Ball gasped in shock. Why is he spinning like that? What on earth is he trying to pull off with those moves? The moment she saw his pace jump up, she knew something had changed. The protagonist erupted into a brutal scream, lunged at her and crashed a crushing blow. Bale. The moment the ball hit, it sparked her charged blade to life. Blade swung in first, then he didn't hesitate, he fought back. I launched him flying, then he slammed onto the floor. The guild master stared at her sword and she gasped in shock, stunned that he could actually smash his way through her defenses. Her weapon connected and suddenly cracked spiderwebbed across her sword right where he had slammed into it. Then she stared at him and blurted, "He's solid, exam results are out," and he absolutely crushed it. After that, nobody in their right mind would have dared to refuse him. She snapped into action in the heat of the moment too, so she made up for it in the only way she could. At the station, she'll slash his exam fee to 0, Rado. Stunned on the floor, he blurted it out, "I made it." Oh wow, so Iris grilled him, asking if he was 100% sure everything was fine, and whether he really wanted to. He just wanted a normal life, and the only way in was a C or D rank, because every adventure climbing to B rank and higher was the stuff legends and rumors were made of. He told her, "I've pushed myself as hard as I could, but now I'm just wondering what rank they're going to slap on me for this ball." Ball lunged in close, shot her hand out toward him, and I yanked him back up to his feet and congratulated him like he'd just pulled off the impossible. He declared that starting today, he'd be stuck as an F-rank adventurer. The protagonist froze in disbelief. Wait, was she really serious? The guildmaster snapped, "I'm not happy, got it," and then you could tell she was about to. They saddled him with a B rank. Sure, he could land hits, but she was still terrified of his sword skills, because that was the part that mattered most. He mainly fought. Thought monsters, right? The protagonist nodded like, yeah, and realized he'd been told that already. Ball noticed as she thought, did we really hear the same thing before? If he thought adventurers only throw fists at monsters, he was dead wrong. Swept up the work hunting thieves, escorting nobles, and holding down the city when the soldiers were nowhere to be found. It was all part of the job. She saw his strength, but he wasn't ready to battle real people yet. Because of that, she couldn't push him forward with ease. Rado shot back, got it. Baal burst into laughter, stared down at her sword, and said she's carried this weapon since the very start of her adventure days, yet she's not even realized it's been perfect for her, and when the MC caught that, he muttered in shock just as the guildmaster was about It bragged about how huge and unstoppable the sword was, but warned that this power came with a nasty trade-off. Its edge wouldn't stay sharp. Turns out the thing was so heavy even a normal swordsman couldn't swing it, so, besides her. Turns out only a giant could handle it, and the protagonist blinked in pure disbelief as she asked, "Giants, is it really that heavy?" She shoved the sword into his hands and asked, "Want to hold it?" Hold it. Right when the protagonist grabs it, he flings it aside and it clatters onto the floor. She dragged the floor aside, muttering that it was way too heavy, and Ball hauled up her soaking. He raised the weapon and snapped that it wasn't something an ordinary person could ever control. And she still had the nerve to look at that cracked weapon, like her solid blade had shattered right in front of her, and that last attack was straight up unreal. Incredible, she tossed her sword over her shoulder like it weighed nothing, and Rado actually thanked her for the praise, stunned and wondering if he'd ever seen a woman like that before. In pure amazement, she swung that massive sword like it weighed nothing. How the heck could she do it if she hadn't? If she'd gone all in and fought for real, he'd have crumpled in seconds. Everyone stared at him, stunned, because she'd really used that chart, and they still couldn't wrap their heads around it. She launched a charged blade swing, then when she finally quit the life of an adventurer, she left that attack behind for good. It looked like she'd found a worthy heir. He was still a total newbie with swordsmanship, but he was pretending like he'd mastered it. Bale saw the raw potential in him, like a diamond in the rough, and then demanded, "What's your name?" "And she's the one who taught him to swing a sword," he told her straight out. He was an assassin. Basson, the servant from his house, stood there, and the guildmaster locked eyes on him as if the words were about to explode in midair. He went, "Wait, what did you say?" And then he snapped, "Servant assassin, so which one?" Rado flashed a grin and said, "Man, this tale's huge, and I basically learned it all on my own." He thought he'd finally learned everything there was to know, and that's exactly why his blade work looked so weird. She instantly realized it. He realized he didn't have much experience battling people, but his skills were undeniably perfect for taking down monsters. Monsters, now that's wild, and if we want him to really grow, we've got to teach him a charged blade attack. Bal asked if he remembered the... Right at the finish of the exam, she fired off that brutal attack, and the protagonist, cheeks burning, apologized to her because he'd been so locked in on himself that he could barely even recall what he'd just done. She realized it, and then he came swinging with a savage, full-force strike. Bell snapped back, reminding him of that brutal hit, and said it was a... That blade crackled with raw power, and the protagonist went wide-eyed because was this about to turn into a fight? Combat technique, yep, the guildmaster snapped that it was real, and the shock landed so hard she was probably the only one. MC only stared like, wait, how did that human master it? He couldn't wrap his head around it. Then Ball explained the trick was something two-handed sword fighters from the giant clan used all the time, and almost no normal human ever touched a two-hander. He couldn't even imagine swinging a weapon bigger and heavier than that, so he realized it was true. The weight of his ice sword had been adjusted to make it easier for him to use. Ball insisted that even though giants fight with a charged blade, it's less magic technique and more swing a sword with pure, unstoppable force, and then she would. She wouldn't dare call it fencing. Rado blurted her name in shock, and she shot back, saying she'd do it her own way. The guildmaster told her straight up she didn't swing that way, not with full force. But now she's going to make it happen, so let him stand there and watch. The protagonist blurted out, totally baffled, "Wait, what exactly did she mean?" Again Bale slashed with brutal precision, yet only her arms moved while her body stayed stone still. Motionless, he froze in shock, everything feeling wildly wrong. Then she asked straight up what he thought. Did he even realize the attack back during the exam wasn't the same as this wild demonstration? She stumbled around in pure confusion. Did she seriously just swing using only her arms? The woman snapped back, absolutely right. Most giants fight just like that, swinging swords with nothing but their bare arms. But if some normal person tried that, their arms would get ripped clean off, so you've got to swing like you mean it. With every muscle screaming, she taught him how to do it again, and the protagonist barely managed to stay upright, the blow hitting him so hard it nearly knocked the breath out of him. So Ball told them this: when you're swinging a heavy weapon, it's not your arm strength that counts, it's how you drive it with your lower body. The legs and lower back drove every strike, like he'd been drilling for ages, even though it still looked wild to see that level of control. MC shot back, saying calling this training was way too much, especially with the way things were going. With how he lived out in the woods, that moment probably just happened quietly out of nowhere. Bale praised his spinning skill as incredible, then warned him he couldn't unleash those flashy, over-the-top moves in every single battle, right? So why not take the leap and start mastering the charged blade skill? He couldn't believe it, then he burst out with pure joy like, "I'd really love that," and Ball grinned as he said, "Perfect, then it's go time." She'll school him from the ground up, and MC was. She stared in shock for a moment, then, after what felt like forever, Peppa congratul. She cheered him for passing the exam, then leaned in and said his F-rank adventurer registration was finally all set. Rado thought he'd hammered that skill so hard that his hands barely even felt real anymore. Then Peppa shoved his guild card into his grip. He grabbed the badges and said, "See, this is proof I'm an adventurer." The registrar snapped back that badges are mandatory, so he better wear them. The protagonist promised her he'd get everything right, and just as those words left his mouth, Bale slid up and said he'd registered. At least, that's what it looked like from her side. He jerked back at her sudden appearance and shot, "How am I supposed to accept a quest like this?" The master jabbed his finger at the wall and demanded, "See that notice board over there?" Then he ordered him to go check the posted requests. "So tell the administrator when you make your pick, but since you're fresh off the boat, you'll have to grind through quests one level at a time. Adventurers are masters of everything, so if he's chasing a solid job, he's got to win the citizens over first." Then Val shot him a grin, wished him luck, and walked out. The protagonist fixed his eyes on the request board and sat there, letting the idea churn through his mind. Most of these quests are for D and E ranks, and there's only one that's for his level: defeat goblins. That isn't even far, right? He turned. He spun around to Peppa, flashed the request in her face, and promised, "I'll handle it." The receptionist flashed a warm smile and said, "Perfect, looks like you just landed a job on the spot." "All right, got it, so now he's gonna whip out his adventure card and show us what he's got. Give it a moment." She handed back his documents, smiling like she'd double-checked every detail, then told him she hoped he'd make it, before pointing out that his furry buddy was already waiting outside. He thanked her, then stepped out. He grinned and called out to Yuru for their very first quest. As soon as the protagonist finally arrived, hope crashed, pure disappointment hit them hard. Since the quest began back at the very first village he ever stepped into. He couldn't help them anymore. He finally figured out the truth and drew the line. They decided, "All right, we're heading back to the guild," and telling them everything. Rue kept chiming out happy little noises, and MC leaned in like, "Yeah. Yeah, right," he actually loved that new crown sitting on his head. Now people won't mistake him for some wild animal again. That crown was. It was brutally expensive, but it fit him perfectly, so everything fell into place. Rado hugged his friend, and right in that moment, he couldn't shake the strange feeling that he was on edge for no reason. He demanded to know what was wrong, and Wuru tensed up, pressing in like he was about to throw hands. The protagonist strained his ears, and sure enough, he thought he heard someone scream. Screaming in pure terror, the adventurers burst out of the village, panicked to the bone as they shouted and stumbled for their lives. Pointing out they had to pack up and get out of here right now, the protagonist was along. Panic hit him. What in the world was happening? Then, out of nowhere, a massive monster tore its way into the scene. Bursting from behind the fleeing adventurers, a man stumbled along with something dangling from him. MC jerked back from its paw, then, totally thrown off, he spun toward Iris. "Wait, who is she?" The spirit lined in and told him the truth. This creature was a troll. They might look like goblins, but they're nothing like that. Trolls have power that hits like a blood bear's strength. They're sharp, deadly with weapons, and built like tanks, so he'd better watch his step or pay for it. Rachel leaned in and asked her how he should fight it right then, while that guy was still dangling there. From the monster's paw it demanded help, so the protagonist snapped back to reality and remembered. He relived his fight with the blood bear, then snapped his power on and started firing ice bullets, and then he slammed into the troll, carving it up, wounding the monster as it reeled back. Roared one last time, then yanked its victim free from its grip. Gallo shot him a quick thank you for the help, then MC let loose with an angry shout. Rage built as he shouted at him to hurry up and get out of here. Then the troll snapped a furious glare at Rado. The protagonist shook his head and swore he'd never let something like this tear through his life. "Happen again," he snapped at the guy, and then he'll play it off like it never happened. He swears he'll protect him, and you can bet his promise is ironclad. The protagonist yanked the monster's focus onto himself, then he thought, Ice bullets don't even come close to killing the troll. All right, one more skill then. The MC snapped his blades out and barked at Yuru to surge forward. Then the white wolf exploded into a leap straight at the enemy. Rado snapped a storm into existence, summoning a hurricane that crashed down and tore into the monster. He carved deep wounds into it, but it didn't fall. Turns out that huge move he thought would end everything wasn't enough. Bigger sword, these just weren't cutting it. Then, right then, Myzerian. Harry and Dashin shouted at him, begging him to let it go, then they urged him to get out of here right now. He had to look after this guy, and the protagonist was caught off guard at first. But then as he saw just how messed up they were, he muttered when some of them are hurt and there's nothing he can do, so all he can do is pray they'll be okay. Still, he had no choice. He had to take down that monster, staring hard as the troll came sprinting. Blazing past the fleeing adventurers, the protagonist. Guinness snapped around, totally stunned by what he was seeing. They spun around and lost it, screaming in pure panic, because he wasn't supposed to get anywhere near them. They stumbled, toppled hard, and right as they hit the ground, the monster surged in. It lifted its leg, ready to stomp them into the ground. MC leapt onto his friend's back, gripping tight as they burst into motion, and sprinted ahead, desperate to reach. Burst in on the adventurers just in time, closing in on the enemy before they can strike. With the enemy closing in, the protagonist snapped his fingers and summoned a powerful magical enhancement. He fired up his weapon. He drove the blade into the troll's back, skewering it clean through. Then somehow he just froze like that was his only thought. He figured if his skin was tough enough, no blade would ever go all the way through him. He could just blast a surge of icy air from his. He drove his sword in and froze the troll from the inside out, exactly like he'd predicted. Rado shoved out a blast of icy air and froze the enemy solid. The patrol snapped into motion like a living ice wall, shielding everyone without hesitation. The antagonists yanked their grip off the sword, and the moment it slid away, surprise hit them hard as they realized that. His palms screamed with pain, and they felt like they'd been dipped in ice. He muttered that boosting himself with magic, while a weapon blasted cold air straight in front of his face, was insanely dangerous. MC slammed accelerated recovery on his hands, forcing them back to life. Then he stared down the frozen troll and promised he could crush him, then hesitated, doubting it. I seriously doubt we'd ever get a single material from his frozen body. The crew barked at him like he was crazy, and the protagonist decided just to be safe, he'd still try it. He lit the firebomb and hurled it, boom. The troll exploded and the adventurers froze in shock, shouting, "You saved us." When MC turned toward them, Misery burst out thanking him for saving her, swearing that without him, they would have already been dead. The girl snapped her head toward him and with a sharp, reproachful tone she said, "Seriously, come on, he needs to thank this guy too, he just saved their lives." The adventurer stopped himself mid-sentence, blurted an apology for ordering him to handle the troll and for letting them slip away, then Rado just waved it off. "It's fine, and honestly, there's something more important." "More importantly, are they okay?" Missouri gasped, barreled to Almy and promised, "I'm helping you right now." She pulled out a vial of potion and started dripping it straight onto Almy's wounds. Stunned, the protagonist blurted, "What is that?" and she shot back, "A healing potion." Even with how low-level it was, that magic still sealed wounds like nothing else, like it erased every last one of them. Actually, the wounds started to heal, and Missouri blurted, "What about Galil?" Dashin shot back that it was pointless. He still hadn't come to, and the girl's voice shook with grief. She said, "If we don't act right now, he's going to die." Then she broke down, tears pouring, begging her ally to save him. The MC handed them his healing magic, and Missouri snapped with pure amazement like, an amazement can. "Can he feel him?" Dashin begged. "Let the protagonist do it." He snapped his skill on, and just moments later, boom, he slammed it into Gao. Moments later, the boy snapped back to his senses, and his allies erupted in cheers because he'd finally fought his way back. He jolted back into consciousness, and in that split second, the dashing man snapped into the role of the protagonist. Gala stared at Rateau and said, "You saved him again, so yeah, you better thank him for healing our comrade." "Yeah, very much," MC said, and Dashin's eyes widened. "Don't worry." Then the truth hit, he'd lost a ton of blood. "We've got to get him to town," Dashin snapped, "so he can finally rest." So what was a troll even doing in a place like this? Misery insisted it survived, but the adventurers from their Raging Flame party were already closing in, right as the story cut off. Completely wiped clean, then the protagonist snapped back to her in shock and asked her, stunned. Rage blazing in her eyes, she jabbed at the ruined building and shouted. They swore they'd been chilling here with them before the attack, then the protagonist clocked the building instantly. It was the village chief's mansion, almost wiped off the map, and that blood staining the ruins belonged to fallen adventurers. Dashing promised to haul the wounded back to town, but now the big question hit hard. What was their savior gonna do next? MC shot back that he still had things left to handle, so he'd stick around here for now. "I get it, but he'd better watch his back because those monsters could pop up again. Those were Dragonfang Adventurers Guild goons, and their party was." "Red Flag," Missouri chimed in. "If you ever need us, just say the word. We'll be glad to help." Tell him thanks one more time, and if he ever needs anything, just say the word." Then they head off, trading heartfelt goodbyes. And the protagonist told them to take care of themselves. Then, once the adventurers finally left, the protagonist stared ahead, lost in thought. He stared down the beaten monster and practically laughed, saying he was genuinely thrilled they'd crushed that troll with hardly any trouble at all. Facing it head-on would have been a nightmare. It was nastier than a bloody bear, even with his eyes wide open, and then They never expected to pull anything useful from its body, so they went straight for its head, just in case. He had no clue if it was worth anything, but one thing was certain: it would seal their win over it, and he'd place them on. With the monster's head stashed in storage, the protagonist stalked toward the village chief's shattered house. Blood soaked the ground like a warning. Bodies lay scattered everywhere, reeking like death itself, and when MC pinched his nose, he couldn't stop thinking. This is brutal. The bodies were so wrecked that it was hard to make sense of anything, but it looked like that party had consisted of 4 adventurers, men and women, stood there, and he spun to Iris, demanding what he should do with them, while the spirit said with a heavy sigh, "Yeah, dead adventurers. If someone in that party died, their stuff and ownership rights got handed straight to the survivors. Then the rest had to report their deaths to the guild. If a lone adventurer was the one who found the bodies, it was on them to make the report. Afterward, the guild snapped up the dead man's stuff, and the one who found it got paid, no questions asked." Rado leaned in and said, "If everything got wiped out that bad, I guess we should grab his adventure badges for now, right?" Iris nodded, dead certain. Most people just raided fallen adventurers, snatching whatever they could, then hauled the mess to the guild like it was no big deal, and the protagonist blurted out, totally baffled, "Wait, what are you even saying? Is that even allowed?" The spirit shot back, then it sighed, saying, "Yeah, it's messy. The guild usually ignores it because they can't be sure if it was a human or a monster." That monster ripped off the dead adventurer's gear, and the MC cringed at how awful it sounded, then shrugged, because if that was normal here, there wasn't anything to say about it. Iris snapped, "So what, we're just packing up our stuff? Didn't you already take someone else's property in that cave without permission?" Rito stared at them, and right there the blazing flame squad burned with power. 1 swordsman, 1 fighter, 1 mage, and an axe wielder. Red Flag squad split the work the same way, each one geared up exactly for their job. Now he just has to find something here he can actually use. He blurted that their armor was useless, then the trolls struck and the hits smashed it to pieces. Then he'll grab the weapons the protagonist bowed over from the fallen, and Then he swallowed his pride, apologized for what he'd done, and discovered a huge staff loaded with a magical stone and a blade forged from magical metal, so wild it left him completely stunned. Iris told him this sword was hammered by dwarves out of pure mithril. That blade had chewed through years of battle until it was basically worthless, but the hilt, oh, the hilt was a treasure, crafted from the world tree itself, and the protagonist gasped in disbelief. World tree, Iris said. It's the colossal tree everyone swears was planted the moment this world was born, standing tall right in the elven capital. And those branches are chopped up into all kinds of weapons, made from a material that shrugs off magic and hits way harder than most magical metals. Rato nodded, thoughtful and finally locked in. "I get it now. And that crack in the floor, wow, it was way bigger than it had any right to be." He couldn't shake the weird feeling. This troll didn't have a weapon at all. How did the adventurers even fail to handle it? Right then, Yuru barked, and with rage burning and a warning on his tongue, Rato snapped a stunned question at him. "Get up, what's happening?" A massive monster just crashed into the world. Before them, MC blurted out, completely baffled, like, what just happened? Another troll just showed up, and this monster was gripping a sword like it meant business. The enemy snapped its weapon forward, and right then, its strike was about to land. Closing in to strike the protagonist. Barely had time to swerve out of the way before its surprise attack came slamming in. The enemy's sword sliced straight through the floor like it was nothing. MC lunged forward, yanked his weapon free, and took aim, and slammed an ice sword into existence. He slammed the troll with a crushing hit, but the monster did. Deathly snapped his blade aside at the last second, and left his opponent's attack hanging in midair. The villain backed off in a flash, then the enemy came in like a spear, launching into a brutal lunge, slashing its sword with pure, crushing power. Rato snapped his head to his friend and told him that if things got too dangerous, he'd have to act fast. He'd lean on him right as the wolf barked, warning him it was about to come at him. Got it, and the troll started wildly swinging it, like it couldn't wait to smash anything in its path. It swung its weapon in every direction, and the protagonist barely slipped out of the way of its relentless attacks. He gasped at how reckless his swings were. If he kept this up, he'd never get close enough to land another hit. Ruru lunged in right at that exact moment. She launched her attack on her enemy. A shadowy enemy slipped up behind him and sank his fangs into his neck. The troll's eyes locked on him, and the Morganus yelled "good job" at his friend, then immediately surged forward and attacked him. He lunged at the monster, but the enemy was lightning fast, and it felt the danger coming. He dodged disaster and snapped into a last-second parry to stop Rado's punch. The protagonist stayed calm and flipped a rotating block into motion at. He slammed into the enemy, then flipped on a physical power boost and ripped through them with devastating force. Delta slammed the troll with a devastating strike, but the monster just stood there like it felt nothing. He was still rattled, then the protagonist snapped and drove his fist into it. He shoved right into it, hard, gritting out a curse as he muttered, "The enemy won't take a single hit, even when." So when he went for that physical boost, right, he must have pulled it off somehow. He burned through way too much magic on that first troll. If you remember it, you know how it went. Just like trolls, those orc-like brutes are weak to fire. He couldn't afford to hesitate, he had to end it, and he needed one crushing blow to finish him off. The protagonist lit a firebomb and hurled it forward, aiming it right where the plan needed to hit next. A surge of fiery magic slammed into the troll, his darkness couldn't stop it. He held his ground against that attack, then snapped a curse through his teeth. One single charge just wasn't gonna cut it. That was enough. This time the troll had finally taken a hit, and now he only had one move, strike. Attack it one more time, this time getting close and hit it at point-blank range. With that kind of power, he'd crush it for sure. Then Rado charged in, swinging in like the hero of the moment. He tossed another firebomb into motion, lining up the shot and hurling it straight at the monster. But when he opened his hand, only a tiny puff of smoke slipped out. Fans flooded the scene so fast it completely blindsided the protagonist. He stumbled off balance, and the shock hit him hard as he stared in disbelief. What in the world did that even mean? There's no way, it can't be. Had he blown through every last drop of mana, and that thought alone was impossible to ignore. How could it possibly run out in a mess like this? The troll twists the protagonist's confusion into an opening and pounces with a brutal attack. Rage struck him hard, and Raida was one heartbeat away from dying, until Yuru burst in and saved him. He showed up right on time and yanked his master aside, and MC shot his friend a grateful thank you for pulling him back from danger. Saving him, he figured his magic was slowly coming back, but he can't cast those powerful spells right now. How would he even manage that? How were they even supposed to handle him? He snapped his gaze to Iris, and the spirit warned him that. Told him it looked like he was getting crushed by the way their manpower was drying up. Rito leaned in and asked her what he should do next. Then she started to answer, but the sentence cut off at R. She told him he could stall for time, refill his magic, and then go in for another hit right as running. Fleeing was on the table too, but the protagonist shot that idea down. He couldn't just bolt and leave that monster running wild. Iris warned him that with his future hanging in the balance, he'd better not pull anything reckless. The protagonist just smirked and said, "Yeah, I already knew." Then MC spun toward Yuru. The wolf clocked his plan and bolted straight at him. The troll kept circling, so the protagonist snapped. He and his friend would trap it by moving around it, taking control of the whole fight. So his magic could finally breathe and refill when the monster started to move. Charged forward and started hacking away with pure fury, desperate to land the strike before anything stopped it, trying to strike them down. Then the allies snapped out of the way, just barely dodging every brutal swing. They kept the carousel moving, but it was brutally hard to pull off. Tough as it gets, then that white wolf cut through the protagonist like a storm. He fumbled with his things and tripped him, and it all sent him crashing to the ground. He blurted out to his friend, totally thrown off and confused. Fusion kicked in. Yuru kept circling the enemy, never letting them breathe. The enemy closed in, then the protagonist finally clocked it. The wolf wasn't just hunting, it was going for the kill. It was fighting to buy him time, and Yuru launched into an all-out assault on the monster lurched forward and then sprang onto its neck like it meant business. And then it lunged in and sank its fangs into it. He had to sprint toward the finish line fast and claw back his strength before it was too late. He still didn't have anywhere near enough mana to cast that fireball. Bomb and Yuru couldn't crack the troll alone. Yeah, something had to be out there. The troll snapped free and shook the wolf right off its back. Rado watched as he snatched up the nearest rocks and started blasting them straight at him. And Yuru hid in his hiding place, waiting like a storm behind closed doors. Tried to dodge the falling rocks, though honestly this wasn't looking promising. It was a nightmare in that cramped space. Rue kept pushing forward, refusing to slow down. He circled the enemy, juked every rock that came flying, and kept moving. He was building his next strike. The antagonist ducked behind cover and right in that breath realized it had been. Everything went suspiciously still, like the world was holding its breath, so he peeked out from behind cover. But right outside his shelter, he spotted the wounded guru crumpled on the ground. Walter Rado screamed in terror and snapped his eyes to the troll. Control, who had decided to sit back and watch for now. MC froze mid-thought, his voice catching as the words slipped out. He's a. Rage kept surging higher and higher in him, so what was he supposed to do next? He snatched Yuru, then froze. His magic wouldn't move a single step. Rue wasn't fully healed yet, and with her injured, they needed a scapegoat. Escape was hopeless, so he had to chase down Iris for advice. The protagonist stared at his friend, then made up his mind fast. And no, when he bolted out of his hiding spot, he snapped and shouted. Roared at the enemy to come charging straight at him, and the protagonist made his move. He couldn't keep leaning on Iris forever. He had to get stronger fast to protect his family. He had to think fast and figure out just how to beat that troll, because one wrong move would be fatal. While sprinting from the enemy, he barely managed to duck just in time as the monster's weapon comes crashing down. How's he supposed to wipe him out without burning through everything? If he keeps dumping that much magical power, he's going to pay for it, so where's the power he's really supposed to use? A crushing technique that would let him pull it off. Then bam, he suddenly remembered every lesson Ball had taught him. How she'd laid it all out to him, then the tension snapped into a charged blur. Blade isn't just a sword move, it's a technique that turns every muscle in your body into a weapon. Rage surged through him as he lunged in to swing that huge sword and crush his enemy. They can pull it off with pure arm strength, but the weaklings can't. He doesn't need to overthink this. All that matters is one thing, he swings the sword. With every ounce of strength, he knows that bullet strike move, right? He used it in the exam, didn't he? Yeah, he's a real martial artist. His technique is kind of like a charged blade, then he spins his. If he can get the body down and then strike the moment he has the chance, then he's already mastered how to attack. Pushing every muscle he had, he made a vow, let him trust her. He can absolutely master this technique, but don't let him trust the charge blindly. Blade, the protagonist, finally got it. This is it, the path, the way. The only way out of this mess is that charged. Then with blade in hand, he snatched his sword and surged forward. That crashed down as he was still sprinting. Braced himself, dropped into a fighting stance, and clenched tighter than ever. He tightened his grip on the weapon, and the trolls started closing in fast. Rato readied himself and pushed his magic forward, urging him to come closer. Now with this magical power in his hands, he knew this was the absolute peak. Best he could muster, he kicked his physical system into gear, activated it. Enhancement drove every muscle to the limit, just like Bale taught him, and drilled it into him, then sprang into the fight with every ounce of strength at his appointment. Opponent slamming in a crushing blow that shuts everything down. He drove his strike through the troll, splitting it clean in two. When it finally ended, the protagonist stood there, shaken but still standing, because it was far from over. He was left reeling for a moment, stunned that his win actually landed. After he crushed the monster, he then he tore toward Yuru and wrapped his arms around him, hugging him tight, and told him it was all thanks to his loyal friend that they were saved right then. A system window flashed in midair, telling him the charged blade skill had finally. Rado burst out in joy, practically giddy. Perfect, he collapsed in total exhaustion onto his friend, his thoughts slurring as he tried to speak. His whole body screamed in pain, and that charged blade felt like it could cut through anything. After a while, Rado dropped into a guild seat and sat there, ready for what came next. The guild builders went quiet and admitted the very first request blew up in failure, and the workers snapped that with the client dead, there was nothing could be done, plain and simple, yet he couldn't accept that all his hard work had been for nothing. Bane wasn't that wild, he nodded like, yeah, then pushed past the troll and sprinted back to the Black Tiger Guild. Later on, the Red Flag adventure party he'd bylaid out earlier showed up at their doorstep. They even laid out the truth, those trolls that stormed into the village weren't random at all, they were the actual targets of the hunt. Red flags and blazing flames still rallied behind them, because these two trolls weren't wild monsters at all, at least, not in the way you'd expect. They were raised like they belonged to a nobleman's house, until the day he decided he no longer wanted them to be his responsibility, and that's when they were left with nothing. They got tossed back into the wild, and the two trolls adapted fast, then started smashing village after village without mercy. Leaving a trail of massive destruction behind, word spread fast, so Dragonfang, Raging Flame, and Red Flag squads got dispatched to investigate. Hunkering down in a busted old village, they got hit ambushed from nowhere, and the rampaging Flame squad was wiped out completely. Earlier, one of the squad stepped up and told him straight up that if he hadn't shown up, they had no idea what would have happened to the Red Flag. Then he reached out and he shoved a gift into his hand and told him, straight up, it was for the help and healing he'd given his comrades. He demanded they take it, then stared at the 5 gold coins in his hand and said, "Wait, are these 5 coins?" They said goodbye, thanked him, and he told them that even though the request flopped, it somehow still ended with more good than bad. Right now he slumped his head onto the table and asked, "Is it okay if I relax a little?" Right, Roo snapped as he stood beside him. Then he sipped from a mug and thought, living like an ordinary person is pure, sweet pleasure. Bale strode up to him and barked that his first job's failure wasn't a reason to let his spirit die. If you're picking the adventurer's road, then you go this way, no exceptions. To grow, he needed new experiences, so he spun toward her and with a confused stare, she marched up to her guildmaster and called out, then she took a. He snatched a flyer off the notice board with a face set in stone. He shoved it in front of him and told him, "Take a look right here." So what did he think? Danger signs stayed quiet and mild, which was perfect for beginners, so the protagonist grabbed it and started to. She told him to read it, then said, "Collect 30 crescent herbs and you'll get 3 silver coins," and she insisted the deal was fair. Now he needs to get ready. He shoots up from the table and starts walking, and she blurts out that it finally happened, yet he's still on his feet, moving anyway. He stepped up to the counter and demanded to confirm the request, and the worker nodded and told him to show her the item he needed. He yanked it out of subspace, then snapped, "There's no problem at all." She stared at it, nodded, and confirmed it was all good. Then the silver coins clinked into place as his payment, and he threw a grateful "thank you" before walking up. Strutted up to the ball and sneered, sadism dripping from every word. "Look, it's finally done, she got that." Rage boiled in him as he lunged to strike her, shouting that she was begging for a fight, and if she felt this way from the start, she should have said it instead of waiting. He ducked her strike at the last second and blurted out, "I'm sorry," and just like that her rage cooled as she asked, "Wait, if you..." He didn't think he'd have to take problems even more seriously, but when he said he'd thought it through for real, he was ready, because he had everything he needed, and the only thing left was to deliver it. And that was no big deal at all, right? She refused to back down, and she was about to speak. But then he bowed, smirked, and said he had something else lined up for today, so he had to get going. He threw out an apology, and she nodded along, saying he was such a strange little kid. He burst out of the guild building, ran, as if the whole world was chasing him. He sprinted into an alley and shouted that there was nobody around. He reached back and yanked out. He hauled a massive sword out of subspace. And suddenly he couldn't resist. He wanted to give the Great One a try. The sword he'd scored after vanquishing those trolls. Finally he manages to move, right when he gathers the. Once he gets those materials, he's out the door fast, he plays. He planted the shattered two-handed sword on the ground and declared that this blade was carved from a troll's twin-handed weapon. He handed over the blade. Now I can't stop thinking. Could he snap it onto the hilt of a sword forged from the world tree he just mined? Since neither of them was made of magical metal, he could finally unleash his skill on it. I can't stop thinking, if I switch it up, will it actually work? I've got to test it right now. He actually connected the 2 parts, and when it worked, pure shock hit him. The system pinged him, boom, he'd learned the unique skill connection. He claimed he'd made it and told everyone he even picked up a fresh new skill, the sword he'd forged back then. Now they're about to test, for real, whether he got it right. In his world, the toughest metal on the planet was tungsten carbide, and he used it like it was the key to everything. He unleashed the metal transformation skill, and the shock hit him hard, because the color changed too. Next, he has to forge this sword into something that can take a beating and still stand tall. He slammed the matter enhancement skill into action. And then it hit him, this thing was way heavier than he ever expected, and his fingers immediately remembered how heavy the sword was. He lifted the sword and snapped that the weight wasn't even an issue for him because he could tap into the great strength skill and unleash pure power. His fresh sword is finally here, and pure joy lights up his whole face as he grips that new weapon. He shoved it into subspace, then warned, "If I leave it here, the power behind my skill will burn out." He has to stash it away, locked in storage, so time can't touch it. His hands practically buzzed with the urge to hunt a monster down. He was strolling down the street when he suddenly caught the sound. Just like that, everything grabbed his attention. A rumble from the gateway surged closer, and it demanded, "Come closer," and asked. Was that noise coming from the box? He gripped it and started to open it, then he blurted out a question. A cat slipped into this box like it owned the place. He spotted a girl tied up tight, her eyes shut and her mouth gagged shut. He was completely stunned by it. Yanked the knot loose and freed her from the ropes. She let out a shaky sigh and admitted, "I thought I was already gone." She felt death closing in, then she grabbed his hands, thanked him, and said it was. It was that close, she was moments away from getting sent away, and she turned to thank him one more time. And he told him her name, Kataman. Wait, what about him? MC introduced himself, but his face looked totally lost. She stared at Yuru and blurted out, "So what's your name?" He blurted his name, then told her to stare as far as her eyes could reach. Jostled her way through the packed crowd, then two guys clocked them and said, He finally saw her, and then he insisted they stop because she was theirs. He stared them down and declared that they'd already been noticed. Noticed it, he yanked her the opposite way. But a man stepped into their path, blocking every move. With a deadly serious stare, he said he had more than enough guts to steal their goods. Rato told them, "I'm not messing around, I'm just trying to help this girl." The man demanded to know if he even had a clue about her, then two guys came charging in. He barreled up to them and blared, "Do you really think you can get away?" He stared at them and the truth hit hard. Things were spiraling out of control because they were surrounded. One of them yanked out a knife and promised they'd score a fortune. They wouldn't let him take her, so he locked eyes with Wearu. Guru, giving him a sharp nod, slapped his hand onto Kodamin's shoulder and said. He told her to cling to him with everything she had. He scooped her up, triggered the jump skill, and then started leaping roof to roof across the buildings. They pushed through a brutal long distance, then muttered that it felt like nobody could ever reach them here. She glanced over her shoulder and said she didn't believe the man chasing her was really that close. He lunged after them and blared that they'd finally stopped. He stared him down, noticing the clothes drooping off his head, and his mind started spinning with questions. Was it a beast man? He snapped his arm forward and screamed at the top of his lungs that he had to shove it back right away, no delays, because the protagonist. Dragonist snapped his hand toward him and fired off A blast of wind pressure magic slammed into him, hurled him backward, and dropped him hard onto the counter. That sudden commotion grabbed the villagers' attention, and they immediately blurted, "What in the world is that?" Wait, did some guy just plummet out of the sky? And there he was, staring down at it from the roof. He slammed his hands down and said, "Run while you still can." Then he admits it straight up. He never in his wildest dreams could have imagined that they. Kodemian grinned and said, "Yeah, once they run, they'll sprint after them. Like the fate of a popular girl isn't something that comes easy." He scooped her up and asked if, for safety, they should widen their gap. Then she flashed a cheerful grin and said they'd keep going that way. Walking on air, they reached a deserted place. He lifted her onto the bridge and told her it felt like. She muttered with a hint of annoyance that this place felt totally safe, but she still wasn't done. She wanted to fly some more. He burst out laughing, then caught himself. How could he wonder if any of this was even okay after what she'd just endured? What a wild, strange girl she was, and as he stared, he looked. He stared at the river where fish darted like lightning, and told you that the moment you move away from the city center, the river turns crystal clear like glass, and the water teems with fish everywhere. Yuru stormed up to him and demanded to know what was happening. Did he want to play in the room or not? She stared at the river like it was irresistible and told him, "That looks delicious." She couldn't resist. She ran straight to the river and dove in hard for a refreshing dip. But he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Pure shock hit him hard. And then she peered right into it. Next thing you know, she burst back up to the surface. Hurtled something at him and barked, "Take. Ticket." He stared at the fish she tossed onto the bridge and then snapped. And said it was all her gratitude, begging him to accept it. Agreed, he snatched it from him, nodded once, and swore he'd take it. He swallowed his pride, thanked her right then, and boom, her face lit up with joy. Kodamin's face lit up, then he sprang back. He stepped onto the bridge and declared it a flawless landing. She strode up to them beaming, then told him, voice full of gratitude, that his help meant everything. She leaned in and planted a sweet kiss on his cheek, then kissed him again like she couldn't stop. She just grew stronger and thanked him, then she climbed right up. Climbed up the bridge's side, spun around toward the. He leaned in, flashed that warm, kind smile, and said goodbye. Right after that, she launched herself straight into the. He sprinted to the river and roared her name at the top of his lungs. MC glanced down, unleashed observer's sight, and And he panicked, convinced she'd vanished for good. Like, what kind of insane swimming speed is that? Speed is this, what the heck is going on, and who's this girl? He snapped back too. He dragged the question to the city of Iris and demanded, at the very end, why they were trying to seize it in the first place. As she tried to capture the codamine, she beamed and asked if it wasn't amazing to meet such a sweet girl, and he blushed, telling her with a bashful smile to stop going on about it. Does she even know why they were hunting her? She snapped back that criminals dragged her away, crooks who lived by stealing. Stealing human goods, she branded them criminals, but they were really just petty punks. Then he asked if he should round them up and turn them into the guild. She snapped that it wasn't worth a thing. He could dump them in the hands of the royal guards and save himself, because there'd be no reward, no payout, no money coming from it, he said. He said it looked like he still had to hunt them down, and she started to say it was pointless to say more, because the princess was about to step into the scene. Again she came back, driven by her sharp foresight, hunting down that all-important person. Sight, no matter how still he stayed, fate had already wired those criminals to fall into place. He was going to get seized by the Valkyrie Knights in just a short time. He said the clothes were nearly dry now, and it was time to head back. He spun back, suddenly felt it, then turned and spotted an old one. An old woman stood right beside him, and he snapped his eyes to her, instantly wondering who is she. She was here, but since when? He couldn't feel a single trace of her presence. Not even a little. He slipped into disguise mode and used every skill at his disposal. With worried eyes and razor stealth, she fired off a teleport spell. And he stared at it, face scrunching up. Wait, is this some kind of math combo? He snapped his magic to a halt and in a flash reached out in his mind to Iris, demanding answers about what had just happened. Then she started to explain the magic he'd used. He snapped at the crowd, yelling that it was what he demanded. Who was she? She answered, even if he already knew the. He finally got the answer and still couldn't change a thing, so he snapped, why are you? She said with a grim look that this wasn't something you mess around with, because this opponent was downright deadly, and you'd better. Don't touch it unready, at least for now. Leave everything exactly as it is. Rado strode through the city, convinced her words only proved the point. Like this city was so packed with chaos that it felt nonstop, everything kept exploding into action. That he couldn't even picture it, yet curiosity clawed at him, and he was already running. Soon he stumbled into a deserted place and started to wonder. No one's supposed to be here, so he yanked a massive greatsword out of subspace. And he couldn't believe yesterday, every second felt packed with non-stop chaos and surprises. Today, with this legendary sword in hand, he finally had the power to tackle a whole bunch of tasks at once. He mulled it over and shot back, by the way, what should I name this sword? Because his other blade was called the Ice. Sword in hand, he christened it Iris. She snapped back, begging him, don't do this, please. Maybe calling it the anti-magic blade is spot on. He muttered it, then froze in shock and blurted, is that right? He asked, and she didn't answer straight to him, but her voice still cut through the silence, and he couldn't shake it. Did she stay quiet because he dared to say her name? He stared into his own reflection on the sword's blade and blurted out, which? Would he finally commit to that anti-magic blade? Ever since they named it, he's been. He swung the blade's magic to change its size, then slung it onto his back, eyes locking onto the modified sword as it gleamed. And he demanded, come on, if you change the size, does the weight stay totally the same? If a brutal hit can crank up the power of an attack, then maybe and maybe this power will let him turn that sword into something feather-light. He unleashed magic into the sword, and the system immediately blared that the skill had Gravity blade had already been mastered. He studied it, then looked up and declared, with the right skill, you can actually control how heavy your sword feels. Perfect, he has to test it right now. He snatched his sword up and unleashed his skills right away. He finished the test, dropped onto the ground, and said his swordplay he'd gotten stronger, but it felt like someone drained every last drop of power right out of his body, his magic power. His power was drained to nothing. Then he slammed a mental call to Iris, begging, can I ask you something? And she said. He snapped, what's going on? Then immediately asked again. He just wanted to know one thing. Could he use skill points to unlock a skill that boosts his magic power or something close to that? She caught his meaning and nodded, saying it could happen, so he needed to gear up now because the test time was here. Then she asked, what even are skill points? And he explained. They're the points you earn when you level up, and you can spend them to buy skills. She snapped that it was the right answer, then jabbed a finger at his numbers, level 41 with 40 skill points, and declared that was his current status, earned right after the troll battle. He'd only spent his points to snag that one rare skill that supercharges magicka recovery, and then he thought hard. Wait, do you mean the exact skill I got when I first leveled up? With that many points, he could grab a whole arsenal of skills, until she explained the catch. Every skill type costs differently, and anything that doesn't match his profession would burn through way more points. That was the catch for him. This magic skill wasn't free at first. The first use cost him 1 skill point, the second drained 2, the third took 3, and it kept climbing higher from there. Each time he grabs a new skill, his points count jumps up by 1, plus, every skill that strays from his path costs a flat 10 points, no more, no less. And yeah, he can spend those points. He hit the grind to level up and truly master it. Now it's time to jump into the real stuff. She tells him to learn magic power expansion, just like the name says. As the name promises, this skill turbocharges his magic power and boosts what he can unleash. On top of that, he's chasing even more magical power, the exact thing he's been striving for all along. And this skill doesn't just slap, it's got a crazy bond with speeding up your magic recovery, because it's one of a kind. It's a unique skill that stays on non-stop, no grinding, no mastery needed. He nodded, then tapped open the system window and said, I'm buying this as my second skill. That'll cost 2 points, right? So he's got 38 points left. Then she snaps, and learn the magic output too. It boosts his magic skill like the name promises, maxing out his magic output for brutal fights and life-saving healing. The protagonist nodded and took it, then smirked. Since it was his third skill, he only had 35 points left, so what other skills was he sitting on? Iris said, since we're burning through his points anyway, why not beef up the skills he already has? And he'll plug those points in to boost his one-of-a-kind skills, because strengthening costs 5 points. He kept score in his head, mulled it over for a moment, and then nodded, deciding to level up those skills. He leveled up 3 skills, and she straight up told him his skill levels had shot higher. Unique skills aren't judged by proficiency at all. They're locked to your level, and the higher your level, the stronger the skill's stats compared to a lower level one. He'd mastered it at a high level, but the cold truth hit. He had only 20 points left. So what happens next? Learn another skill, he demanded, and if he had the choice, he'd shove himself into putting even more into it. He pumped strength into his muscles, so could he even level up his strength skill? She shot that idea down fast. Impossible. Skill points could only boost skills tied to his job, so he asked straight up if there was any other way to crank up his muscle strength, and she lit up and said she had an idea, if he really wanted. His strong-arm technique fit him perfectly. This is a combat tree skill with way better stats than raw strength. He asked about it, so he couldn't boost anything that didn't match his profession, but he still could. Iris told him he could grab a new one as long as he spent his points, but then he'd be left with only 10 points. Did he really want that? He started to. He reckoned he'd already crushed level 30, and after that it wouldn't get any easier, so maybe he shouldn't dump more points into this. Then he said, I took. Then he snatched his words back, because first, he was gonna test this new power of his and see what he could do. He snatched the sword into his grip and declared he'd start the test right now. Right away, he hit the physical strengthening skill and started driving his hand forward, pushing the motion with sheer force. He raised the sword and swore that, when paired with the gravity blade, it would change everything. The massive two-handed sword suddenly felt weightless, then magic surged in. He chanted the ice bullet spell and unleashed at least a few huge ice crystals. He blinked in shock, staring like, wait, asterisk, are these bullets really that big? Turns out it was nothing short of a miracle, and on top of that, he doesn't feel drained from magic anymore, so yeah, it was worth it. Worth every point he poured in, because now his magic won't drain so easily again. He poured everything into his magic. Now it's time to crank up his physical power too. So he's still struggling to fight other people. Does he really need someone to teach him swordsmanship, and if he has to choose? He had to pick, get lessons from Ball or from her, because while he'd rather learn from Ball, she's slammed with work and barely has time to breathe. Guildmaster dropped himself under the fence, waved at Iris, and demanded to know if anyone in the city could teach him swordsmanship, or at least point him to a school where he could learn. She said there wasn't a shortage of teachers at all, just that Ball was basically the only one who could show him how to wield a two-handed sword. After all, two-handed swords were mostly the giant's weapon, and they swung them like clubs, so she had every reason to doubt it. She told him, trust me, you'll find techniques you can actually learn. Then she dropped her plan, learn to wield a sword by fighting monsters. He repeated it again. He had to learn how to fight people, not monsters, so why did she ask, like he hadn't already battled goblins and trolls? Yeah, she didn't mean he had to pick a fight with every monster that caught his eye, like some kind of reckless person. People, these monsters didn't just fight, they wielded weapons like pros, even in a world of monsters, plenty of them swing weapons just like you do. Humans, he said he got her point, but he wasn't buying it. He couldn't shake the doubt that monsters would ever want to teach him, even if he begged for it. She snapped that he wasn't about to crawl to monsters begging for lessons in how to use weapons. He just needed real battle experience. If he kept hunting monsters that wield weapons, his weapon skill would skyrocket. He remembered the gob. So you mean those goblins from that village? He told me he'd heard they weren't just goblins, they were strapped up like humans, and now she's in the Valkyrie Order. And while the Adventurers Guild is still out there hunting for them, she's got to know something, right? Iris starts to say it, but her words cut off. Yeah, of course these aren't wild goblins at all. They're goblins raised by. All thanks to a monster tamer, and when the MC heard her words, he blurted out, "Wait, did you just say monster tamer? That's a real job. So that's how you team up with monsters, huh?" She said it even sharper than that, and this job hands you access to magic. Contract magic power that chains monsters into obedience, keeps a tamer bound to the contract to use it. If the contract's fulfilled, any monster can be tamed, he said. Then he added that, according to the rumors, and armed. Goblins with weapons surged into a village ruled by a monster tamer, smashing straight through the peace. She nodded and said the monster tamer doesn't work solo, he rolls with a crew of 5 people, and she watched his face as he froze from what he just heard in. She demanded, so this is an organization, why would anyone set up something like this? Then she snapped back, it's right there in the name. He carried deep enmity toward the kingdom, because this place is basically a prime target, hated by plenty of shadowy organizations. Especially for anyone from the ancient empire, that hatred sinks its claws deep into their bones. That ancient empire ruled over human lands for ages, way before the kingdom of Barutaro was even born. Sorrows founded by his ancestor, rose by crushing people with military force, held human territory for ages, and dragged its own people through endless wars that left them crushed under the weight. They couldn't take the oppression anymore, so the people rose up, then every rebel who fought back got slaughtered. But the Empire's 13th prince couldn't stand to watch the suffering, so he carved out the kingdom of Baratoros, and he got major backing from the Empire. Even the military officers started rallying under his banner, and the Emperor, his own blood and kin, didn't just take it poorly, he got furious, which ignited a full-blown war between the kingdom and the Empire. In terms of military, the Empire was supposed to crush everyone, but the neighboring countries figured the kingdom was easier to control and threw their support behind it. Then when the Empire fell, the Emperor was executed, along with every single member of his family, and only a few. Some of his relatives clawed their way out of execution. Then, hundreds of years later, their descendants are still seething at the kingdom, plotting to bring the Empire back, calling themselves Imperials, and they'll use any means they can. Everything they need to bring the kingdom to ruin. Then Rado fires back, asking whether the monster tamers also use armed goblins. She confirmed it, but the truth hits a lot harder than that. Only a tiny handful of people will do anything to bring the ancient empire roaring back. They're racing to assemble an army of monsters they've bound themselves to under a contract. Yeah, but they can only force weak goblins to obey, and he said that it is still incredibly dangerous, because if he can tear through the armed goblins and take down the monster tamers who command them, then he might have a shot. His sword skills kept leveling up, and when she saw it, she nodded. Then he asked straight up if he could take on those dangerous people by himself, and she said, look, he can't take them on by himself, no way, but if he's got a plan, he'll pull it off. Good news, those 5 are split up in different places, and they're moving like ghosts, dodging detection at any cost, so tell me. They can keep hiding for as long as they want, but her sight cuts through everything, and nobody escapes it, not when they're doing stuff like that. After she throws out that idea, she even suggests making these tamers vanish. Now look where everything has landed. They've got to train and prepare hard. After a while, he finally asked, "Why are you so worried?" He mounted Yuru and raced up to the mountain, then demanded, "Is it there?" "Right, this doesn't look like a mine at all. It looks like a jagged mountain of rock just sitting there," he thought. He figured the only way to learn how to fight people was to take down the monster tamer first. Earlier, Iris told him that before he storms into the monster tamer's lair, he's got to load up on enough food, and grab spices and kitchen utensils too. With a worried look on his face, he realized the preparations were dragging on longer than he'd planned, so now the big question hits, will he even need all of it? 2 days on horseback east of Adventure City lies the Emir Mine, on a brutally steep, rocky mountain where a meteorite crashed, and here's where it gets weird. Mithril was uncovered at the impact site, so the kingdom carved the mountain into a mine. Then the ore ran dry, and they ditched the whole operation, leaving the mine's ruins to fade as people mostly stay away. Once those monsters moved in and basically claimed the place, the real cherry on top hit. Imperial monster tamers took over the old mine as their base, and even parked part of their goblin army there. The army's right there and the protagonist warns, we can bolt out and hit them any second from now. Then it hit them, they had to be more careful, fast. After that, they brought down a boar and he demanded, so there aren't any dangerous monsters, right? Then why does this carcass feel like it's... Yuru must have been starving, so he dove right in and started eating. And he said they could use the assassin skill, so the monsters do. He didn't even notice them, because if he did, it would wreck the whole reason they'd come here in the first place, but then he noticed. He clocked the goblins tailing him, smashed in with an attack, then said they weren't actually that dangerous. I couldn't believe it, here they were still running into goblins and trolls, even out in the forest where you'd think that stuff would be long gone. Yeah, and it's probably way easier if he's got a whole team backing him, because this was only part of the bigger story. They dove into the training and poured everything they had into it, and then, after it was done, they moved on. He pushed forward, spotted the entrance to the lair, and realized they were already deeper in than he'd expected. It was so deep that he figured, yeah, this is exactly what I need to use. The assassin's scale kicked in stealth, presence tracking, and presence obfuscation, all firing up in a... Then the moment those were activated, he had to boost his mobility with quick, sharp steps, and hit the next activation too. His night vision cut through the dark, and right there, armed goblins were patrolling the area. Was this some kind of contract, or were these goblins about to prove it? Belonged to the monster tamer for sure, and they looked ridiculously strong. He called Iris in a low voice, told her he was at the lair, and said he'd been waiting for her next orders. She told him these monsters would rack up a ton of points for him, and looks like the monster tamer himself is even farther off in the distance. Looks like the monster tamer hasn't spotted them yet, so move fast and take care of these monsters right now. MCS. Snapped, her voice sharp, insisting it made everything sound like a total breeze. He locked eyes with Yuru, they both nodded, and then they said they needed to go after the people who... He broke away from the group, sprinted up, and unleashed his throw skill, ice daggers flying straight at them. He struck them right in the head, and they stumbled even closer to the entrance. And then he promised he'd wipe out all three at once, right there his... He had 10 seconds to howl as loud as he possibly could. Then he leaped onto a rock beside them and stared them down like he had something to prove. Spotted the 3 goblins lurking nearby. A bone-rattling howl ripped through the air and snapped everyone's attention toward. Monsters filled the air and he bolted in and dove behind them. He fired off his spin skill and crushed 2 goblins in one brutal attack. Right after that, he bolted straight for the entrance. 2 goblins broke into a sprint and charged straight at him. He launched a whirlwind-style attack and wiped out a monster in one ruthless strike. He stared them down and thought, wait, are they lining up for something? These goblins aren't normal for even a second. He glanced sideways and saw Yuru tearing into 2 of them at once. The monster lunged in from behind, ready to tear into him in an instant. But once he spotted it, he sliced it down in a blink with the wind blade. Skill, he snapped his gaze to the side, and there it was, a massive monster charging straight for him. Panic hit him the moment he laid eyes on that monster, and he couldn't stop himself from wondering if it was a goblin knight plus this too. A sword forged from magical metal stood ready, then the monster attack crashed in like a nightmare. He lunged in with a sword, and he snapped it aside with a clean, crushing reflection. But then the impact shoved him back a few whole meters. The goblin sprinted straight at him and started hacking into him with a relentless flurry of sword strikes. Sword clashes, he parries the impact and realizes this opponent isn't like the rest. After all the other armed monsters he'd already fought, he didn't just hack away with brute strength. This sword work had something sharper behind it. Of course, he copied every move like a real swordsman perfectly. The goblin lunged in and smashed down with an earth-shattering sword strike. Rito yanked into the move with a rotating block as the attack came in, to mirror the impact of this strike. Right after that, he snapped into action and unleashed the charge skill. He slammed his blade through and chopped the goblin's head off in a single stroke. One brutal strike, then it all changed, and after that, both of them. They both slipped into the mine, and he immediately noticed the light was still burning. So yeah, that basically proves someone's here. He called Yuru and asked, "Can you smell anything here?" Then he crouched down and started sniffing the air, eyes snapping around the room. He stared down that corridor and grinned, wide space, towering ceiling, like he could swing a massive 2-handed sword in here with zero trouble. Problems? He barked at the top of his lungs, panic surged, and he claimed that there was. If you hear an echo around here, you'd better shut your mouth, don't make a sound. They kept moving down the corridor, and then, bam, they spotted a huge, sealed door blocking their way. He shot a mental message to Iris, and she answered fast. This door had no trap waiting on the other side. He should just yank it open and step in, so he did, pushing through the door and disappearing inside. And he froze in shock when he saw a whole pile of wounded monsters sprawled everywhere. He lay there on the floor, trapped inside cages, and when he shoved his hand over his mouth, he swore he'd just stumbled into some huge, crazy pot. A grim pile of goblin bodies towered there. Then he steadied the worried Yuru, calming her breathing, and his mind started to race as he wondered. Who would dare commit something this inhuman? He needs to inspect those corpses before they even start to rot. They were all wrecked, beaten, and cut up, with fresh blade marks everywhere. Their arms and legs twisted into angles nature never meant them to make. They tore out their fangs, ripped off their claws, and then lit them on fire. Accorded, was this the work of monster tamers? So what were they really trying to pull off? They found zero contract magic on them, even though the monsters they ran into outside wore that same mark. Mark found not a single corpse, just one chilling mark, and then he shouted to Iris, asking what the heck happened here. In his head, he wondered what was inside those cages, because this is exactly the kind of cruel game the ancient empire loved to play. They caught goblins, torched them with torture, and fed their hatred of humans until that rage turned them feral. Then they stormed at humans, death be damned. With a sour look, he snapped, "Why do they do this?" She said the Imperials were furious. Turns out all they could tame were goblins. That's why they think they should crank out way stronger goblins now, so they can be tamed later, because no matter how savage their hatred for humans gets, they're still the ones who'll be trained. Goblins can't break the contract etched into their skin, so when he tried, the mark forced him to slam his. He slammed his fist into the ground and growled, like even if they were monsters, getting captured was still unacceptable. It was a brutal humiliation, and it left a bitter taste in his gut, so he kept moving, scanned the area, and asked anyone nearby, "Is anyone here at all?" He cracked open the presence tracking skill and zeroed in on what mattered. Thinking fast, he felt it, something was closing in above him. At that exact moment, a masked man drops in like a flash of danger. They came storming down before him, and in a voice that chilled his blood, they demanded, "Who are you? Where did they even come from? This is his home, and the protagonist, he's still right here." Dennis stared into the cages packed with monsters and blurted, "So this is where he calls home, and right here, the man starts attacking him." He swung his cleaver, shouted in agreement, and swore that the whole abandoned mine was right here. Is his home, trespassers get sentenced to death, and that's the guru's word. Andrew surged into strike, then out of nowhere, he whipped something through the air and... Then the stench hit and he shot up, covering his nose with both paws, then burst into loud laughter. And he spat, "That's the shit of a land monster. It's made for guys just like him, mongrels who don't fit anywhere else." The MC bolted right up to him and smashed in with a vicious. He used the bullet strike skill and smashed into the man, knocking him down hard. He stared at his fist and couldn't stop wondering what that wild new feeling inside him actually was. He scrambled up in a flash and shouted at the top of his lungs that he'd hit him. He stared at him, wondering if that hit had really hurt, because this place is so cramped that a sword doesn't even have room to swing here, and... Then I'll need to use magic. Then, out of nowhere, between the two of them, he stared. Stunned, he stared at the monster and blurted, "Wait, is this a goblin kid?" The man blared, "I'm right about to start torturing." They tried to torture him, but he broke free. Then he stared at the guy and demanded, "So you're saying he pulled off all of this, and you're telling me he's just some nobody? Then who the hell is he?" "His name's Basil, and this guy can tame monsters like nobody's business." He stared straight at him and asked, "So, are you a monster tamer?" He snapped his focus to the monster writhing in agony, and the thought hit him hard. He called it suffering, but with wounds like that, it could only mean something far worse. It stood no chance. He ripped the goblin apart. And he blurted out that he was so sorry, like this had hit him hard, and he hated that it happened because of him. Rage surged through him as he snapped out, booming that he'd murdered his slave. Did he not get it? One more step and he'd be a slave, and Rateau snapped that question out loud, furious with dissatisfaction. Why did he sink so low and torture him? If he really wanted an ally, why would he treat him like this? Basil stared at him and demanded, "What did you just say?" He said it again, then his mind crashed back to the past, insisting, "If my memory's right and if he hurt them, they'd snap into something stronger." Gaines basically said that's exactly what would happen. He leaned in with a serious look and flat out said he had no idea who it was. He'd never forget that name, not for a second. Then he snapped into a fighting stance and told him to prepare right now because he was about to face what came next. He'd taste the full sting of defeat. He stared at him, eyes full of confusion. and demanded to know what the hell was wrong. He boiled over. Why was he so mad? Because he was the one who killed him himself. He didn't want some weak servant. He took the goblin and hurled it. Goblin slammed into him with a brutal kick and growled that he needed to get out, right now. Clear out of his way, he wiped out so fast it was over before anyone could react. Useless piece of meat, can't even serve, the protagonist. Rage surged even higher as everything that happened hit him. Charged right at him and slammed a brutally strong strike into his face. He drove a brutal punch into his stomach and then kept hammering him with blow after blow. Basil hurled strike after strike, totally ignoring it. He lunged in with a cleaver and blared, he should. He snapped his fist up and caught the strike right in midair. Hands, then it started shape-shifting, like it could become anything in an instant. He sharpened his skill until it could corrupt his weapon. He froze in shock, then blurted out loud, "What the hell did you just do?" He didn't hesitate. He surged forward, swung his fist, and roared with every hit. Maldi snarled that this freak needed to shut his mouth. Then he slammed him down cold, right to the ground. He slammed himself to the ground and spoke with a grim, steady voice, because monster blood stained his hands, not just once, but more than once. He raised his hands, but unlike him, he refused to sink to murdering his own. Comrades, his mask shattered, and he snapped, How dare he even try?" Then it smashed down to the ground. The earth buckled beneath him and he froze. Pure shock hit him like a wave. The second he caught sight of his own face, the monster snapped. With a sharp, displeased tone, he stared at the sight of his own face. MC blurted out, shocked, "Wait, isn't he human?" And then Basil's rage flared so hard it almost exploded. Rage boiled in him and he lunged in, hammering the guy with his fists, and he blared loud enough to shake the room that he was human. Yanked his arm hard and launched him over his shoulder like it was nothing. And he blared it out loud and clear that none of it was true. He shoved him to the floor, stared at the shade of his skin, and muttered that he looked exactly like a human. He flipped onto his stomach and roared that anyone who ever saw his face would never, ever get forgiveness. He figured his face and instincts carried the markings of both a monster and a human. He blurted in shock, "So he's a total." A demon lunged in, whipped a cage at him, and the roar was deafening. He snapped, "Shut up," and yeah, he was human, but he didn't. He dodged the strike at the last second and realized it could only mean one. He was ridiculously cool because he was straight up a demon. Basil spat out a curse and wished him dead, then launched into a brutal fist attack. He stared at it and realized if he wanted to beat this freak, he needed a freakin' knockout, so he grabbed the charge detector and swung for power. Attack, every muscle tensed, and he locked in, focusing every ounce of his power into that moment. He clenched every ounce of power into his fist and swung with everything he had, crashing into him with full force. He unloaded a brutal punch and blasted him flying backward, then he just kept soaring through the air. It shot across the whole room, slammed his head into the wall, and dropped him hard onto the floor. A ladder dropped down nearby and his eyes snapped to it. He stared down the demon and bragged that he'd smashed it with pure mad rage. Magic, then the sky tore open and goblins dropped down from above. He spotted them and everything snapped into chaos. And he declared that reinforcements were finally here. Then he spotted them and roared for them to come help him. Faster, Rado stared at the chaos unfolding before him, and he paused, eyes narrowing. Something about these goblins was just off. Then he stared straight at them. Goblins sprawled across the ground, groaning as they demanded to know why they were there. They stared him down, and you could practically feel them pushing for faster help. No one dared to argue with him. He just stood there unmoving, watching the goblins rush past and whispering to himself. He could tell these monsters weren't so much as noticing him. The goblins closed in on Basil from every side, and panic hit him hard as he blurted out, loud and clear. Why are they hesitating? They should smash him right now. Those monsters sank their teeth into him, and the pain hit like fire. And he blared, "What are they even doing?" Then he shouted Yoru's name, and told him to come to him right now. Then they both turned to go. As they ran, the demon shrieked at the top of its lungs in agony, begging for answers as it screamed too. He demanded the goblins get out of his way, stared them down, blared for them to stop, and pressed, "Where do you think you're taking me?" He spun back to him and snapped that his time here was over. There was no reason to stay anymore. And instead of hounding him, he better worry about himself. He begged them to listen to him, but the goblins kept swarming in, and he erupted in a brutal scream of agony. Then the two of them stormed out of the mine, took a breather, and he dialed Iris, telling her, "That's it, we're done." She lit up and asked how it went. He replied that it all ended, but the taste left behind was foul. "Wait, who's this Basil?" she answers, and just like he'd already figured out, he's a tamer of demonic monsters. The Emir mine is one of the Empire's bases, and it was where guys like him got caged up. He never listened to a single order, and he kept indulging his cruelty, torturing anyone he could. So instead of building an army, he cut his own potential soldiers down to nothing, while the Empire punished him for it. They punished him and still kept using him until he finally killed the guy giving the orders, and they had no choice but to dump him. He demanded, "So I even got my allies killed," and she just said, "Basil is a demon." He was bred with both human and goblin traits, an orphan from the day he was born, snatched up and raised by a slave trader, and since goblins are the weakest of the demonic lot, they didn't just mistreat him, they tortured him nonstop. So brutal it twisted his whole personality. This slave trader had been ready to ship him off to a rich aristocrat who was obsessed with monsters, but the deal collapsed. He'd grown too huge and they couldn't keep him, so he stayed unsold. The slave trader shipped him straight to an imperial monster tamer, and when that tamer realized he was one too, he handed over every trick and skill he knew, until the kid finally earned his place and became one of the Empire's own. He first won recognition as a human when he became a monster tamer, but his own brutal nature sealed his fate and dragged him straight into the mirror mine, because the protagonist remembered how he'd claimed, "I'm human," and now he finally understood what those words were hiding. Words just from this story alone, he reeks of a brutally tragic past, but I still can't sign off on what he did, and by the way. He blurted out the name and she shot back, "He's one of the Empire's top leaders, one of the deadliest fighters around, and the reason for countless deaths." He was mowing down hundreds of the kingdom's soldiers, and even Basil looked like he'd rather drop dead than face him. He basically proved what kind of monsters the Empire can afford, so now the big question is, what's his next move? She said she could tell he was really, truly locked in, so she knew there was interest there, not just politeness, however. Before they could hit their next destination, he had to make a quick detour first. After a while, they finally found the spot, and he asked. She meant taking them to another abandoned. In the village, he slid off Yuru's back, and a man spotted him at once, eyes wide as he blurted, "Wait, is he? Is he an adventurer?" Because when he walked into this place, he was blindsided, people were everywhere, and just then the man turned. He spun around and yelled that help was here, and right away people crawled out of hiding. He stared them down and demanded, "So what's going on here?" The villagers rushed up to him and blurted that armed goblins had attacked them. Those freaks tore through the village barrier, then wiped out the village entirely. They shattered the food and smashed the weapons, all while they were crouched in the basement under the village chief's house. Then they sent He shot a plea for help straight to the Adventurers Guild. After all, he's one of theirs, isn't he? So the MC swallowed his pride and told him he was sorry. But no, he's an adventurer and he's just passing through. He stormed past, clearly rattled by it, and then blurted out a loud, heartfelt apology, and told them that if they needed food and water, his supply. Supplies were plenty for everyone, so they grabbed what they needed. Then they thanked him and said that. So the goblins hurled the dead bodies into the well, and now they couldn't drink a drop from it. He figured that out and thought it was. Iris clocked it right away and told him straight up to grab more food and water. In the water, he cracked open subspace for his supplies, and he said that. He told everyone he'd take care of the distribution, so they all better line up right now. They should let him use healing magic to patch up every wounded person. One of them blurted, "So you're a healer mage?" And he snapped, "No, I'm a healer mage." They were a support mage, and when they heard the rumor, they blurted it out loud. "Wait, is he a support mage? The kind with that miserable profession?" An ancient old man stormed up to them and bellowed, demanding they stop being rude to him. He was their savior, no doubt about it, and when he said everything was fine, hope flooded their hearts. It was the truth, so there was no reason to panic. He closed in on the wounded man and asked. He asked if he could finally start healing, and the villagers stared back like, "Wait, you're really asking that?" Then they pressed for an answer. If everything was going to be okay, he used the skill, and then everything hit. The enhanced healing kicked in, and his legs snapped back to normal instantly. He just sat there, stunned by what happened, and blurted, "Wait, doesn't your leg hurt?" Hurt, he swallows his pride, apologizes, and admits it. He really did save him, and the gratitude on his face says it all. His daughter B bowed low and shouted that he saved them. She lit up with sheer gratitude for it, and then he stared at. He scanned the crowd and figured everyone must have gotten their fair share of food and water. Once the last wounds were treated, only about 20 people were still standing. He begged them to listen and warned them straight up that staying there wasn't safe. He pushes the plan for the neighboring village, and then he straight up asks if this one has a cart. If he could pull it off, he'd need something built to haul a crowd, one that could carry even him. They apologized and admitted they only had a cart. Then he snapped his attention to Yuru and promised, "This is going to be enough." Rado seized him and snapped, "I'll pull the cart." Then he barked, "Women, kids, and the elderly, get in." He felt awful for the delay, but he told the ones who could still walk to go on ahead on foot, no need to worry. He'd step into every monster that barreled their way, and the people would thank him like a hero who never backed down. He thanked him, then said, "Since we've already decided, it's time to start prepping right now." The crowd packed up their stuff, piled into the cart, and started gearing up to bolt. The village elder strode up, thrust a tiny box into his hands, and said it was meant as a token of with their gratitude in full bloom. He pulled out 2 stones and revealed he'd been saving them for the moment, because then he realized that the disintegration stone and the barrier stone were what they had to use. He snapped the box shut and said with real gratitude that he accepted them. After a little while the man whipped around, roared at the master adventurers, and announced they'd finally made it. "This is Ethel," he said, staring at the village gate like it was the start of something huge, like this is where it all happens. The guards spotted them and barked, "Why are you here?" If they'd been living right in the village of Athens. He swung the gate open and told them it was a miracle they made it. Now they could finally rush inside. Inside, they had to rush straight to the village elder and get food and water ready. Then, later, they all packed into the hall, and the village elder's voice shook as he called it a brutal misfortune for them all. So were those legendary goblins, finally the ones that came crashing in and attacked them. The protagonist said it felt that way. Then, when he finally reached the village, chaos was already everywhere. He hauled the survivors with him, but deep down he had no clue what disaster, or miracle, was waiting just around the next corner. He told them their village would take them in, but here's the problem. Survivors like them start showing up from other villages too. Villages hit by armed goblins stumbled into this place, and it didn't add up, so he pressed, "Are we really getting flooded with that many refugees?" He told me he'd heard a nearby village got wiped clean, no survivors, just ruins. In that same village they've got a protective wall built from magical stones, pretty safe behind it, but with refugees piling in, their food stores are running bone dry, so he calls the royal army and begs them to wipe out the goblins. So they said the issue would get handled fast, but for some reason they only responded that an investigation was already rolling, and not a single soldier was sent toward them. They even threw in a request to the Adventurers Guild, but crickets, no replies at all, and maybe the reward just wasn't worth it. The same thing happens everywhere, and it's probably getting worse with all these new monsters. Maybe the adventurers' boards are packed with job requests from other villages, so he leaned in and asked, "Can I find out what the reward is?" Once he heard the answer, he figured that with 30 silver coins on the line, an adventurer would stick around the village for ages. Him and his crew braced for the raid of an unknown number of goblins, with no clue when and if he'd ever come back. With the refugees pouring in from the other villages, food started running out fast. Honestly, even he would have refused. Under these conditions, it's not worth it at all, period. This place screams not poor, and his strength, yeah, it's nowhere near enough to save the day. He figured it out, snapped back around, and demanded, "Do you think that request I just sent?" He told the Adventurers Guild it could be cancelled. If he can get his money back, he'll say yes, but only if they change the conditions first. The village chief snapped that their village was broke, and they couldn't boost the bounty one bit, unless you brought something else to sweeten the deal. He didn't even get to finish, because the MC snapped that he'd take his request and roll in that condition. Strengthening the village's defenses was the best move. He said it would hold the line, even if it meant going all in. Got it, but how's he gonna pull it off? He just said that. First, he demands they show him the village outskirts, then they'll do what comes next. They stormed out of the village, followed the crumbling wall, and he snapped that it was falling apart. Crumbling and ruined, with only a handful of monsters nearby, nothing that could swarm them fast. He pushed off the repairs with a grim delay and reached out to feel the wall beneath his hand. He stared at the wall and thought, so this is it. They really do have a defensive wall after all. Yeah, once they had armed goblins ready, that wall wasn't holding for long, maybe only a bit longer. With the right materials and his alchemy skill, he could fix this wall, so he spun around. He spun around and said he wanted to build a moat with a giant moat stretches behind the wall, so getting into the village won't be easy, not even close. The guards froze in panic, shouting for answers as they stood there, stone silent. And he actually dared to request something impossible, like who would spend all that time and effort to build a moat. Still, the village chief said the idea sounded good. But they simply didn't have the time or the manpower to build a moat that would ring the whole village. He insisted everything was fine, then dropped down and sat on the ground. He slammed his hands into the ground and roared the excavators to life. Then he snapped around and demanded. They can't believe it when the guards saw what he'd done. Shock hit hard, and they blurted that he'd built a moat. In the blink of an eye, it hit too incredible to believe. The village chief, staring in shock, waved him over and blurted out that he never even knew he was a universal mage. The guard dipped his head and admitted he was sorry for the harsh words, and Reito waved it off like, it's all good. Nothing to worry about unless they couldn't call those two free people. They'd have to dig that moat deeper, and when the guard bolted, And he told himself it wasn't that he couldn't do it, he just wanted to save his magic power for later. Just in case, he hurried over, because later tons of people were going to come digging a ditch, and he needed to be ready. He stared. He whipped his head around, convinced the magic stone was guarded tighter than a fortress. So it wouldn't be that easy to shatter. They slammed the final supports into the wall, and just like that, their preparations were officially finished. After that, they wrapped everything up, then dug that ditch till it was finished, and the village chief declared, this will settle everyone down, so the villagers finally could breathe easy. He said he was absolutely certain this was exactly how it would play out. He felt something off, then snapped on his presence tracking skill to lock in the signal. And it felt like someone out in the distance was staring straight at them. No way that was some random villager. He didn't know who they were, and recklessly chasing them could spell disaster, so he had to stay on high alert. The guard clocked the panic on his face and demanded, what's wrong? But he snapped back, nothing's going on. And he fired back, asking how many guards were posted here, and the guy said they had around 20 armed guards, if you count all the villagers with real combat experience. Still, there are about 25 people, but somehow only in. They finally had enough weapons for the guards. Training weapons, sure, were still just plain wood. The protagonist barged in mid-sentence and shot him a question. So you've got farming gear, right? Like hoses and sickles. The guard shrugged and said even a kitchen knife would do, because he seriously doubts anyone could use stuff like that to fight monsters. He told them he'd shoulder it all alone, no fear, no excuses, because they couldn't afford to flinch before the battle even began. He demands they prep every fighter and tool right now, then the guard bolts out. After that, they snatched up a bunch of tools, and he leaned in like, all right. That he had everything all set, this should be enough, right? He thanked him, then said, this is. Perfect timing. He spun toward the tools and tore into it. They teamed up to master metal transformation and shape-shifting, moving like they'd been born to transform. He took every one of those tools and forged them into deadly weapons, like the world was giving him a free upgrade. They were absolutely stunned, and the people immediately said, with this many weapons, you've got to be safe. He snapped into action, waved for the guards, pointed toward the side, and shouted that these villagers didn't just get dragged into the battle, they stepped up and joined the fight willingly. To teach them how to do it, then they nodded and agreed. Dive in, and just a few days later, loads of people were drilling non-stop in weapon combat, and the MC was right in the middle of it. Z stared at them and said they looked way stronger than before, and the guard nodded along, saying the combat training was going great. He whipped his head around, already feeling like, yeah, he'd powered them up too. And right there in the moat, it all came together, because every single prep worked. He made it, then when night fell, he slipped over the wall and went straight past the guard. And the guards basically lit up, thanking him for coming back to night watch. Did he catch anything strange? He shot back, no, and swore he'd never seen anything like it before. Then one of them leaned in and started to say, one of them said that. Still, something felt off to him, because refugees from other villages kept showing up almost every single day. Not one goblin showed up here today, because the protection he built was a fortress, and it shut them down for good. The goblins wouldn't dare get within arm's reach, at least that's what he prayed was true. He strode up anyway and barked, telling them they had to be on. With the village's goblins tore apart, he was sure they'd march straight here. Then he realized he might have to make it work with night vision and a quick, sharp look. From the lookout, he scanned and found not a single thing suspicious. Then Yuru exploded into loud barking, and the guards said. Howard said it looked like he'd slipped out of the barn again. He was blown away by that. He swallowed his pride, begged for forgiveness, and promised he'd bring him back at once. He stormed right up to him, and the guards snapped their eyes on him, asking if maybe he didn't feel. He couldn't stand staying in that horse barn, because deep down, he knew he wasn't built for a place like that. Reito started gently petting him, then told him, come on, we're going back. As they slipped away from the guards, he turned his head and said he was. Gratitude hit him like a wave. He thanked him for the warning. Then they reached the building, and he told him to stay put. He'd come back the moment anything suspicious showed up. The moment it appeared, the headman was already in the room, staring at the letter with worry gnawing at his face. With that look on his face, he barged into the room and declared, "I know this place." He spun around hard and blared, "Where'd you come from?" He yanked out a dagger and drove it straight at him. Told him to quit the fuss, then he snatched. He snatched the letter right out of his hands, then snapped, "It's from the Empire." Turns out it was the Empire all along, and he was the traitor from the very start. Long he snapped, demanding to know what it meant when he called him a traitor. He stared at the letter, then blurted, "This is from the Imp." Imperials, huh? Tell me, was he actually part of that organization? He snapped loudly that it wasn't like that at all. He had zero connection to them, and then he demanded answers in a dead serious tone. So tell me, who was he to stay in touch with them, he thought, and it kind of unsettled him a little. Kinda strange, like, if he really. So why, in the middle of all this mess, did he still make that request to the adventure? What was he thinking? Guild demanded those brutal rules, so he prowled around the village, asking everyone he could find. It was him, right? The village chief blared it out loud, claiming that he was the one who wrote the request. Cornered, he had no choice, so he clamped his fear down and obeyed them, all for the sake of saving everyone back in the village. He stared him down and, just like always, thought Iris was right. Then the memory hit him hard and he remembered. He remembered how he'd called her earlier and admitted something was eating at him. Yet the village chief's terms and that demand for adventurers felt downright brutal. She told him clear as day that he never disappointed her, that alone was a huge win. And here's the real twist: the village chief was tied to the ancient empire, which explained everything. He's stunned by her words and blurts out, loud and sharp, what she even means, because in his mind together they're about to dig straight to the truth. They dug down to the truth and hauled in solid proof, then made up their minds to follow the village chief moved like he was just helping with the defenses, while hiding something far more dangerous behind the act. The village chief never left anyone's side. Trying to get close to him was a nightmare. So he went straight to Yuru and begged for help, and the stable he slept in was right next to the village chief's house. So he called in a favor, and he kept a sharp watch on him, because if he wasn't a traitor, he needs to spill the whole truth. He said it with a worried face, and it started about a month ago. His henchmen stormed in, then he snapped his sword up and leveled it at them. He leaned in and promised me one thing: before too long, a pack of goblins would come crashing down on the village all around. Villages, refugees would stream into this place, and his job was to constantly report on the crowd forming there. Refugees, if that weren't the case, this village never would have been attacked. The protagonist shot a question at him: "Why are you telling me this?" The village chief suddenly boomed. Because he wanted answers himself, yet he had no choice but to hold on to that belief, because just a few days later, refugees finally came pouring in. He finally arrived and not a single attacker showed up at this village, so what gives? Didn't he ask for help in the first place? He told them the servant they dispatched to beg the royal army for help vanished, because he never came back. The very next day his horse collapsed from poison, and a chilling warning letter showed up in its place. It felt like eyes were locked on him the entire time, and that request he made to the Adventurers Guild and the store. The royal army refused to help him. Thing was straight up made up lies. He insisted they listen, and finally admitted he'd messed everything up badly, but he still had to get it through his head. Every brutal thing he did was for one reason: to save the village. Then he stared him down and snapped that this still wouldn't fix it, wouldn't solve what was coming. They've got to solve this fast. How much food do they still have left when the refugees have almost wiped the supplies clean? Yeah, he nodded, agreed, and told himself, "Don't sweat it, they're done watching you now." He jolted with surprise and blurted out, "Where'd you get that kind of confidence?" as he shoved a letter into his hands. He slammed a letter down and said the Imperials were coming to wipe out every single villager. Tomorrow the villagers woke up to chaos because the village chief started reading it out loud. And he blurted out, "What the hell is this?" then told me he'd caught it. Spotted a sketchy guy lurking just outside the village, then he clutched that letter like it mattered. He was probably being watched, and that letter made it clear. The village food stores were running out, and then it kept going. Further explained that there was a sneaky loophole in the southern wall. Then the village chief's worry went through the roof, and he just kept spiraling as the danger closed in. And he said this loophole only showed up once the goblins started smashing the village, and he used it so the villagers could slip away if things turned for the worst. People here say the loophole can be used to strike back, and they had zero intention of keeping their word. MC nodded, grinned, and said the letter was crystal clear. Goblins would smash into this village tomorrow night. He slammed his fist on the floor, pure rage exploding out of him, and screamed that he was calling him freaks. What did he do? He stared him down and declared, since the very start, they never planned to leave a single soul alive. If a safe haven like this village exists, everyone will end up here, so by wiping out the people gathered inside, you shut the door for good. The ancient empire is about to roar a message straight at the kingdom, and you've got to warn the villagers. Time is running out, everyone scrambles to get ready for the goblin attack. Later it hit him, the big secret had everyone totally baffled at first. The village chief's only job for the ancient empire was filing reports about the refugees who showed up in their village. And he didn't abandon them, he stood his ground and gave them shelter, and yeah, he even tried. He went begging the kingdom's army for help, even while watchers kept him under constant surveillance. With all that chaos hanging in the air, his punishment got pushed back, so the crowd gathered in that damned. In the hall, Rachel snapped for everyone's attention and said, "Be ready, tomorrow night hour." Armed goblins ripped into the village through a hole in the wall, and the villagers froze in shock. And the guards barked, "Calm down," but even as they said it, they were already poised to fight at a moment's notice. If they can squeeze through that hole, why isn't it sealed up tight? He shut that idea down fast and said, "Told me we had to catch those goblins slipping in through that hole." They had no choice but to sit through his plan the very next night. The Imperials and goblins surged into the village together, crowding the streets like trouble about to explode. He watched from a distance, practically itching to know what was happening. Then he heard the bombshell: Basil had been killed, and yeah, maybe they were right. To stay together as a precaution, except a week ago there wasn't any moat, right? Didn't he read that? That stupid report says a crazy adventurer got into their heads and made the villagers build a moat. Only problem is, he was a low-ranking support mage. You had nothing to fear from him. He was the worst mage around, weak as can be, and he couldn't even learn a single offensive spell. Of magic, now what do they do next? He figured these obstacles would be simple to smash through. But this note ran way deeper than he ever expected. Turns out they didn't just stumble into it, they planned to exploit the loopholes spelled out in the report. No way, how could they even hold off danger with just 20 guards guarding a village that size, especially if they might. If they can get close enough and use that loophole to sneak in unseen, then the job's over, no doubt, you can rely. He backs him up, swearing he'll personally keep those huge freaks in check. Yeah, he agrees, but he's got to be careful. There's no such thing as being too watchful. One of them slipped into the village, while the second stayed right where the Imperial stood, unmoving. And still, I can't wrap my head around it, how this wild headman was so locked in on beefing up the defenses. He shoved them into tons of pointless work, snarling, "If anything goes wrong, it'll be on me. These goblins and the monster tamer are going to crush everything with ease," and after a while the Imperial nagablins hauled themselves onto a raft and crashed into the wall, convinced the defenses could be strengthened anytime. But it looks like they're still short on bodies. The guard was nowhere to be found, so they slipped to a hole in the wall, and he hurriedly asked, "Did that idiot seriously thought hiding it would make the whole thing disappear?" The goblins yanked off the boards sealing the wall, and he snapped that this was going to be hard. So the huge goblins could cram right through. They had no choice, so they started with the tiny ones because those came first. The goblins began squeezing through the hole, one after another. He caught a weird scent, and the moment it hit him, he realized something was seriously off. He suddenly realized it was oil and blurted it out loud. He shouted it was a trap, and right then the hole burst into flames, and the goblins shrieked in pure terror, screamed at the top of his lungs in agony. The guards surged onto the wall and blared their message at full volume, shouting loud enough to shake the night. Because it was already too late, he stared at them, and what he saw made his stomach drop. They lined up their bows and let loose wave after wave of arrows. People came charging down the stairs toward them and burst into laughter. He roared, "How dare you attack our village? They can't let them slip away." When the Imperial realizes it, shock hits like a punch. He pointed at it and shouted, "What is this?" The villagers burst out, screaming that none of them could ever break free, and knew they had to finish them off, so they launched straight into a brutal assault on the goblins, firing and striking to wipe them out with. A storm of loud shouts erupted, so when the villagers finally managed to bring them down, sheer shock hit everyone at once. To wipe out the goblins, then the protagonist snapped if they stuck to his training, they'd finally have a shot, and then they'd crush the enemy with traps. Strike the moment the enemy is thrown off balance, now's the time to hit first. The Imperial barked that they'd better shield him and sprint away from here. The guard barked, "Do you really think you can slip away?" They didn't fear him, they trained their aim on him, because once the shots landed right, the goblins would freeze and stop moving, and that's when the Imperial started panicking for real. and he darted behind the goblin, using it as cover. Goblins were hurling stones at them, shouting at the top of their lungs like this. But this was their home village, and he couldn't just stay, he had to leave. With Claw to defend this place with their bare hands, he spat out a curse, and he spat insults at them while they were hacking down the goblins right around him. He swallowed hard, panic flooding in, and begged them to forgive him. The goblin's dead body crashed down on him. He shot up in agony and screamed at the top of his lungs. Pain crushed his world, and then everything went black as he lost consciousness. And the villagers erupted in cheers, thrilled they finally managed to protect the village at the same time. The Second Imperial wore a grim frown and muttered that nothing had come back from. Shu barreled toward the village, but no matter what happened, it was already too late. At first, he planned to bolt the moment he got the signal from him, but then something went terribly wrong. Then he sensed it in his gut and his mind raced. What the hell was happening? He blurted out, shaking the air, that they had to escape this place right now. Faster, he made a brutal mistake, so now the chase was on. Were they closing in? He sprang forward and dove right in. Right before his eyes, he swung into action and shredded the goblin, then he vanished. He barked what happened, and then he crumpled to the ground because... So the MC burst in and told everyone he'd been caught. The Imperial snapped his head up, locked eyes with him, and demanded to know who he even was. Then he stared him down and answered, and told me there was no reason to rush. The villagers had already taken care of his tamer friend. He muttered that he was still stuck as the same washed-up adventurer. No progress, no luck, just the same old failure. Adventure, and he clammed up, saying nothing at all to him. He swung his sword and launched the helmet splitters straight into the goblin. Skill, panic clawed at him as he stared at what had happened. Then he snapped his head back toward the goblins erupted into chaos and screamed at the top of their lungs that they had to strike right now. Goblins swarmed him from every side, and he shot his hand up and unleashed the fire spear spell. Yoru wiped out the goblins too, and he's just getting started. And he admitted he'd been giving it his all too. Then he whipped back around and said, until now he was surrounded, but the moment he realized he was alone, shock hit him like a punch. Turns out he wasn't there at all, so he called him out loud and asked if he'd somehow missed it. He missed him too. The Imperial was ducked behind his back, ready to strike, and thought he was an idiot. With the assassin's skills, you can vanish in stealth, slipping past even the guards without a trace. Rado, the monster tamer, lined in and muttered, did he really rush to save his friend? Friend, they've got to haul back to the village, because the Imperial just started to draw out a dagger hovered behind him, and it was moments away from striking. He spun toward him and drove his sword straight in. Instead, it totally blindsided him. He got tossed aside. His back slammed into the tree, and he demanded, so how'd you find me? Then he stepped closer and said, He probably only survived all that chaos because the presence tracking skill he picked up back in that damn life quietly followed him without him even realizing. In the forest, he grabbed him, tied him up tight, and shouted for Iris, and declared he was done for good, wiping out 3 monsters in total. Monster tamers, she thanked him for all the grind, then said there were 2 more left on the list. They had to head back to the Adventurers Guild, and she just knew he'd earn a fat reward and climb to a higher rank. For all his effort, he said that would be nice. So do you think those 2 know where the Imperials are? He basically said that was a joke because they were just puppets, and nobody would trust puppets with something like that. Leaving out every important detail until you notice one of the survivors named Gain. He's the one yanking the strings, and he even said Basil mentioned him. So tell me, what's going to happen to Eiffel's village now? She said the village had run out of people who could still get in our way. And then he finally cracks open communication with the other settlement. From this moment on, nobody's getting hurt, everyone's finally safe. And help is coming fast, so he turned to ask, what am I supposed to do when I'm back in the city? She told him to go straight to the guild and explain everything. And then hand the captured tamers over to them, letting the guild handle every last thing from there. It's over, and the shock hits him so hard he blurts the truth at full volume. Shouldn't they finally focus on the other tamers too? She said, grinning like everything had gone smoothly for once. But when 3 tamers vanish, the ancient empire's on high alert. He drew way too much attention in the village, and the ancient empire is about to find out he's real too. So she looks at all that potential and decides, from now on we hand it all to the guilds, and then they'll claw their way back to normal life. He couldn't shake the feeling it didn't add up, and it made him question whether he could even solve it himself. Then she said that he crushed 3 monster tamers who were terrorizing the local people, and honestly, He'd earned every bit of that victory the hard way. He should hand the rest off to someone else, by the way. He never set out to earn experience in the bad, did he? After a little back and forth in the battle, he finally agreed with her, and then, after some time he came back to the village, and the villagers cheered him on, thanking him for saving their lives. If their village was wiped out by him alone, they still wouldn't forget how he spared them. He told them not to fret, saying he was only doing his job as an adventurer, while the guard shot back that he shouldn't hide behind modesty. He told them he was just as grateful for the cart, too. He asked, "Are you sure?" and pushed him to admit he only wanted to take the cart as thanks. He spotted the village elder, and the guard brushed it off, telling him not to worry at all. The village elder really stepped up and helped the refugees himself. They didn't let the situation spiral, because if anything ever went wrong, he could still make it back. To them, he didn't know if they could help, but he figured they'd go all in and do everything they could, no matter what. Their power, the protagonist marched over to the cart, leaned in and told them all, "Go on, good luck." He tore off with the captives, the tied-up tamers and the villagers, then they poured out their gratitude as he went. He threw him a grateful smile and a quick thanks, then, after a while, he finally rolled into the city of Luno. He burst into the guild building, blurted out an apology, and then, just like a worker instructed, he grabbed the criminals and handed them over. He told him to hang tight while they sifted through his request, then the adventurers peered in. He stared in shock at the ones he'd brought, then blurted, "These are the Imperials, every one of them has a bounty on their heads." "So he's the only one stuck with an F rank, huh? How does that even happen?" She finally came back, fired off an apology for the delay, and then he was told the guild master had been waiting, so he marched right into the office. And Ball admitted he always somehow ends up in trouble. Then he busted out laughing and bragged that he was *S all along. She shot off the couch and apologized with a grin, telling him he finally did a great job this time. Snagging those guys from the ancient empire is a massive, can't-miss victory. "Deal?" She hurled him a tiny bag, and he snatched it mid. He snatched it out of the air and blurted, "What is this?" And she said the bag was packed with the bounty meant for the two she had brought. They seemed stuck in the ancient empire's lower ranks, yet she was certain they were behind the recent goblin attacks. Turning them over to the kingdom could unlock huge rewards. With a grin lighting up his face, he asked her if she could help him rise to a higher rank. She yanked open the drawer, grabbed what she needed, and insisted it was just an E-rank guild, nothing special. Guild card in hand, he grinned so hard you'd think it was a trophy, and he immediately thanked her. She leaned in and told me, "Today's different, this is a special occasion." A brand new adventurer who's only been at it for under a month barely ever gets promoted in rank. Pulls a risky move by trying to get his rank without even taking the exam. Then next time he's going to ace that exam, he's already locked in, just as he's about to say something about the Emir mine. And she said she'd read his report about the goblins they found dead by pure chance, the demon they ran into. An investigator was already on the way, but this investigation wasn't going to be quick. There was more trouble ahead. There was even a chilling chance the ancient empire had already wiped out the evidence, so why was he going there in the first place? So this is where it all leads, but was he truly tempted by the hunt for Mithril? Yeah, he'd already said yes. He thrust the drawing into her hands and blurted out. He claimed the drawing was the exact demon he'd seen. She stared at it and blurted, "That's Basil, the so-called tamer," and then she paused like there was more coming. And yeah, there was a reward for him too. She even said he was more beast than demon. So he leaned in and asked, "Wait, is there something for me too?" She nodded, promising a reward so big it could hit 10 gold coins, but then she added what she'd heard. He'd already been caught a few years back. And she told the prison city, as a death row inmate, that she'd have to check back later, while he snapped that 10 coins was just a waste. She didn't hear him, so she asked if he'd said something. He shook his head and denied it. Then she pushed, "So what happens next?" And she admitted, "I honestly don't even know." No, she had to hand the rest over to the kingdom, because if they didn't, they were almost certainly walking straight into the death penalty fully earned, and if they had any useful information, they would. They could have been tossed straight into prison, but something felt off about what happened, so they kept moving on their own. In a future looming over the kingdom, its safety was about to be put to the test, hard. Kept getting stronger step by step until the MC snapped, "There's more to this, something else is coming," and he couldn't even finish the sentence. That thought kept clawing at him, so he had to ask, "Does she know someone named Gain?" She snapped in shock and shouted, "What did you just blurted it out," and everyone froze, because when they saw what happened next, they were totally shocked. They heard a thunderous bang, then she slammed her hand on the wall like she was about to break it. She leaned in close and stared him down, then demanded, "How did you even know that name? And tell me, what do you know about him?" He was terrified out of his mind, and he blurted out that the tamer he finally caught kept mumbling that name. She finally steadied her breathing, turned to go, and then she blurted out that. But from here on out, this story stops being about some E-rank nobody. He should hand the rest over to them, and then kick back and live like a regular adventurer. She stormed out of the office with a grave look on her face, wondering if he was tangled up in this mess too. That freak ripped something priceless from her, and then out of nowhere her childhood memories came crashing back. When her parents snapped "hide now" and warned her not to come out, she stepped out with the ball clutched tight, looking rattled, and blurted out to her, loud and shaky. She stormed up to her mom and dad, and then they slammed the door and locked her in the basement. But through a tiny crack she caught a glimpse of what was happening outside, right as everything unfolded. He stepped outside and thought on that. And on that day she finally laid eyes on him for the very first time. To tear the world open for her murdered parents, she threw herself into becoming an adventurer. When she finally grew up, she walked up to her future and asked, "They know they don't have to follow her, right?" The adventurer's shot, "What is she even talking about? Because it sure sounds like she's gearing up to smash her enemy, right?" She panics and asks, "What if something happens to me before the wedding? Then they'll just cover it up." Cover them up, no question, these are her comrades, and that realization hit her right in the heart. Their words hit her deep, then she met Gain, and suddenly everything about her changed. Her comrades were being cut down, and in the chaos he stepped in front of her, blade raised, then scoffed that his own sword was too weak and downright boring. Now it was time to finish this. He grabbed his courage, lined in close, and said goodbye to her. Then someone from her team shouted her name at the top of his lungs and yelled, and told her to be careful. Then he stepped right in between them. He charged straight at him and ended it with a brutal sword strike. He kept his cool and admitted it was a real shame. He just blocked her path, then she froze in shock. Reeling from what just hit him, he snapped back to earlier when he asked that question when. And when they finally dealt with him, he'd end up marrying her like it was destiny. She was completely. So he was wildly embarrassed, but he confessed it was him, and she shrugged it off like, "I don't care at all." Right now, rage was blazing in her chest about. She snatched her sword like a reflex and slammed home a brutal, game-changing hit. They both carved scars into each other's faces. He glanced up, burst into laughter, and said, "She actually went and did it after all, and it was ridiculously adorable. It was a real shame he didn't get a single moment to play with her." He gave her a little more, then he bolted. She followed right after. She snapped at him to stop, then erupted in a full-on angry scream. Rage flared in her chest. She swore today was his win, but next time she'd rip him apart. Right now, Rado called Iris and demanded to know why Ball was spitting sparks with rage. Then Iris said, "She told me she should have warned him sooner, because he never should have thrown Gain's name into the conversation with him." She was right there, and he snapped, "What do you mean?" And she told him, "We don't even really know each other, yet we're still not close. There's a trail of vicious murders lurking behind their bond." He demanded to know if they were really rivals. She answered, 20 years ago it was them. Then he struck her down. Their parents, when she finally became an adventurer, their paths snapped back together, and they met again. And that choice ended up getting her comrades and her lover killed, right there for her. Greed is the real villain, and it's what's killing everyone who matters to her. He asked, "Did you even cover the main topic at all?" She nodded and said if they did. She didn't lift a finger, she was done for, and in no time she'd storm out of the Adventurers Guild to run solo. Alone, she'd track him down herself and try to kill him, then walk straight into a trap where death would snatch her. But even so, the wounds would still claim him. He blurted out in a shout, "Can you stop this from killing me?" She shot him a worried glance, her voice shaking as she struggled to get the words out. Without his help, they'd both be dead for sure. But his involvement could blow everything up. He blurted, "Wait, what are you even talking about?" Was the future of everyone else wide open except for him? She told him again that if he'd been born in this world, she would finally see everything, because his future was tied to a soul that was born from the very beginning. The soul of another world is locked away from her, and it's even harder for her to predict what's coming for everyone. Bound to him, so if he dares to help her, she has no clue what might happen next. If he doesn't step in right now, both of them are doomed, no way they survive. But if he steps in, she might just get saved. But here's the twist, there's still a shot that Gain might make it. Or both of them will die and they'll take him down with them too, and yeah, that's the kind of development nobody survives. Development can't be denied. He leaned in and asked, "So, does this so now she can't offer him the same advice she used to anymore. She told them she could pinpoint exactly where they both were right now and what they were doing. But their future was a mystery to her because all she had was. She wasn't jumping at this mess, and she still wondered what they were supposed to do. Then he plucked. He dug deep for courage and told Ball he wanted to help. She said it with total confidence, like there wasn't even a single doubt in her mind. He admitted he'd blown past the line and apologized for the recklessness, but then he warned that his actions could still reshape her entire future. The future loomed, so when she wasn't part of it yet, did she ever stop to wonder what she'd do next? She nodded and swore she'd figure it out immediately, before he went full force. He begged her to explain, and she told him 5 days from now she'd track down Gaines. He'd went there alone, just her and the mission, because she'd wipe out his minions single-handedly. Before she even gets a chance to fight him, a poisoned arrow slams into her. Her body would go numb, but the attack would hammer back in, so she'd burn through her final scraps of strength, landing blow after blow meant to kill. But that poison would finish her for good. He swore they had to move faster than her. Iris warned her it was gonna be hard to pull it off before they clashed, because he was a brutally skilled swordsman. Surpassing an A-rank adventurer's skill, then the protagonist straight up asked, "So why am I not just fighting you head-on?" She told him straight up right now in his condition, beating him was basically impossible. But if he didn't move within the next 5 days, Ball would be dead. There was another way to save her besides battling in the fighting game. He could try to convince her somehow. Or stop that collision any way he could. Then he demanded to know just how long it would take. She warned him that if he wanted to reach Yuru's location, he'd have to write it down. She insisted on it. He could reach it in about half a day, so that left him roughly 4 whole days to move without a leash and do whatever he wanted. He asked if he had to master an unbeatable swordsman's level of skill in just 4 days to secure the win, and honestly, that plan sounded brutally impossible. She told him flat out that no matter how hard he trained with the sword, he still wouldn't be able to. He managed to smash the level gap in just 4 days, then he demanded, "So tell me, how do I win?" She said that. So he had to fight in a totally different way, and luckily. Stain's only 2 real trades were a swordsman and a fighter, plain and simple, that's it. He couldn't cast magic at all, but that actually gave him the upper hand. Now he had to transfer into a plane of combat where the swordsman's skills would finally lose their edge, and his. Forget it, this could totally work in his favor, so he blurted, "Wait, should I fight them with magic?" Magic tried to deny it, but Iris shut that down fast and insisted the truth wasn't so simple. She told him to stop overthinking and just use magic as another weapon in the fight. He should swing a sword and cast magic together, because he swears this combo will work if this tactic actually hits. If they could pull it together, they might finally beat him. She said it all hinged on him. He fell into that thought and realized deep down he couldn't possibly win like this. With a determined look, he demanded she tell him exactly how he should train. Later in the Emir mine, several guards pushed inside and insisted there was nothing weird about the armed goblins, while the trail of proof tying back to the ancient empire was wiped clean, so they demanded everyone turn around and report back. They spotted games laid out by the stone and instantly mistook him for some kid. One of them strode up to him and promised everything would be okay, she'd step in and help him. He grabbed the moment, joked his thanks to her, and said. He drove his sword straight into her, cutting through the moment in a flash. He bolted through their ranks and wiped out the whole group. A pack of knights, each one crumpled with a single blow, and he said it like it was nothing. With a grin stretched wide, he practically dared fate. His love would come to him soon. After a while, MC finally blasted into the abandoned village of F. Voss raised the Flameblade spell and unleashed a crushing wave of raw power. A roaring wave of fire swallowed the empty house and left behind one chilling message. Said it was straight up amazing, like it was finally easier to control everything. A fire bullet gets controlled, and suddenly the fire and wind magic come roaring in. It all just clicks together. Somehow he masters a brand new skill, and then he's like, all right, now I have to try. Try something else. He figured he was trapped in an abandoned village, and right then he started training hard, focused on taking Gain down. He's stuck with a job nobody envies, and the cruel truth is he can't cast any real offensive magic. He fired off bombardment magic like a full-blown mage, right there and then. He's stuck relying on basic elemental magic anyone can pick up, and the support mage's auxiliary spells, so yeah, he's basically left with just that, so he hammers through everything he's learned so far, and sets his sights on building a brand new combination spell. He has to crank up the magic he can unleash in battle, as high as it'll possibly go. He had no choice. He stood up, nodded with grim certainty, and said it was time to use an ice and earth block. He forged a blade and muttered, "I've got to know, can I mix an ice sword into something new?" A sword with a gravity blade, so would he score something just like the Gain sword? He figured that if he loaded the ice sword with gravity, it would slam down and create unleash an even deadlier move, something that flips the odds in his favor and gives him the upper hand in every fight. Suddenly the sword in his hand snapped right in the middle of everything, and he admitted right there that he'd messed up. Then he started explaining how the ice sword's hardness is so brutal it should hold, but gravity still smashes it to pieces. So yeah, this means the gravity blade is totally useless against a weapon that's missing what it needs. Turns out if you don't have high magic resistance, there's a hard limit. Once you push weapon strength too far, it just won't level up anymore. A wild idea hit him and he leaned in to ask, so, if he's not supposed to swing a weapon, then what? He should just do nothing. He started pumping himself up, because magicians don't just train, they juice their magic with magic stones, and he knew he had to do the same. She called Iris and asked, straight up, if he was thinking of using magic stones to level up his math. Magic, if that's the move, she tells you to use a magical tool called. It's a magic bracelet, just slap it on his hand and that's the end of it, no drama with the staff at all. He demanded to know where he could get it, and she answered with a straight-up place to buy it. He said that since he'd agreed to the bracelet, he'd figured out a way to get one without ever having to return to the bracelet. Straight to the city, she had an idea about where that bracelet had to be, but he got uneasy the moment they set off. Harry suddenly said, "I've got a bad feeling about this," and after a while he marched right to the spot where he needed to be. And pointed to the forest, the exact place they once called home, then swore there wasn't a single demon to be seen. Sight were they even here, then right at that moment, he spotted Lenator. He pushed the door open and realized, yeah, he hadn't even clocked it at all. Earlier she'd said that // that the Minotaur had a magic bracelet in his grip. Yeah, this is the demon. The demon who slaughtered Yoru's parents and then murdered his own mistress. He froze in shock and blurted, "It's not a monster." A demon he had to wipe out, so he lunged for her bracelet, but she shut him down and refused. He flat out denied it and swore that if he ever throws himself into a fight, he'll barely walk away unscathed. Armed, he'll get it all the moment he sees it, and Wuru started to growl, low and dangerous. Rito shot a worried glance, and he could feel the tension in the air building fast. It yanked the bracelet off its horn and hurled it straight onto the ground. On the ground, he snatched it up, and just like that, the Minotaur started to back away. He snapped, shocked, "Wait, why so Iris said it was that simple. He returned the souvenir to me. And yeah, this forest's Minotaur, turns out he's got real honor. Like a true warrior, he straps on pieces of gear from vanquished foes, honoring every challenger he faced, and the Minotaur must have remembered. He remembered who he was loyal to and handed back what belonged to his mistress, because he wouldn't lay a hand on anyone he judged weaker than himself. He just gave it to them, no questions asked. So now he's wondering, does that mean they're weak in his eyes? She nods and says it makes sense. Yoru didn't attack him because right then he could feel, instinctively, that the Minotaur was the stronger one. He thrust the bracelet into his hands, and right away he stared at it like it mattered, then asked, "Is this thing really important to you?" Like a ghost of the past, right? Could he actually use that memory? Could it bring back what his mistress meant to him, and then sign the deal? Then he shot him a thankful nod and strapped in the brace. He stared at the bracelet and swore it was a magical upgrade, something that could crank up his power, as long as he snapped a magic stone into the little recess. He told us that since Yoru hated the decay stone, he would. He decided to try attaching a barrier stone, so how in the world was he supposed to activate it? That's what he couldn't stop thinking about, he meant. She shot a mental message to Iris and told her, with the barrier stone, you've got to press your fingertips onto the pattern and cast the SH, right there, like you mean it. The shield spell, then the protagonist snapped right after the guide materialized right in front of him, an enchanted magic shield forged from pure power. And he blurted out in shock that, to make it work, you've got to touch it yourself, and in the middle of a fight, that's insanely hard. She barged up to him, and he stared back all confused like, "Dude, don't lick that. It's not jelly." He figured this magical tool wasn't going to be that easy to master, then. Looks like it shuts down physical attacks cold, so it all comes down to how you wield it, and you've got just 3 days left. He's got to throw everything he's got at getting stronger and do it all at once. Staring at the slain knights' bodies, Gain sat down beside them and let the sadness hit him hard. It's heartbreaking, somehow they still need to finally understand each other, and knowing it's come to this just feels impossible. Come on, tell me, do you think she feels that way too? Right beside him, tucked behind the stone, stood a mystery girl who just called him a worthless piece of trash. He leaned in and asked, so you still can't read my thoughts? She shrugged off his thoughts and said she's here to deliver a report, so tell me, what's he going to do? He asked that because at last someone in the neighborhood finally spilled the secret. He's got a plan, he's ready to welcome his guest with his whole family right there by his side. She shot back, so they're servants, right? He spun around and pure displeasure flashed across his face. He leaned in, stared her down, and growled out like, what did you just say? He lunged with his sword, then he slammed forward with the bat of. It sliced straight through the rock she'd been hiding behind. And somehow she slipped out and got away, because whether she understands it or not, none of that matters. As a vampire, he can't wait to meet the girl who slammed that indelible wound into him, the blood of someone who was about. Whoever said revenge can't be savored, because for him it's the ultimate delicacy, the kind of dish that only gets richer the longer it waits. It's coming soon and he's already counting the moments, waiting with his whole heart. After a while, the MC whipped out the charged blade and went for it. He swung with blade skill precision and landed a brutal hit that rocked everything. He gives it a thoughtful stare and realizes this skill is brutal, but if the opponent is fast enough, he's walking straight into danger. He dodged just in time, and that's exactly why this move has the same flaw as the martial art spin. He believed the spin is all about using spinning as the attack, and every extra rotation cranks up the speed and punch power. But once a charged blade starts up, he loses the defense and evasion, because he's already stacking power from the very beginning and blasting it out fast, like a spinning wheel. Spinning wrecked his balance, his durability and attack power took a hit, then an idea snapped into place. He called Yuru and told him to back off, or else he will be hit. This is just a tiny test. He lifted the sword in front of him and steeled himself, feeling a charged blade. He hits maximum speed right out of the gate and starts spinning, ramping up the power as he goes with every beat. With every thunderous sword swing, it all starts to click. Combine these two fighting styles and you'll unlock a seriously brutal power skill. You'll boost your skill power, sure. The strain on your body could double, but maybe a magic bracelet will take some of that hit. And once he flips the switch on body enhancement, he'll finally be able to take it head on. He unleashed both of those skills at once, and realized the weight on his body was far heavier than he ever imagined. Yeah, that was the reason. He lost his balance and dropped like a stone. The sword slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground. Then he jerked up, gasping, saying it's still damn hard to act. He lets loose two martial arts at once, though that doesn't mean he's being rude. Impossible. Then he caught that Buru was worried sick about him, and he flashed a quick reassurance. I'm fine. He realized he'd have to grind hard to win, because he was about to clash with someone truly skilled. A top-tier swordsman he could slice with pure skill, but he needed battle tactics powered by magic. He snapped back to his feet and kept hammering away at using two skills. He tried to pull off those skills all at once, but every attempt ended in failure again and again. Time after time, Rado stared at the worried Yuru and told him, I'm fine, like nothing could touch him. He even felt it, like his strength was finally coming back, and he figured one of the reasons. He dropped the sword because his grip was too weak, and from now on, he's got to train his hands too. He'll keep going and going until he finally succeeds, no matter how long it takes. With countless failed tries piling up, he rose to his feet and declared that he still had even more left. He'd gotten used to the training grind, but even then it still wasn't cutting it. He pushed himself harder and delivered a. He swung a thunderous sword strike, and the system logged it instantly. Received word that their merged combat skill. Swing, swing, that move had finally been mastered. He stared at it with a grin, then he laughed out, Yep, I did it. He did it, then he dropped to the ground, gasping that he'd fused his combat skills into a brand new move. Now this new skill's finally clicking, so he should go hunting for more because the helmet just split. He tightened his grip on the splitter and the charged blade, but before he launches in, he's gotta take a quick breather. With a grim look on his face, he realized there were still 2 days left. With those days left, he'd pull off another breakthrough. By then, he'd have forged yet another new skill. After training for a while, he finally pushed into the mountains and demanded, so, gain S here. He could barely accept it. Fate had dragged him back to this place again. Iris said it looks like he already cracked the truth about the ball, and with his subordinates backing him up, he's trying to reel her in. Right now it's just him there, no one else in sight. This is the perfect moment to throw down. He blurted that he's not sure he'll win, but he's dying to find out. She said there's still time. She can turn his mind around before it's too late. He claimed it was hilarious and she shot back, so what's the punchline? So is he ready to go, or did he actually remember every single thing she told him? Told him yes, then the protagonist nodded hard and said he's fully ready to go. He kept moving forward, convinced he didn't just know how to swing a sword, he knew everything else too, and that's what was burning in his head as he went on. And yeah, there's his past and the brutal truth. He's a vampire for his part. He finally cracked a bunch of new skills, and for today he gave it everything he had. He wouldn't let the ball die ever, not on his watch. He strode down the path, locked in on it, looking. He glanced around and muttered that the whole atmosphere felt different, like it had shifted since their last visit. He made Yuru come here and begged him to stay, but the moment he did, he swung right in with his blunt, brutal move. He pressed his paw forward and let out a deep growl, then demanded, "Come with me," like that was the only answer he'd accept. If danger came for him, he'd bolt right away without thinking. After a little more wandering, he stumbled on a gruesome field, corpses piled everywhere. After the showdown with Gain, he spun around, eyes scanning the chaos, and then his thoughts caught fire. And yeah, it hurt all right, he knew exactly what he could do. But somehow this was still way more than I could handle. Right then, he stood right behind me. He came face to face with him and greeted him, then right away, he launched into action and started to. And spun in circles, scanning everywhere for him, then he froze. He stopped right beside him and demanded to know who they were. MC pulled him close and demanded to know why they were here and what they wanted. He called him out by name and said he'd come to fight. Fight him, he chuckled like it was nothing and said that it. And it turns out he already knew exactly who he was, so that meant. Which meant he wasn't just some run-of-the-mill adventurer, he clocked. He spotted a white wolf beside him and shot a quick question, was there any? No one had survived, and he slammed his hand to his sword, ready to draw. He yanked the sword free, then promised them death, right there by his own hand. He clenched his hand tight, panic surged, and he immediately fired off a fire bullet. Bullet spell Gain just managed to dodge it at the last second, then shouted that it was. And honestly, it blew my mind, some seriously wild magic, the kind you can't stop staring at. Magic, he grinned and thanked him for the compliment. He fired off a quick compliment, and then, right away, he instantly unleashed the Flameblade spell, slipped past his strike, landed right beside him, and in the blink of an eye, he was dead. He leaned in beside him and blurted, "Why are you turning your head?" But he was right here already. He erupted into laughter at him and sprinted alongside him at full speed. He snapped his head left and right with panic in his eyes, convinced this was just a simple jump skill but at breakneck speed, basically teleporting in the blink of an eye. Gain skidded to a stop and blurted, "Wait, he's a mage, right? Then he knows exactly that." Rachel looked at him and thought, "So you really can't match his speed, huh? You won't keep up with him, no chance." But there's a way to stop him, he's already got his hands on. He slams his hands onto the ground and yells, "How about the..." He clenched his jaw, shattered the stone beneath his feet, landed hard and demanded to know what. He gasped, shot a look up, and said it was nothing but a block of earth. Earth elementary magic now he can't use. He just stopped cold, stared him down, and asked in a calm voice, "So what, you can't jump anymore?" So does he honestly think he can still win, even without the ability to jump anymore? Oh my god, how naive can he be? You'll just cut him. He snatched up his massive greatsword and swung, right as the next word died in his throat. Gain heard about the physical strengthening spell and immediately couldn't stop thinking about it. Wait, are you telling me this is really support magic? So this guy chuckled, smirked, and said, "I'm a brand new rookie with a useless job." Then he yanks his sword out and draws it. His sword shot out of its sheath and aimed right at him. No offense, it said, but he was waiting for a guest, so the protagonist better pray, because he told himself he'd rather die than let this happen. Suin snapped his sword up and warned him not to underestimate what he was about to unleash, because this wasn't some easy fight. Even if his job wasn't top tier, he still tore through enemies with the charged blade skill, and slammed a brutal slash into the ground. Then he promised, "I won't let you get away, not now, not ever." He wouldn't let him lay a finger on her, because he was here to wipe him out, and a wicked chuckle just slipped out. He said his skill was solid, and it totally looked like he'd landed a massive win. Well, there it is with her, and wow, that's a wild setup. He won't mind stepping up too. He even dressed up his corpse like a gift, then used his battle skill to unleash. A surge of energy slammed into him and blasted the sword clean out of his hands. Yuru shot straight in front of him, putting herself between him and danger to shield him. And he snapped, dead serious, "Move, get out of my way." The second he lunged in with his sword to strike, everything went sideways. He clutched his bracelet and fired off a shield spell. Gain's eyes widened when the barrier appeared, and he blurts out that he can. He couldn't wipe them out that easily. This hit slammed him to the ground, and he gasped. So he's carrying a barrier stone with him, but tell me, what's the point if it can't even? And that one defense, it's done over. CMC started hurling stones squarely at them, and the chaos kicked off fast. That sprawled across the ground in front of him and asked, "Yo, how's he holding up?" He flicked his sword up and the stones flashed back at him as he barked for answers. What in the world is he even doing? You gotta learn how to accept it. Except 1 foot, then he didn't even see it. Instead of stone, a bag shot through the air, and when he swung at it, dust burst into the sky. It shot out, and the moment it hit his eyes, he bellowed in savage pain. Then he whirled around and yelled at Yuru, and warned him not to come any closer, clutching his head from what just happened as he snapped, still not satisfied. He caught his breath, stared straight at him, and said, "He said it was powdered decay stone, stuff that only works on demons." He copied his people's gains, and then he tried to. He wiped his face hard and barked, this stinks," and he wasn't done yet, not. Forgive this totally ridiculous scheme they pulled on him. He managed to get into a fighting stance, and with pure rage in his voice, he shouted that he'd reach him and end his life. Gain snapped at the protagonist in a rage, telling them that the descent, that integration stone trick just stopped working cold. The protagonist stared at him and thought, "I'm going to tear you apart, what the..." Bloodlust, the opponent snapped his will into motion, then activated his. He whipped out his residual blade and begged the universe for the MC to die. Rado busted out shieldo and man. He braced himself and surged forward to strike, then launched up with that raw boost, and as he rose, he summoned. Then he swung that helmet-splitting strike and slammed the opponent, right as the... But the opponent dodged it cleanly and smirked, firing a cutting question at him. What was he even doing? Aiming for... Bado can't be activated unless he's standing on the... Right there on the ground, this was his moment, his one shot to strike. He should try it with the helmet splitter. He hit the switch and activated it. Sent its spin strike out like a blade, then it braced itself to smash again. Gain blurted out, completely baffled. "What's this?" He pulled up the skill flow, and the opponents slammed their weapons together. The protagonist snapped to attention and thought, right now at one. Without wasting a second, he lunged forward and drove his sword straight into the game. A sword sliced into him right as the opponent stepped in and... Rado Kira, yeah, that shook me to my core. Cursed, oh come on, he was about. He was so sure the strike would land and smash through. Gain yanked his sword free, stepped back with a calm no offense, and then snapped, "But you've got to try." "Try harder," MC demanded, and it left him stunned. Just how insanely strong was that monster? It was like he could stop him cold with one hand, so easy it made the whole moment feel impossible. A calm, ominous voice rumbled, saying, "Now it's his turn." His hand twitched so slight most people wouldn't even notice. He clutched the protagonist and drove his weapon straight through. Plato went completely still, mind racing. "What's happening?" he blurted out, then super vibration. He slapped his hand on his weapon and was forced to. And the blade buzzed with power, cutting through the opponent on the spot. Kane's eyes locked onto the sword hammered straight through his body. Stunned, he blurted out, "Vibrate the..." He sharpened the blade because for sharpness was the whole point, and that's what he meant. Once again, he pulled out that arrogant attitude. He yanked the blade that had wounded him out with one ruthless hand. Rado snapped his shield into existence, and he charges right back to strike the guy again. He slammed the attack home, pain ripped through him, and blood gushed in wild bursts. A sickening gush erupted from the cut on the opponent's body. He collapsed in a heap, clutching the bleeding wound with one hand, and muttered through clenched teeth. "It hurts." He almost sliced him clean in half, then protection engags, boom, boom. The protagonist snapped, "I can still talk," and that's when everyone realized he was the real monster. Gain yanked a vial of pitch-black liquid into view, and unleashed the blood until it spilled everywhere and ended up being shoved into the container straight on his fresh wound. Then he started thrashing in obvious agony, like it hurt to breathe. Pain, and right before the shocked MC could even blink, the wound. Rado stared in shock, then blurted, "Wait, my wound's starting to heal, so what's happening?" Blood gushed as he forced the wound open, then he snapped upright, rose to his feet. He muttered, "Yeah, I'm a vampire, and even though healing hurts like hell, he swears he'll pull through. Make him feel the exact same pain." Then Gain yanked his weapon away and got ready to strike. The protagonist snapped in irritation, "Yeah, he's got more tricks up his sleeve." The opponent snapped his residual blade to life, and the protagonist clenched his will and summoned a razor-thin ice blade bullet, then hurled it straight at the vampire. Gain, totally unscathed by the hit, flashed a grin and cocked his head, demanding to know just how long Rado's magic could really last. Then the MC lined in and told him straight up, he knew exactly the weakness of that residual blade. Skill, he dropped to all fours and pressed his hand against the ground. He got called in to face the boulder, and the opponent's eyes went wide with shock. So the protagonist told him this skill is the same as Bado. If its base gets destroyed, you can't activate it, got it? And he wouldn't be able to hold it together if he lost focus, so when Gain blurted, shocked, how would you even know that? Who the hell was he? The protagonist just shrugged and muttered, oh well, he didn't have to answer. The vampire snatched up his sword and snarled, answer me, if you don't, I'll kill you. Kill him, the MC snapped, then told him those threats were pointless, and this sword technique has. So it's got a time limit, right? Gain blurted, totally lost, what Iris snapped to her protege that Bado could only strike anyone who stood inside the sword's range, plain and simple. So yeah, he couldn't strike until Rado closed the distance, and that's exactly how Bale managed to slash Gain's eye, because she'd spotted the opening. The hero spotted a weakness, then grinned and asked which sword looked longer, right, as he set up his counter. Maybe they should put it to the test, the protagonist said, voice sharp with certainty. So yeah, he better not wake up tomorrow wishing he hadn't. The vampire locked eyes with him, stared at him in pure disbelief, then grinned like he'd just figured everything out. Merc, what a complete idiot, so damn stupid. And then they're about to. They faced off in fake stiff fighting stances, and the MC swore he'd already lost too. Blood poured out and his strength finally crumbled away. This would be the final hit. He called up a full-throttle charge. Gained a charged blade, yeah, the moment it hit, it felt like fate just clicked in place, marked by Gain. With shock because it was exactly like her. He barreled forward swinging a colossal sword, going for the kill. From far away it almost fooled everyone, but it was just her cheap imitation, pure boredom. Boring? Nah, he's no fool. After she hurt him, he clocked every weakness and redoubled his focus like his life depended on it. He started mastering the battle by using every move while he pushed forward, turning movement into pure combat power. He crushed a string of opponents who thought they were untouchable, then watched his attacks prove them wrong. He told the protagonist that the sword's length doesn't matter at all. The villain snapped his gravity blade to life, and Gain's stomach dropped. His sword had suddenly started flying faster than before. He had zero clue a blade like that was even tucked away in his things. He let out a soft chuckle, sweet as if he'd finally get to see her again. But that was the end of the road. Rado snapped on his physical enhancement. Launching himself skyward, he leapt up to slam the strike down. Right when the game was set to strike back, a blade had punched through his back, then the vampire screamed, and pure confusion swallowed him whole. Wilderment, what the hell is happening here, and who is the protagonist really? While he was finally distracted, they struck. It slammed into him, carving a brutal path straight through his body. The enemy crumpled to the ground, drenched in blood, and finally cut down. MC staggered, caught in the middle of losing his balance. His strength draining fast, then out of nowhere the vampire erupted into laughter, then leaned in and started to speak, saying, Rado cursed and muttered under his breath, child. He's still alive, and he has to end it right now before the bastard fully recovers. With the last of his strength, the protagonist closed the distance, and then everything hit at once, suddenly. Gain snapped that kind of injury won't let him regenerate, then paused, like he knew exactly what was coming next. Had to thank him because at last he could die, and at last he was human. He stared at his bloody palms and grinned, then the protagonist muttered. Mutters, no, when the human realized the gain was still coming, surprise hit hard and it finally all clicked. And just like that, it's finally over. And he added that was fun, and right after those words he suddenly transformed into a skeleton. The protagonist stared in shock, like his eyes couldn't possibly be telling the truth. He crushed him right there in that very moment. Drew charged right up to him, barking like a warning, and pressed himself close. The protagonist fought back against his master, then licked his face like a reckless, stubborn declaration of love. He burst into laughter and quickly tried to calm his friend down, insisting he was totally fine. But one thing wouldn't leave his head: why did Gain thank him, and why did Iris thank him too? He praised the protagonist for his grind and told her, I need to hear about this guy right now. The spirit straight up told him this. Gain wasn't born a vampire. He burned away his humanity after a run-in with a certain vampire. Because he was a vampire, fear followed him everywhere. His family turned their backs, and losing everything shattered his heart. He started slaughtering without mercy just for the thrill, and the protagonist finally choked out, sadly, that maybe all this time he'd been. "I've been hunting for the one who would end him," and Iris just grinned and said, "Either way, I'm relieved you're okay." "Yeah, good. Good thing he hit that recovery boost. Without it, he'd have been in real danger fast." MC nodded in full agreement, then stared straight at the skeleton. That's how the last scraps of greed and need for control sharpened into one brutal thought, driving the dagger home right then. At that exact moment, he swore he saw it whip out from behind Gain's back. Where did he pop out from, and who just dumped him out of nowhere? Suddenly his wound flared in pain, and he doubled over like it had yanked him by the soul. Iris snapped that his wound still hadn't healed, and then she cut him off like, "Come on, we have to." They should head to the mine and chill there for a bit. Rado didn't care one bit. When the allies finally showed up, the protagonist struck a fire right away. Fire snuggled up to Yuru and purred about how warm it was, then promised him he'd take off and leave security to Yuru. Yuru, his loyal best friend, barked softly right by his side, letting him know. The protagonist knew he could trust him. Then, just like that, he slipped into sleep. Rado fell asleep and dreamed of his mother. Then, the moment he woke up, he swung his gaze toward Iris. He asked if she was awake, and the spirit shot back, "No, or maybe I just don't need sleep." He collapsed into sleep, then blinked awake with bags under his eyes and asked her, "So, how's your mom doing?" Iris leaned in and told him, "Don't sweat it, I'm okay, I promise." She leaned in and asked if he wanted to ask anything else, but she couldn't spot his mother or Alia anywhere. Right now she could still spill the details to them, couldn't she? He insisted everything was fine, like their mother was okay. "All right, then we're good, right?" Iris leaned in and demanded, "Are you sure about that?" The protagonist leaned in and told her, "That's it for now." After what felt like forever, balls slammed into view right in front of the dead game. "Dane," she gasped, stunned, no question about it. "The clothes, it's Gain." The guildmaster erupted in rage, screaming it at the top of his lungs. What happened to him? Why did he look absolutely wrecked? Why did the one who struck him end up being someone else, and not her? Rage flared in her eyes as she yanked her sword free. She swung it with all her strength, then broke down in sobs. Did they really just start laughing at her? After all, it was her who marched in to kill him, pure, boiling fury. She hurled her fist down to the ground with bone-crushing force. From the impact, the ground split open, crack by crack, like it couldn't take the force. She flung her head back and let out a bone-rattling scream, roaring out loud like a human venting raw frustration. Frustration and pure rage erupted out of him in that exact moment, blazing like a wildfire. A shoe peeked out from behind a rock and the voice went, "I saw everything, yeah, I heard it all." Heard it all, and still, he couldn't wrap his head around the fact that Lord Gain had been. He'd been killed just like that, and it threw everything on its head. Now he stood there as the only monster tamer left alive. Behind him, his goblin troop skulked in the shadows. He kept pushing forward anyway. And yeah, that's a tragic hit for both Basil and Gain. But this will boost his status in the ancient empire. Shu rallied his goblin army and told them they were just as lucky to have served. If they didn't fight for him, they were finished, dead. So what were they supposed to say to that? The goblins huddled together, and Shu got left standing there halfway in. Perplexed beyond belief what on earth was happening, right at that exact moment, that mystery woman yanked his head close, slammed her hand over his mouth and hissed, "Stay quiet," and the second he tried to fight back. Killing him wouldn't be easy for her, but when she drove the blade straight through him, and Shu stared, completely stunned, because that was Gain's weapon and the truth hit hard. Those were his final thoughts. Then the unknown woman yanked the weapon free. She slid it back into its sheath and grinned, mission accomplished. They'd finally made it, now they could turn back and return. Rushed up to their tamer and started to fuzzle all over them. Stunned, he stared in disbelief, no clue what just happened. After a while they ditched him and left him alone, and stormed out. Meanwhile, the protagonist. Then Luno, he'd finally crashed back into the adventure town, and he couldn't help thinking, "Yes, I'm here. Holy crap, why are there so many royal army soldiers here all of a sudden?" He caught two villagers whispering about goblins tearing into their village. They said it all traced back to an ancient empire, and the moment the clues landed, the protagonist finally realized they weren't just asking questions, they were investigating. He told Yuru, "We're heading to the guild right now." Now when Rado burst into the building, his eyes went wide as the place erupted in chaos, and Peppa. Right in the chaos, she stood there, broom in hand, and he stared in shock. What in the world happened here? Like he couldn't even finish his question. They surged in, but when he demanded an answer, the receptionist didn't falter. It was Miss Ball, calm and quiet. She'd vanished for days, and the moment she came back, she declared she was stepping down as guildmaster, and before anyone could grab her back, she cut them off, and that's when she became. So enraged, the MC checked in with Peppa. All right, what do we do now? She answered that everyone's coaxing finally worked, and it had shut her down. She was stuck in her office, and the protagonist, heart-heavy, spirit-crushed, She couldn't even process it. Ball had actually tried to ditch her post as guildmaster. She'd been craving the chance to end the enemy with her own hands, but he stepped in and blocked her every move. The protagonist shot the ball a quiet apology, and Peppa immediately told him not to bother her, at least not for now. He shot back okay, then promised he'd jump in and help restore the guild. PEPA snapped back, then it hit even harder. They were already grateful to him for nailing the fall. The ancient empire's followers were hunted, and the kingdom slapped a bounty on the guild for it, because they wanted every last thing fixed, no matter the cost. After the restructuring, she'd somehow bring it back to life, and then, just maybe, the number of adventures would explode, and the protagonist would get swept into them all. The antagonist blinked, stunned. Was the guild really running on empty? The registrar snapped back, answering that in her eyes, this was happening nonstop, guilds swooping in to steal each other's employees, and suddenly, the amazing adventures she loved were getting tossed aside for cheap swaps. The protagonist shot back, yeah, that's exactly right, and right then the guildmaster of Ice Rain Guild's Maria leaned in and bragged that she'd just yanked an A-rank adventurer out of the Black Tiger. Then she paused like the best part was coming, and they'd been handed a reward by the kingdom. Looks like a true talent just stepped in and joined the crew. After hearing that crazy, intriguing info, she can't resist it. She's gotta go take a look at the Black Tiger. Sometime later, our protagonist stepped in to help, right when it mattered. Rushing in to help the people of Ethel Village rebuild everything from the ground up. Ever since he crushed his deal with Gain, he's been moving forward. Now he's helping rebuild a village still reeling from a goblin attack. Then one terrified villager grabbed him and begged him for help. Rado triggered his digging skill and tore into the earth until he had. The request was done, then the man thanked him, and finally they could bury the trash for good. The villager thanked the protagonist once more for helping them, then urged him to come back and visit again for sure. The whole thing hit again, and this time the protagonist made good on his promise, then tore himself away and said goodbye to that man. On the ride home, MC couldn't stop thinking about how good it felt to help. Iris couldn't help but notice, Rado, their master, looked like he was having the time of his life. The protagonist jerked back in shock, then shot the spirit a furious look and demanded it stop startling him like that. She had terrified him, and right then it hit him. She could finally talk to him without him summoning anyone. She told him right to his face that it all came down to one thing: she was tuned to the same wavelength as him. MC leaned in and asked her, so when do I bounce, because there's still one tamer left, right? The spirit shrugged it off like it was nothing, no worries at all. It was already done with this world. The protagonist blurted out, utterly lost, wait, why am I dead? Died, the spirit hissed like fate had already stamped his end into stone, and then it snapped, more than anything, don't you fall down there. This was the road he'd chosen. Then bandits sprang an ambush right ahead. Hunting down the humanitarian aid the city sent straight to the village. Protagonist blurted her question in shock, then the bandits crashed in, and Iris kept going as if nothing could stop them, even when the whole trans thing slipped out of theory. You've got to haul the cargo and keep those adventurers and soldiers safe the whole way. Peppa's words still rang in my head from the guild reception room. She warned that going in there alone was straight up dangerous. He told Iris, you'll be fine, I'll fight back. He just leveled up in rank, and Iris was snapped back with a disapproving tone, maybe, but you still stood out, drew attention, and stirred up trouble. Stepping into trouble was a terrible idea, especially since his cousin was right there. Why not walk straight to her and tell her about the bandits? The MC mulled it over, then finally nodded and agreed. Yeah, we all agreed. That doesn't sound like a bad idea at all. Arrived, the princess was happily chowing down on her meat, and he stepped up to greet the guard who was keeping watch. Guarding the girl, the guard rushed to tell the princess that the protagonist finally showed up, and now it was like everything had just begun. I was totally blown away by how he looked. With her mouth stuffed with food, she called out his name and admitted it had been way too long since they'd last seen each other. The protagonist nodded, then asked, can we talk after you finish your meal? Then they nodded in agreement, and she tore into her food right after, finishing it in no time. So yeah, she closed the distance and walked right up to him. Then MC shot her a question, asking how she was doing. The girl leaned in and told him she was still knee-deep in investigating the goblin attacks in there. Their bond reaches back to the ancient empire, so lucky he landed in this adventure town, because out here, they patrol hard and hunt down every last bandit. She wanted to zero in on her real mission, but oh, did she just hear he'd been promoted. Rado shot back, yeah, that's true. She kept going, but something was off because there isn't a single example of someone with a worthless job getting promoted up to F rank or anything higher. It all felt totally sketchy. Then he flashed his guild card with that smug little grin and one crooked squint, asking her if she wanted to take a closer look. The princess wasted no time. She stared down at the document. He straight up blurted out in shock, "Wait, he's a support mage and an alchemist. Wait, why is he swinging a gigantic great sword if he's supposed to be a mage? Wait, don't mages carry weapons like that, or is he just refusing to use a smaller sword?" Rado shrugged and said his paycheck was just so-so, then he doubled down and trained himself. Now snapped irritably, because you don't just train your way to mastering a weapon like that, and the sword size alone can make or break everything. She froze at his answer and the protagonist blurted, "I get it, now I understand everything." Then he snapped, "Oh, also I spotted bandits on the way here," and the moment he said it, indignation flared in his voice. So why didn't he just say it from the start? Was he hiding pain? And where in the world are we, anyway, and what about the girl? The girl barked the order for her squad to surge forward, and the Valkyrie snapped that she'd take control of the investigation. The princess demanded they be careful, and they swore they'd give everything they had. Then she barked an order, "Valkyrie squad, advance." She swung toward the protagonist and grilled him with a question. "He's heading back to Luno, right? Does he even know the hunting?" In a near-future world, the MC froze when he heard the truth behind the hunting festival. And that's when it all got dragged. This time it was postponed, because the ancient empire had unleashed goblins. He had no clue what this hunting festival was all about. He spun toward Iris, begging for answers, because Spirit just questioned if he'd totally forgotten. The town throws an adventurers' festival where the rules go brutal, monsters get unleashed into the streets, and then every adventurer scrambles to see who can cut down the most monsters before the clock runs out. And that's when it all matters. Top prize goes to the first place winner, and the winning guild gets an extra grant on top of that. The protagonist remembered it crystal clear. When he finally met Kodamine, the place was packed with people everywhere. He swore he heard the guild master say something important, but when he tried to hold on to it, it vanished, and his mind went totally blank. They told him this festival was a huge deal, pulling in tourists from every corner of the globe. This year it looked like the festival was running out of monsters, so when he got hit with that request, "Go ahead, snag that monster while he's there, and once he hands it straight to a monster dealer, he'll cash in for double the reward." Rado blurted in shock, asking the girl. Turned out she was talking about a monster dealer, a person who buys and sells monsters perfect for human mouths to eat, and his shop sat in the northern part of Adventure Town, right where the protagonist thanked her for the info, then stared him up and down and said bluntly that if he wants to be a top-tier adventurer, he better gear up with the right equipment. So he had zero armor, and his weapons weren't forged from that magical metal at all, were they? I mean, maybe it just wasn't her problem to get involved. She cringed to herself, thinking, am I seriously that worried about him? Then she said it straight out, thanking him for her concern. Concern gnawed at her, and as he turned to go, she snapped, "Be careful, don't let it happen, okay?" To hurt himself, then the protagonist just watched her disappear. Lunged onto his friend's back and took off running. He admitted her words came from real concern, but the truth was, he just didn't like armor or a helmet. They're heavy as bricks and they strangle his movement. Iris finally spoke up, and now she had a point. He's a mage, so why wouldn't it be normal to carry a weapon forged from magical metal? Rado snapped back. He couldn't risk that kind of cost. That magic bracelet he's got, it's basically armor, and he hammers his body into shape with ruthless training. He's got no interest in pulling his magic out just to hurt someone. He's not even itching to kill criminals. He'd rather help them first, every time. Iris blinked in shock, because fighting with magic alone is brutally hard, and if he burns through too much magic, he'll hit a total power drain. MC finally snapped the sentence into place. He told her he was done and that he'd be right back. Be careful. When he finally reached Adventure City, he decided to report the finished request to the guild first. Right then, Peppa suddenly burst in, gasping with relief. She finally got it. Then boom. Another guild suddenly burst in and demanded it from the guildmaster, and the protagonist couldn't believe it. A whole different guild. The receptionist for the biggest guild in town snapped back as the guildmaster demanded answers. The Icy Rain Guild had arrived, and it hit like a cold slap. She demanded he move, then the girl clutched his hand and yanked him along, dragging him faster with every step. They reached the guild and marched up to Ball's office. Then the moment they got close, they heard harsh cursing blasting from behind the closed doors. Ball snapped at Maria to quit pestering her over petty nonsense. Man, what a firecracker she was. Then the guildmaster finally showed up and answered, and it was still the same hot-tempered kid beneath all that. She needs to calm down, Ball snapped again, and she's done treating her like she's some kind of kid. The antagonist's guard snapped, "Whoa," a stranger's voice. Peppa pounded on the door, blurted out sorry for the interruption, and announced that Mr. Rotto had finally arrived. Bale finally stepped aside and let them in, and the moment they crossed the threshold, the guildmaster showed up and greeted them. The protagonist came up to him and begged him to forgive her, because she never got the chance to meet. They were trying to pull him in, so why were they just standing there, staring like something was about to blow up? "Let them through," Peppa barked, shoving MC forward, while Rado's cheeks burned with awkwardness as he shot the girls an apology. Maria blurted, "Oh my, this is the boy that Ball's been watching like crazy." The protagonist stared at Maria, completely blown away. Stunned and utterly blown away. The Icy Rain Guildmaster lines in, eyes narrowing as he takes a closer look. Look, he almost keeled over, shouting "Mother," and Maria echoed it after him, "Mother." After him, Rado stared in sheer confusion. Mom had finally noticed her ears. He couldn't hold back the words, he just had to say it, and then it hit him. She was one of the forest folk. Bale stared in shock and said it was pure nonsense, she has no kids. She whipped around to Maria with a sharp, sarcastic grin and asked, "So you're saying you did you?" Did she seriously miss the moment Maria had her children? The Icy Rain Guildmaster snapped, furious as she shouted, "Don't let her fill the room with nonsense." The protagonist stood there, stunned, replaying it over and over, asking himself how he could have been so completely out of his. Maria took it in, stared at him in pure confusion, and said, he blurted her mom's name, which basically screams one thing: she looks like a woman with a kid around his age. "Aaron," Ball told her, "if you're offended, go ahead, just cut us off safely." Maria shot back, "She's not done talking yet," and with that the room finally caught fire. This topic mattered to both of them, and the protagonist's cough cut the tension like a warning. He coughed, mortified, then Maria snapped, "So what's he stalling for? Tell him to sit down already." Already she followed her instructions without a single hesitation, and as she did, her mind raced, thinking ***. Just how painfully awkward everything felt, right when their tea finally showed up. Maria took one sip and snapped that it was trash, too cheap for her customers. Then Bale cut in with a rude retort, and Maria bit her tongue, grateful it didn't get worse than. Offered that, Rado swallowed his fear and found the courage to apologize, right on the spot. He rushed out an apology for barging in, then demanded to know why he was even there. Why did they invite him at all? Bal and Maria shot him brutal glares, and his stomach flipped with unease. Maria stepped forward and introduced herself with a bold, confident smile. And Bale leaned in and revealed that their visitor was none other than the guildmaster of the Arrival Adventures Guild. Maria bristled at the idea of a rival. What a joke. They weren't enemies, they just worked in the same field. Bale's eyes flashed with rage, but she couldn't let herself keep spitting nonsense, because they were always twisting the same old. They kept dumping shady requests on them and stealing their workers like it was sport. Then, out of nowhere, a B-rank adventurer got snatched and kidnapped. Kidnapped, Maria slammed back with a counter. So what right? When you're a top-tier adventurer, you chase better conditions. And wasn't she the same girl who switched guilds back in her youth? Truth, and about the adventurer, she didn't force him at all. She simply pulled out an invitation and let him choose, with zero pressure stacked on him. Bale snapped in irritation, yet she still kept right on purposefully picking their next adventurers. How many times has this happened already? Maria sat back and calmly sipped her tea, again saying it for the 34th time. So what does it mean when A and B's rank adventurers just walk out of their guild, leaving everything behind? The protagonist froze, stunned, and couldn't stop thinking about it. Seriously, Maria grilled Bal, did she honestly think their guild would still be standing after all this? The woman shot back with fury, "So what? It doesn't hurt to dream. They've got a bunch of low-ranking adventurers on the payroll, but the really good ones, yeah, the kind like this hero right here." Bale grabbed the protagonist by the shoulders and yanked him toward her. He winced, then snapped his head around to face her. Showing it loud and clear, pain was ripping through him. Maria answered back at once, and that's exactly why she'd come all this way to meet him. She'd heard the rumors, but when he turned out to have a worthless. Her profession, the protagonist locked eyes with her, completely stunned. Bale slammed him with a warning to stay sharp, because this woman had the eye of appraisal. She could clock your status just by staring. He couldn't believe it, just staring at it alone left him stunned. Maria stared him down and said, "You've mastered a whole stack of skills over there." She'd never laid eyes on someone who could do so many things, yet he was only 14. She did the right thing by coming here, no hesitation, no regrets. Right here she's taking him with her. The moment those words hit, she yanked the protagonist into a fierce hug and clamped her grip on and pulled him in tight, but the MC's head was spinning with pure confusion. She snapped at the ball, furious. "Are you out of your mind? Get her out of here fast." Maria drawled with sharp sarcasm. "What a pity," she said like it was all a joke. "All right then. All right, so be it. This time she'll finally crack, and just in case things fall apart, she'll hand him this, so he's not left empty-handed." Maria thrust the crystal into his hands, and it hit him even harder than he expected. And he told her, "If you want to see me, come to my guild. He'll always roll in like a total welcome hero." Then she fixed her gaze on Ball and told him, "Now that I've met you, I'm out. I might as well leave." Ball snapped irritably at her, shouting, "Go away already." Freddie, Maria smirked, then waved at him like she had a secret. Rato waved them off with one last flick of the hand and stormed out. Then he just stared at the crystal, wondering if it was a real magic stone, and man, it was stunning. But nothing about it screamed power to him at all. Paul snapped at him to hand it to her, and the protagonist immediately fired back in protest. The test kicked off, but the guildmaster yanked the crystal out of their hands, and the protagonists fumed with anger. She ordered him to let her look, and then she slammed the crystal down. MC froze in total bewilderment. What is she doing? Ball shoved the fallen crystal's item into his hands. He shot her a confused look and blurted the question. The guildmaster tossed over another stone and said, "This one's a magic absorber, an actual magic stone that drinks in the magical power of its owner." Reito blurted out in pure confusion. She gave him a magic absorber. Why would she hand him that? Ball said this was revenge, and honestly, that's just how she's wired. If she can't seize control of someone outright, she goes for this. Slick little traps and petty dirty tricks she absolutely loves. And he couldn't just swallow everything she handed him so easily, so the protagonist started thinking. Thinking about it now, the guildmaster of the Ice Rain sounds downright terrifying. Bale gripped the stone in her palm and blurted, "Well, thank her. Even a stone like this can be turned into something useful. One stone like this could be sold for cash, enough to buy a drink." The protagonist stared at the crystal shards, snatched a broom, and immediately started thinking, "All right, how do I fix this?" And if he didn't, he'd rush to feed Yoru. Meanwhile, Maria hauled herself into the carriage and couldn't stop thinking about it. Reido's thought of reaching out to her mother. He's honestly a weird kid. If she ever spotted him out there, she'd probably. She couldn't shake the haunting thought that their paths had crossed before, somehow, somewhere. The assassin leaned in and asked if something was wrong. She froze in shock because he'd already shown up. The guy pressed her about how the meeting went, and Maria replied like she always did, cold and steady, like she had zero plans to come back, and then the assassin stepped in and asked her, "All right, so what happens next?" The guildmaster said they'd carry on like normal. He'd handle the requests, but keep it quiet and discreet. Otherwise, people would have turned on them even harder, because that's the price of being the Black Tiger's unofficial middleman in those big, high-paid gigs. The assassin demanded her answer. No turning back, not after Lord Barr. Maria said she was sure Ball would hit a wall and get worn out from playing guildmaster, because that job was brutally hard. Because in her guild, she was untouchable, more than anyone else. He knew Bale was one of the best adventurers around, because if you really want to bring your talent to life. But honestly, being an adventurer beats being a guildmaster every single time. She clung to him like a mother who just couldn't let go, like that was the only life she knew. "Mom, did something happen?" the assassin demanded, utterly baffled. She couldn't stop thinking about that hilarious boy, so she begged him to let her have him check it out. The assassin leaned in and demanded that Maria, the adventurer, confirm everything. She confirmed it. Yep, the black-haired guy she met today. The assassin leaned in and promised her he'd make every move count and get it all right. Right, and disappeared. Maria snapped her gaze outside the carriage window, stared ahead, swallowing him in thought. That boy, after all, looked exactly like the person you'd swear it was. Then it hit her, this child had her features. Tugged a memory of her sister back to when she was just a kid, like maybe it was just dumb luck, but it's still something that won't leave my mind. And after that, later on down the road, the protagonist. The protagonist jolted awake one bright morning, heart racing like something big was about to hit, and realized his stomach was screaming for food. Mid-bath, he stared at the steam and suddenly craved fish. Tonight's gonna be baking day, and it had already been a whole month since he wiped out Gain. The ancient empire's vampire had climbed up in the adventure ranks, and now he was finally living a quiet, peaceful life. Now he finally got the chance to take requests with way bigger rewards, and the whole world around him had shifted just a bit. He stepped outside and spotted the orange fruits fully ripened. That was a sight to light up his day, and he realized he finally had his own too. He finally made it to his own place, moving out of the hotel and into a separate two-room house, rented and a little worn but still his. And just like that, the house came with a garden too. Now he could finally stretch his wings and live free with Yuru. His friend had a roomy, sturdy doghouse, and the moment the day began, the protagonist called out to his white wolf and wished him a bright, good morning. In the morning, he told everyone he'd whip up breakfast, so they better get up and wake already. Yuru barked out, basically telling his master, "Got it, I understand." The protagonist started making breakfast, and with a satisfied grin, he noticed that. That's what his everyday life looked like, right there in the middle of eating. MC chewed for a second and said, "Isn't this real happiness?" Then he stopped because he could. "So he's got no adventure work today, huh?" Iris blurts it out of nowhere. "So yeah, looks like it's time to hit Foss Village." Rado bolted up in shock and squealed. She'd done it again and she'd totally spooked him. Then he nodded and answered her, and she was right on the money. He had to push on and finish the restoration work. Iris snapped that the only way forward was to lock down days of 0 requests to go there. There the protagonist nodded and agreed with her, then his thoughts kicked in as they set off. Fuzz and the others finally stumbled out of the forest, and the very first place they hit was the Fuzz village. It's that same abandoned village where he first met her, except now there's not a single soul left, so what was the whole point of rebuilding it? Iris was the one pushing him on, so don't you let him twist that up and claim otherwise. After all, he was the only one. The last survivor of this village. If they managed to bring this place back, they'd pull in massive rewards down the road. He stared at her, stunned. "You're serious?" The spirit just smirked and snapped, "Trust her." With his powers on his side, he could have shut the monsters out of the village in seconds. Now the restoration was almost done. He needed to wrap it up fast, that was it. MC's side got it, and everything matched the spirit of the whole thing. But the moment he started work, he leaned in and told Iris, magic wasn't the only thing. "So what? This is just part of an adventurer's job." Job description, he said. The spirit had it all planned, like every bit of it would pay off big later. So yeah, let him try. Yuru was all in too, backing up security and keeping watch, and the protagonist. Hammering the next nail, he muttered, "That's right," straight after. After a while he snapped, "That's it, he's finished," and then he charged straight for the ruined fields. Iris snapped. The goblins stole every harvest, and they even drained the soil dry too. His strength was ripped away, so he blurted, "Wait, what about breeding sandworms?" And suddenly the real reason came rushing back. "I heard about that whole mess with the creature, and they swore that if the princess ever showed up now, they go check on them, tell me they'll stop for once, and honestly, I can't shake the feeling something's wrong with her." Right then Yuru let out a sharp bark, like a warning flare in the dark. In the crack of morning, our protagonist came sprinting toward him and blurted out a question. Asked him what had happened, and then he stared straight at it, trying to figure out what was going on. Into the distance he stared, and the moment he spotted movement, the MC couldn't help but explode with urgency, yelling. He blurted, "Wait, what is that? Is something coming straight for us?" He kicked on his far-sighted vision, staring through the observer's gaze like it was fate. He froze at what he saw. It didn't sit right with him. A massive monster, insanely huge, barreling down the road and charging behind several horse-drawn carts. Rado burst out, completely stunned. "What is that thing, an elephant or a mammoth?" He panicked, thinking, this is a disaster, and if this keeps going, won't the village get wrecked? Iris finally spoke up. "We made it about time." She told the protagonist, no matter what happens, he has to help the people in the carts. She couldn't believe it. Did she even see this coming? Either way, good. Good, he hurt her, but he was still going to help them, and he swore he wouldn't let watch the village they just rebuilt get ripped apart and destroyed. The MC stepped out to greet the intruders, and the head coachman, spotting him, roared, "What in the world is he doing in a place like this? He needs to shove out of the way right now before they're done." Rado waved him off, saying, "Don't worry about me, go sprint to the villa." The moment the last cart slid into the village, the protagonists slammed their hand down and activated a chunk of earth. The monster hit the ground and the earth caved in under it, swallowing everything. Chasing that horrific creature through the dark, no matter what it did. Staring at his results in shock, he couldn't help wondering, did he actually pull it off? Succeeding wasn't the point. When the spell hit, the monster's body broke free, half buried in the ground. Suddenly, the protagonist snapped to it. The enemy wasn't trapped at all, they were trying to slip right out. Trap, he threw his arms wide and blurted out, then screamed, "How can he pull this off?" The protagonist snapped into action, conjuring an icy blade bullet, and right after it, a blazing fire bullet. They both hurled their attacks at the monster, but the moment it hit, he realized none of it mattered. No matter how he tried, magic just bounced off it like it meant nothing. Iris leaned in and told him, "It's a Mamu, an anti-magic monster that originally prowled the beastman's territory." This wasn't some easy enemy he could crush with the magic he'd learned solo, so the protagonist turned to her and blurted, "So what do we do now?" The spirit leaned in and whispered, "Its weak spot is right there between its eyebrows. And the only way through was to stab it with a magic sword," so the MC shot her a grateful thanks for the intel. And begged the guru for help to stop the Mamu, the wolf, With zero hesitation, he surged forward and lunged straight at his enemy. It launched onto its neck and sank its teeth in like a hunter who'd finally found the kill. Rado snapped his body into overdrive with a physical enhancement. Launch yourself into the sky, then yell it out at the top of your lungs. He snapped at his friend to back off, then he hit the button and activated it. He tore into his gravity blade, reworked it fast, then slammed forward toward the monster. He drove his sword straight between its eyebrows. The enemy dropped instantly, and in the frozen place, the protagonist choked out a heavy breath. He dug in, convinced he'd finally found its weak spot, and cracked through at last. Just a little later, he'd tear it apart and haul off every last piece of it, then the coachman snapped out his call right then. Staring at him in pure awe, I blurted, "Are you okay?" Because this was unreal, he'd actually beaten that monster. He spun around and thanked the man who just saved them all, right there on the spot. He stared at them and instantly clocked they were forest people. Then he waved it off, saying there was no need to thank him at all. He let out a breath of relief, thank goodness they were all safe too. Right then, Chekhov barked orders at his men to scatter, and everyone instantly cleared the way for the Lord. Rykov lunged forward and barked the words to M's face. MC thanked him for the help, sure, but why was a human barking orders at a white one? White wolf, was he a monster tamer or something worse? The protagonist shot back, no. Rue was his whole family. The Lord just stared in shock. Family, how could something this vile be a monster? Where's his family supposed to be? Dude, as a total weirdo. Rado had no clue how to respond to that scorching speech. He snapped in irritation. What kind of idiot says something like that? What the heck is going on? This dude practically reeks of pure aggression. Rakov shot his sword out in front of him, right at that. But right then, Tina barreled in and shoved him out of the way. Who sprinted straight to Yuru, wrapped him in a tight hug, and curled up with him, practically gushing, "You're so adorable." The Lord burst in, panicked to the bone, yelling for the princess to back away, because that filthy creature the protag brings is not for her to touch. The antagonist stumbled, completely baffled, and demanded who she was, and she kept right on cuddling the girl. The wolf stared, totally stunned by that fluffy, soft, snowy white fur, so adorable it almost hurt to look at. Utterly horrible, and she hated how cute it made her feel. Then those words hit her so hard, she nearly burst into tears. Seeing Yuru's face sink, the protagonist told the princess his friend just couldn't take it, so the princess snapped the wolf free, bowed her head, apologized, and added, "She just can't stop herself once she spots something cute." Tina stared at Rateau, blurted out a heartfelt thanks for helping them earlier, and the emissary chimed in too, saying that if anything went wrong with the princess, "This is going to be a disaster," the MC blurted, shock slamming into his voice. Princess Rakov snapped at him to drop to his knees right now and remember exactly who he was. Rado practically froze, he couldn't believe it, my place. The Lord shoved a badge into his view and fired off an angry question. He can't even see the emblem. Seriously, he'll have to be educated, because someone as clueless as him isn't going to figure it out on his own. Rado, completely thrown off, realizes they're emissaries from the Yotsuba kingdom, and he turns to Iris for answers. The spirit blurted the moment it touched him. This kingdom sits deep inside the legendary Great Atlas Forest. It stretches deep south of the Badutero Kingdom, a wild frontier ruled by the forest people. They were dispatched as emissaries from the Yotsuba Kingdom, and that girl looked an awful lot like a princess. Before they even made it to the royal capital, they decided to pull over and stop. By the adventure city of Luno, apparently, to keep an eye on the next hunting festival, and the protagonist thanked her. She thanked him for the full rundown, then NILP. He dropped to his knees before the princess and begged her forgiveness for being so rude. Tina yanked him up by the hand, hauling him to his feet. Then she leaned in, eyes sparkling, and blurted, "Wait, so you're a monster tamer." Ryakov snapped out a warning to the girl, right as danger closed in, telling her, "Don't you dare stop touching like that." Seeing someone that vile was just something my mind couldn't even process. He shoved MRU back hard and screamed at him to get up. "Move, clear the way for the wolf." Wolf's fur stood on end and it tore forward into the attack, slamming its strike with raw fury. The attacker drove the lord straight into him, slamming him down like a freight train. Crashed to the ground, and that's when the protagonist in. Princess and stared in pure terror, frozen like they couldn't move. An MC blurted his friend's name at the top of his lungs. The coachman hauled the lord to his feet, then shot him a concerned look. "Are you?" Rykov snapped with rage and shoved them away. With a sharp command, he ordered them to fall back, and then, yanking his sword free, he charged straight at Yuru. Tina stood in front of the startled wolf, her arms spread wide as he blared, shouting that he was a vile creature. With her arms flung wide and her voice cutting through the air, she shouted, "No," and the coachman and the lord gasped in panic, "Princess." The protagonist shot forward, crashed into the lord, and drove a brutal kick into him. He slammed him to the ground and screamed until it was more than enough. The coachman shouted at the lord again, his fear spilling out in every word. The protagonist's embarrassment hit him like a punch, and he couldn't stop regretting what he'd done. Rykov shot to his feet and snapped, seething with rage as he told. He taunted him, daring him to disgrace his name. Tina blared a fierce protest, saying they'd all freeze and let the panic die down before it killed him. She whipped around to the lord and snapped that it was his fault, he'd struck first. Yuru went first, no warnings, straight to the apology. The lord fired off a sharp, furious exhale. The emissary glared daggers at the lord, then snapped that he had to carry out the princess's orders, right now. Rykov shoved his rage aside and pushed through. He dropped to one knee and begged for forgiveness. After that, Tina dropped into a deep bow to the... Right in front of the protagonist, she blurted out that she was truly sorry, and the shock hit him so hard he just stared, wide-eyed, and practically shouted. Rykov was rude. "Don't let her lift her head," he snapped toward his friend, then asked, "So you're not offended anymore either, right?" "Right," Yuru barked to make it crystal clear. Then the princess turned and thanked her allies. MC blurted his name to Tina, and she snapped her hands together like she was bracing for something huge. She shoved her hands out and blurted, "Yeah," then skipped the whole intro. She just tossed him her name. In return, Rado noticed something, Princess Tina. She told him to call her by her first name, and he instantly thought, "Yeah, right, I don't know if I can pull that off." Still, one thing was crystal clear. He already knew exactly why they were here. He didn't care about that because it was worth asking. The protagonist asked what brought them here, and the princess demanded he stop with princess and call her by her first name. The emissary asked for permission, and then she went ahead and explained. On the way to the adventurer's city of Lano, they got slammed with an attack from this massive monster. With its help, they managed to shield the princess and deliver a precious gift to the kingdom. Kingdom of Badutaros, all right, time to pack up and hit the road. The princess slipped into the carriage, patted the wolf's snout, and waved him off with one last goodbye. When the protagonist spotted Yuru's annoyed face, he leaned in and told her straight up. His friend was clearly uneasy with this treatment, so she'd better call him by his first name. "Not dog, not puppy, these girls are something way wilder." The girls blurted out a shy apology to the wolf, then couldn't stop wondering, would their paths collide again? Rita shot back that he and his buddy were both in the Black Tiger Adventures Guild, then told her, "If you want to see Yuru again, just swing by the guild." The princess lit up with pure joy. "Really? Then I swear it." "Yup, she'll come visit them for sure," Yuru barked with pure, bouncing joy. Rita lined in, waved goodbye to the princess, and slipped away. "Shouted out, 'Take care,'" they yelled as they waved goodbye. He lifted a hand and waved after her, and Tina spun back to the lord, asking if he wanted to wave too. Then the lord answered. The lord clenched his jaw and flatly told her no, like he was about to explode, barely holding his rage in check. After the princess and her subjects slipped away safely, the protagonist snapped and decided to start collecting materials from the wreckage of the defeated monster. He stepped in close and spoke up. "I said it would be a colossus. No way that kind of monster gets dismantled easily. He'd grab only what he needed, but then tell me, what on earth would he do with the rest?" "So wait, where did this mom even come from?" "He lives out in the Beastmen lands," Iris said. "That's a fair question." His strike on the wagons was pure preparation. Without his move, people would have been dead before the dust even settled. The protagonist blurted, stunned, "What? Who would dare attack Tina and her escort?" Iris took the call because the fight for the throne never gets easier. On that throne sat Princess Tina, the king's third daughter, while beside her Rykov, her fiancé, stood close, ready for what came next. Tina's older sister, who was clawing for the throne, noticed them, and she hired a monster tamer to unleash Mamo on their heads. The attack was planned to hit while Princess Tina toured the kingdom of Badu Toros, because if she died there, the forest princess would take the fall along with everyone involved. That move gave them the perfect diplomatic edge, 2 birds, 1 stone, and Rato burst out in amazement. How terrifying, but how in the world did they manage to transport something like that? That monster was absolutely enormous, so Iris figured they slipped it across the border, calling it a beast meant for a hunting festival, after all the sweat they poured into transporting the mammo. The tamer has to be wrecked, watching it get wiped out that easily. He's probably bawling his eyes out, and the protagonist just mutters, "Yeah, maybe we shouldn't have let Tin and the others slip away that fast." The spirit told him, "Don't sweat it. The girl guarding the princess was a beast of a warrior, and she could handle it easily, no problem. They'd just brush off those regular attackers, and once they hit town, they'd go straight to the Dragon's Fang Adventurers Guild for protection." The protagonist blurted in shock that it was Gonzo's guild, just the day before the fight with Gain in Fast Village. He tells Yuru, "I cracked a bunch of new skills, and now he can't wait. Tomorrow they finally head to the Mirmund. Mine today they craved a real rest, but before that it was snack time." Yuru barked with pure joy, wagging along as his master nodded. Then Rachel started cooking He took a bite and his face lit up. "This is delicious." Then immediately he yelped, "But it's way too hot." He told Yuru to take a quick lap around the village while the food cooled down. On their walk, Rado prowled from house to house, scanning the leftovers and personal things, taking in everything that was still there. Nothing here looked worth saving, not even a shred. After they pushed forward a little more, MC turned to Yuru and said, "All right, time to eat maybe." The moment the allies rolled back in, they froze. Gonza was downing their food like it was going out of style. Food? He took one bite and couldn't stop, then froze like, "Wait, who's cooking this up? What is this? He's massive. No way is he a giant." The allies tiptoed up from behind, creeping in without a sound. Gonza stared at the empty pot and let out a regretful sigh. Gone. It was all gone. And it tasted so good. Right before Yuru stared at the empty container that had only moments ago cradled their hot food, regret hitting hard. The protagonist swallowed the boy's regret and burst into a grin, saying he was honestly happy the boy liked it. Gonza jolted, shocked out of his skin, and snapped around in a flash. He shot a look at them, utterly confused. Then it clicked, he just devoured their food, and he knew it. Gonza dropped to his knees, bowed low, and pleaded with everything he had. He dropped to his knees, begging for forgiveness, because the hunger was so brutal he couldn't resist for a second. Rato snapped in surprise and demanded to know what in the world happened to him. The boy shot back that he was an adventurer. He'd been wiping out monsters nearby. He'd finished the mission, but then, while doing it, something happened. He'd blown his whole stash, thinking it was finally over. Then suddenly he caught the scent of something heavenly, and before he could even think, he devoured every last bite. Then the regret hit him hard. The MC muttered that there's no way he couldn't have gone through hell. Rato grabbed dried meat and a flask of water from storage, shoved it into Gonza's hands, and demanded to know if that would be enough for him to reach the city. The boy stared at the supplies, then shot him a confused look and asked, "Are you really sure I can take all this?" Like this, Gonza's voice cracked as he thanked his savior, eyes brimming with tears. He shoved a tiny bag of coins into the protagonist's hands and blurted, "Sorry, this is all I've got right now." Then he added that once he made it back to the guild, he'd come claim his reward. Gonza caught the protagonist's attention and asked if he could tag along, and Rado answered, "Of course, no problem," because they had plans lined up for tomorrow. Then Gonza introduced himself, said he was from the Dragon's Fang Adventurers Guild, and told Rado to hit him up anytime if he needed a hand. He was free to drop by the guild anytime, so the protagonist stepped forward, offered his hand, said his name, and proudly announced he was an adventurer from the Black Tiger Guild. He swore he'd never forget Gonza of the Dragon's Fang. The moment they shook hands and the boy insisted he call him by his first name, because formal titles just weren't his style. Rado promises he'll repay that kindness for sure, swears it through clenched memories, and then says, "Good so long as the Adventurers Guild keeps watch over the princess." So once that's settled, they can finally exhale. After a bit, he shot up and blurted, "Yes, he finally brought the monster down, every last piece handled." The protagonist grabbed Yuru, snapped him onto the cart, and ordered him to haul the meat straight to the village. On the road, the protagonist blurted, told him to swing by the guild afterward. They'd haul the rest of the meat and supplies to the market and sell it all before it went to waste. After a while, they finally burst into the adventurer's town and hawked their goods to the merchant. Merchant on the way to the guild, MC couldn't stop smiling. Mammal meat was insanely prized. Dude, Iris burst out, wonderful, and then boom, they still had plenty left to do. Rado gasped, eyes wide with shock, more than real, somehow. He finally got what the spirit meant, his face crumpled with a sad grimace, and he blurted, why the village of Faucen? They'd been there yesterday. The spirit basically grabbed his nerves and demanded he calm down. Eurus loomed by the logs, and the protagonist blurted, Iris, what is this? What are we supposed to do with it, spirit? The spirit shot back, he's got one job, build the waterman. Mill stared baffled and asked, a water mill? While Iris snapped back, yep, that's right. Right, they'll need it to rebuild the village. This whole structure will gulp water straight from the river and push it through irrigation canals to flood the village and its fields. He did it to carve out livable conditions for the whole village, and when the protagonist finally heard her explain, he froze in pure confusion, because he had never once built anything like that. Iris leaned in and reassured him, telling him to stop stressing. Her support would stay beside him the whole way, and every time she let out a long sigh, it felt like the road was already heavy. MC dove straight into the work as soon as he laid eyes on the material. He realized it didn't feel that hard at all, and after a while. Still working, he suddenly jolted in surprise, blurting it out. At this speed, a blueprint for a water mill just blasted into his mind out of nowhere. He might have had a shot at becoming a real professional carpenter. Then, after a bit, the protagonist burst out, excited and loud. Perfect, he's ready, and turns right to inspect the mechanism itself. Then he nods like, all right. All right, that's it, now we just slam the wheel into place. After it was all over, Lado just sat there, watching the mill like it was the final piece of his plan. Mill spun into action and blurted, whoa, it actually moves. The water mill is finished, and he just stands there soaking it in, grinning like he can't believe he built it. Work, he snapped, then threw his hands up like, wow, he crushed it today. He also jammed in a magic stone that sends monsters packing, so at this point, everything should finally be safe. Iris praised him, great work. Then she leaned in and added, if you tidy up the fields too, this place will finally feel truly livable. MC mouthed it again, like he was locking every syllable into his brain. But these fields won't get a single harvest, right, so they're really going to have to go hunting sandworms instead. And just like that, Iris nodded along, yeah, they're done for without them. The protagonist snapped, all right, then we're hunting those worms right now. At that exact moment, the water mill started screaming with a terrifying, grinding roar, so loud it made your stomach drop. A horrible screeching grinding rattled the air, and Rateau snapped his eyes to the structure. A knot of dread tightened in his chest, and he blurted, wait, what is that? Right then the wooden wheel exploded into splinters, and the protagonist barely caught himself in time and dodged the deadly debris as it rained down. Suddenly a woman's voice cut through the air, and the landing had gone perfectly. Rado's eyes widened in shock. Wait, that voice, it sounded way too familiar. And then he spotted the girl who had caused. The mill crashed down hard, and he blurted out in total shock. Kodaman, the guest, was right there too, equally stunned, and MC's face lit up with shock. He couldn't believe it was her. He blurted, wait, what are you doing here? She said she had the same question for him, and that she was only practicing in the water, while the protagonist muttered under his breath, grumpy as ever. She burst out of the water so suddenly that he was soaked head to toe, and Kodaman just shrugged, saying these jumps are totally normal for her. Iru suddenly started whining, and the protagonist snapped, what's wrong with you? This is wrong, the MC cried out, staring at the mill like it had just shattered his heart. Oh no, every bite of that meal is utterly ruined. Kodaman spun around, and it hit her. She was the one behind it. She burst into a giggle and blurted out that she suddenly remembered she had to rush somewhere, like right now. The protagonist hooked her by the shoulder and snapped, don't move. Then he demanded to know if she was really about to bolt after wrecking his creation, while she stared at him, horrified by how creepy his face looked. Rado's eyes were brimming with tears as he sifted through the debris, choking out that he'd just finished it. He'd lost all that time for nothing. Kodaman sheepishly apologized, like he could somehow undo it. She shot him an apology, then plunged into her story, telling him she hadn't swum in ages. That's why her mermaid blood went berserk, so he pressed her again right after. He blinked in total shock. A mermaid. The girl giggled at his reaction and admitted, yeah, she wasn't human at all. And right there in front of him was Kodaman, the mermaid. The protagonist didn't just get shocked, he was completely stunned because she didn't look like a mermaid at all, no fins, not even a hint of a tail. Let him see for himself. She snapped that she was 100% a real mermaid, and she wasn't about to let anyone doubt those legs. He stared at her limbs in total confusion and muttered that to him, they looked perfectly ordinary. Kodamine demanded, let me get a closer look. Rado snapped his observer's gaze to life. And then bam, he spotted scales crawling up the girl's legs and he blurted out, shocked, scale. The girl snapped, this is living proof humans don't have scales. The protagonist mumbled, totally baffled, like, so that's what? Then he pointed out what a real mermaid would look like, and right after that, he snapped her back to the topic. Now she's jumping in to help him fix the water mill. Coedamine stared at him, totally stunned, and snapped, mermaids aren't built to haul heavy physical work. She insisted no matter how brutal it gets, she's got to help him, so she stormed in and tore apart their painstaking work in one hard, breaking moment, right in the middle of it too. In an instant, MC Yuru whined at those words. Code of Mind only sighed and muttered, okay. Rado pointed out the time was already slipping away, she was off the hook today and could head home, but he still had to haul some board. She gasped at how easy it sounded. He just had to be sure she'd come back tomorrow and not bolt when the time came. The protagonist leaned in and told her, dead serious, that if she ever tried to bolt, he'd track her down anywhere on Earth. Then the moment he finished, the mind shuddered, had a full panic and blurted, don't let him say that. It came off like a threat, and fear slammed into her the second she heard it. He told her they'd agreed to meet here tomorrow, right in this very spot. She swore she'd show up, and with that, they split up. She kicked off and swam straight home. MC just stared as she vanished, weirded out by the way she moved through the water. Then he pushed Guru to clean the whole place up and race out for brand new boards. The next day, he raced back to the very same place where it all started, arriving there again, right on time. The protagonist froze, Codemine wasn't here yet, and then the girl. He didn't even hesitate, yeah, she's here, right now. And the moment that hit, the protagonist launched himself. He spun around in pure shock, staring at a fish dangling from her mouth, and blurted, what is? What's she munching? Cotman burst out laughing and said, it's breakfast, maybe he wants a taste too. MC flat out turned down her offer and told her, I'm not touching raw fish. Fish, the mermaid said like it was the most normal thing in the world. Then she laughed and insisted they always ate it raw. He asked her, baffled, have you never seen fish chopped up and fried? The fish, the girl snapped back, totally lost, no, I don't get it. Rado begged her for a minute, then snapped into action and quickly fried the fish. He skewers the fish right over the fire, then rains on salt so it sizzles. Codamine perched right beside him, let out a gasp, and said the aroma was absolutely incredible. The moment the fish hit the fryer, he grabbed a bite and offered her a taste. He warned her to stay sharp because the heat was brutal. The mermaid blurted out, that looks absolutely delicious. But the second she took a bite of that cooked dish, her admiration bursts past the limits and you can't help but feel it. She kept raving about how unbelievably delicious it was, like, seriously, it's just plain amazing. Wild, the protagonist got totally thrown off. He never saw her reaction coming. But he clocked it, she was absolutely devouring the whole fish, like there was no tomorrow. Codeman demanded more and the protagonist stared back, completely thrown off. She de-scarfed down every last bite, so the girls had no choice, time to get to work. The girl let out a sharp snort, like she'd given up, and admitted she had absolutely nowhere else to go. Then the allies dove in, hands to the damage, repairing the structure piece by piece. Finally, after what felt like forever, the MC's face lit up as he burst out, it's working the water. The water mill is ready, and it feels exactly like deja vu. Then the codeman starts whining, and she's so tired she dove straight into the water and kept going. And honestly, she was so starving she couldn't even lift a finger. After she helped, the protagonist told her, we wrapped it up in a couple of hours thanks to you. Then he leaned in and asked, so what kind of fish do you want for dinner? Dinner time, Codeman shot up at once and told him any fish would work, but she was craving something bigger. He promised her she'd get a huge one, told her to wait just a bit, then she blinked, stunned. He was actually going to haul the fish in himself. Rado snapped, yeah, that's true, but I don't need a fishing rod. He gave the protagonist a far more reliable method. He fired off one of his skills, shut his eyes, and let the thought hit, this is the kind of skill that lets him feel everything around him, eyes shut, fully locked in. It's called inner vision, and he could sense asterisk. He had to figure out where the fish were gliding and how big they were without ever using his eyes. Perfect, he'd finally snagged exactly what he needed, and MC hollered it out. There it is, magic at work. He snatched the fish out of the water and blurted. Codamine blurted, what a catch, as the fish shimmered under the sun, then he gasped, it's a mirror fish. Its scales used to sparkle as tiny mirrors, and the protagonist couldn't stop wondering if it was something he could eat, until Iris snapped, clean it first. Best way, toss it on the hole over blazing coals, sizzles up juicier, guaranteed, and he said, that's it. He replied, instantly understood her, and then dove straight into cooking. Kodemian kept his eyes locked on every move, and Reito right then took A. Grab an empty bucket, then tell Yuru, run to the well and fetch water. The wolf clamped the bucket in his teeth and bolted into the distance. The protagonist grabbed every essential item they needed. From the storage, the mermaid lined in and grilled him, in Sioux. Wait, what is this place powered by storage magic? He answered, then paused. Kodamine asked if that was true, and he confirmed it. So yeah, he's definitely a support man. Portmage, yeah, that's what it says, and that's exactly who the girl is. Joel blurted out in awe. She'd never witnessed magic like this before, and then he cut himself off. She's like, no way, I'm shocked, and the answer just hit her that way like, yep, it's true. So there it was, and then Kodamine grabbed a bottle of spices and fired the question at him. What's this for? Is it gonna make everything taste better? Waste, Reito blurted in shock, because even after she learned he had some worthless job, her attitude toward him stayed exactly the same. He called her by name and told her straight up that if she was really interested, they could cook that fish together. The mermaid burst out, gleeful as can be, is that really true? And she couldn't wait to do it. The protagonist told her to start by scraping off the fish's scales first. Kodamine snatched the catch and in the blink of an eye, stripped every last fish scale clean off like it was nothing. So hard the protagonist nearly lost his mind watching it happen. Did she seriously rip off every last scale with her bare hands? Once everything was done and the fish was gone, the mermaid turned to the protagonist and thanked him for the treat, saying it was insanely delicious. So delicious she went and ate way too much. MC blurted that he never thought she'd be this insanely skilled, like the girl had real cooking talent written all over her. She stared at him stunned. You're telling me that's true and you really mean it? Then she leaned in and asked, so, do you live in this village? He leaned in and told her, I'm here on business, and she remembered, back in that adventurer's town where they first met. Kodamine demanded to know where his house was, then the truth hit, she was completely lost. She leaned in and told me she lived with her mom by the lake, But after the fight, she spun around and bolted, so far she couldn't even trace her way back. That's when bandits caught her. After he came to her rescue, she finally settled near the nearby rivers, and the surprised protagonist just had to ask her how long she'd been missing. Kodemian told him it would take about 3 years, only as long as a body of water stayed close by. Nearby, the water was loaded with fish, but her smile never showed because being alone crushed her. MC stared in shock as the woman spilled her tale. She hadn't seen her mother in 3 whole years. Her story somehow matched his, and the girl whipped around to face him with a sly smile. She added, even though she'd blurted it to him yesterday, she usually never admits she's a mermaid. That's why everyone who finally uncovered her real nature either recoiled in horror or tried to seize her, but he went after it a totally different way. Why? He blinked in shock. Wait, I mean. So tell me, why would he even bother catching her? The girl made it clear she wasn't just talking about being taken, he saved her from kidnappers. The protagonist shot back a simple reply, like it was nothing, like he hadn't just done the most important thing. Kodamine paused for a heartbeat, then spoke up. He shoveled her mouthfuls of delicious food, and now she's totally convinced. He's a genuinely good man, that's exactly why she's hunting down everyone he cares about. Iris shot back sarcastically, trying to make them friends anyway. He's the real deal, honestly, I'd call him a good man. Man, he didn't just stumble into an ally, he pulled one in, But then he got a rare magic stone too, and when he did, he answered her. But she can't let him know she forced him to build that water mill. For that outcome then, a while later, Koda's name hits like a wave, splashed, right in the middle of it all. She tossed him into the river and swore she'd come back tomorrow, right as the moment she answered, the mermaid shot off from the shore, flicked a wave goodbye, and yelled to her before disappearing into the water. Reito grinned and thought she'll definitely show up, like a friend was right around the corner. Then, at that exact moment, a voice he knew all too well snapped the air. The voice the protagonist knew screamed his name, then it cut through the air. He's here, and the protagonist spun around. The stunned MC laid eyes on Gonza, who was openly blurting out. He blurted out, so that's where he went, because his guild had filled him in on this place, and now he couldn't help thinking, could this really be his village? With that, the protagonist shot back a reply like, yeah, I get it. Then he asked, so, how are you holding up? Gonzo grinned and said he'd come to thank him for the help he'd just given. And as his thank you, he gave Reito exactly this. Then the guy shoved a huge boar carcass right in front of him, like a bold new gift. The protagonist stared in disbelief. This was for him. But then he hesitated, because was he really sure that boar was absolutely, insanely enormous? Gonza told him, I bagged the boar after the hunt, just like you asked. Then he added, "You even split part of the trophy with me, so don't hold back, take the gift right now, no hesitation." MC said, "All right then, if that's how it is, he'll cook this right now, so tell him to jump in and eat with us." Neil and Gonza froze for a second, then Neil blurted, "Wait, no, I've still got work to finish." And when he said he has to get to his destination by noon tomorrow, the hurry hit hard. The protagonist stared at his weaponless hands, shock hitting him hard as he looked up and demanded an answer. "Is that all he's hauling?" the guy shot back. "Don't freak out, he's got this." He reaches into his stuff and pulls. He yanked some kind of medallion from under his shirt. He shoved it in front of the protagonist and ordered him to watch every detail like it mattered. He struck the medallion to life, demanded a flask of water, and boom, it instantly manifested in his hand. The MC blurted, "Wait, I can use storage magic too." Then Gonza shut him down and said that wasn't true. It was a special magical stone called a storage stone, and it could stash your stuff away inside a whole separate space. Almost like storage magic, Rato blinked, totally thrown off. He actually asked, "A magic stone?" The adventurer snapped that the stone was insanely expensive, but if it shattered, everything it was holding would burst out in one go. Messing with it was such a pain that he barely used it, but this trip stretched on forever, so he had no choice. He crammed the supplies inside. The protagonist nodded, "I see," then pressed Iris for answers about the stone, only for the spirit to chime back, "That's right. Yep, those stones are exactly why support mages get treated like they're worthless and storage stones. They come with a bunch of nasty drawbacks. Drawbacks hit hard. Those stones can only carry up to 100 kilograms, so every time you load something in, you're racing against the limit. Once it's in, its power slams into the stones, making them heavier, and you can't add another storage stone to it. It can store and pull items even as its capacity jumps when it levels up, so you're not gonna catch him upset." Rato muttered back, "He's not upset." After that he asked. He grabbed Gon and demanded where he was headed. Gon pointed him toward a town called Gormu, saying the golems have been crawling out of a nearby mine for ages, wreaking havoc across the town. Then the protagonist blurted out in shock, "Golems." Iris dropped a real classic on him, those creatures you see in every RPG, nasty little troublemakers that haunt the mines where magic stones are mined, and even the golems are stuffed with top-tier gems, so if someone defeats a golem, the golem vendors can rake in a real profit from these stones. So the MC asks Gons if he can tag along, and the guy blurts out in surprise, "I don't mind," but then he's got supplies for just one person. The protagonist chuckled, waved it off, and told him, "Don't sweat it, he'll grab the provisions, just give him a minute, he'll pull together everything he needs." Iris leaned in and asked, "Are you sure about this?" Wait, didn't he totally forget about meeting Kot Amin tomorrow morning? Rato froze, then it hit him like a punch. Of course he remembered. It had to be enough, because if he wanted to reach her in time, he'd just hand the whole trip to Yuru. The wolf let out a happy bark, clearly thrilled to agree. Just moments later, the protagonist burst out, shouting, "Everything's locked and ready to go." Gonza reels like he's been hit by lightning, staring at the carriage as he bursts out, stunned to the bone. He can't even process it, he really built all this by himself. Rato leaned in and asked if he'd mind riding in the carriage, and the boy answered with a shy shrug, because really he could see that for himself. He was massive and weighed a ton, so even Yuru would struggle to haul him out. The protagonist shot him a confident grin and swore everything would be fine. His friend just had to grow bigger, that was it. Gonza, completely baffled, asked. He snapped, "Wait, what are you even talking about?" Then he stared at Yuru and said, "An increase in size, you mean that?" When the white wolf shot bigger, Gonzo just froze in pure shock. How in the world could that even happen? MC. Yuru blurted out in pure joy, "Excellent," because this form was totally within his reach, and meanwhile, the guy still had no clue what just hit him. Rato leaned in and told him, "This is called the white wolf transformation, a rare gift these creatures alone are born with. They can choose any time to blow up their size to twice as big, but they can't hold that giant form for long." Turns out his friend had just nailed the giant wolf form. Even as he gets bigger, he still stays the exact same guru. He proved it to the guy by telling Yuru to hand over. To give him his paw, the wolf nodded and obeyed, but that paw was so massive that the wolf couldn't even pretend it fit. The wolf gently set it on MC's head, and Gonza burst out, "Perfect, now we can ride in the carriage with zero problems." The stunned guy shot back, "Got it," so the allies took off After about an hour on the road, Gonza blurted out that they'd finally reached Gormu, and it still took him a full half day on foot to get there. Seriously, it was wild beyond words. At this pace, they're about to reach the stone mine. Mine before sunset, because first, they yank the cart and make a break before the sun even starts to fall. Rado dragged the cart through town and fired off a question. What kind of place was a stone mine, anyway? Anyway, the boy shot back, it's just some rocky mountain, nothing special at all. Gormu's mine sits ringed by dead wasteland, no crops will ever grow there, so the people earn their living by mining. Up in those rugged mountains, the protagonist leaned in and asked him if any creature showed up besides the golems. I replied, nope, it's only golems that get that power. Besides them there's nobody else, just them and their stone shell. Michel is brutally strong and totally awe-inspiring. If anything goes down, you can bet he'll handle it. The protagonist leaned in and promised, I'll do that, then I'll go even further and try. He pushed himself to the limit, and after a while the allies finally showed up. What they found was a huge, plain stone mountain. Gonza snapped that they had to smash 10 golems if they wanted to complete the request. MC frowned, totally thrown off. Why hunt golems inside the mine when you could just scare the ones trying to crawl into town and send them packing? The guy warned him that if they pushed this too far, they could tear up the town besides. Golems don't stick around, they crawl back to their habitats and park themselves there for a bit, then they start crawling off again. They all clawed their way back to the surface on their own. Then Rado leaned in and asked if he could seriously take on 10 golems, and the adventurer admitted straight up. Honestly, it still wouldn't be simple, but he'd fought them before, and these golems were smaller and weaker than usual. The protagonist spun around, stared into the chaos, and said, I get it, I see. Isn't he thinking that stone looks totally weird? Gonza dropped into a crouch, squinted into the far distance, and demanded to know where. Where is it? The protagonist pointed him straight to the stone he'd been hunting, and it had a curse, one that had begun to. Jolted him awake and snapped his observer sight right into action. And then sight hit him like a thunderclap. He burst out, He catches the shape of a face in the dark, because the golem has disguised itself as Like a rock, the adventurer leaned in and snapped, looks like our enemy is still knocked out. Then he pointed out the key weakness, golems keep a core in their chest, and that's exactly where we hit. The MC blurted out, stunned. When the guy explained it, he said it was basically like a heart. Nothing stops this golem, only total obliteration, or ripping out its core. Rato wondered whether magic could stop it. Could it even fight back after regenerating and coming back to life? Gonza bragged that they couldn't be burned by fire, sure. He didn't know about every other weakness, but he had watched their shells get smashed to dust. Water crashed at his feet. Should he gamble on ice magic or lane on the ice barrier? He didn't know, but the risk felt worth it, so he asked. He cornered the guy and asked straight up if anyone would object to him starting the fight first. Gonza blinked in shock, then shot back, of course not. No way. He ripped his sword out and went straight for it. The moment he drew the blade, it snapped into super vibration mode. Snatched up the ice vibration bull. He unleashes his bullet-level skill and blasts the enemy down. Gonza shot up from his seat and blurted out, "Whoa, looks like they yanked him awake." The golem surged up to its full height, roared in pure rage, and blasted forward. MC locked in his focus, ready to unleash the strike back, and sized up the whole situation in a heartbeat. And the curse latched on. He aimed for his opponent's chest, but he missed by just. By a hair, the goblin shot up its massive arm to smash. And Gonza blurted to his comrade, the cannonball missed, so that golem's gonna call out for it any second. Rado said, we've got to pull it down for backup now before it's too late. So he finally got it, and his jaw dropped when he realized the golem was gone, just like that. It wasn't wounded anymore. Its regeneration kept blazing forward, right on track. Way faster than he ever expected. He leaned in and demanded his ally spill the secret to how he carved through those monsters. Gonza shot back that his method was dead simple. I did it just like this. With that, the adventurer roared and swung his weapon, wham, crushing the opponent's head. The protagonist burst into pure joy. It worked. The boy shot back, no, none of that is true. He'd ripped his head clean off. Then Gonza drove a punch straight into the golem's chest. His chest burst open with a shock that left the protagonist reeling. He de-slammed the golem with his bare hand, like the adventurer's hands were pure lightning. Adventurer's limb drove nearly all the way through the enemy's body. He ripped his hand free and announced, now he's finally defeated, then spun to the MC and pointed straight at the goal. Rado stared at the golem's core. There, a tiny chunk of stone sat in his palm, and when he looked completely lost, Gonza smirked and said, "It's smaller than he thought, right?" The protagonist nodded, eyes wide, saying, "You can't possibly hit something like that from the outside." The adventurer. They urged the team to keep the same pace and obliterate what came next, and the protagonist gladly nodded, because with just 9 golems left, every second mattered. Ganza said, since you've got him with you this time, why don't you go ahead and wipe out a few more? Rado's head spun just one more check for safety, and right then the number shot up out of nowhere. Come on, seriously, he actually promised he'd meet Codeman. After a split second of thinking, he snapped his decision into place. No matter what hits him, he swears he'll. We were going to pull this off. There were only 12 golems left to smash. The allies sprinted straight into battle, then just long enough to catch their breath. The protagonist grinned and said, I just bagged 2 more. Gonza. He stared at the cannonballs and said the plan, douse them with water to weaken their power. It worked, but was it really worth throwing it all away? The protagonist reassured him. He told him, yeah, we're good, there's plenty in storage. The young man even bragged that his storage magic saved them, and admitted he couldn't have pulled it off without it. Rado laughed and said, so you think you've got this solo? Because it had been a long time since he'd pulled something like this off. Gonza noticed the sun was already gone. Now the night was about to light up everything. With a flick of his wrist, the young man blasted a fireball forward and lit them up in an instant, his hand still outstretched some. He yanked forth an upgraded orb of blazing light, and a tiny glowing sphere hovered above his palm, and the protagonist's jaw dropped in shock. What is it? Ganza snapped back. It's a sphere of light, one of the rare spells I can actually master. It's a simple holy magic spell, just a harmless little sphere, glowing with a gentle, soothing light. He leaned in and asked the protagonist if he'd ever tried that spell before, and the MC shot back, no. This was his first time using holy magic, but he figured it'd be easy to patch later, so he'd learn it right now. He figured since it was a basic spell, he could pull it off too. Rado shot out his hand and called a glowing sphere into existence. Above his hand, a searing ball of light erupted, so blinding it left his allies squinting in its glare. The protagonist blinked in disbelief. He'd totally overcooked the lights. The system flashed that he'd finally learned the basic spell for the sphere of light, so he fired it off again, and a faint glow pulsed from the ball. The protagonist decided to bring in a bit more light, and it worked. He blurted, "It's wonderful, it's brighter, and it's so much easier to control than fire." Fireball Gonza's eyes went wide in pure shock, because learning those spells that fast was honestly unbelievable. Quickly, Rado told him that the light would make the golems way easier to spot, right? All right, pause. MC leaned in and told his ally the truth. 3 golems are lurking right over there. Gonza shot him a confused look and demanded to know where it was. The protagonist pointed him the way, and it hit him all at once. He turns to the guy and blurts, "Wait, you don't have night vision, do you?" "Does he really?" the adventurer blurted, shocked. "Night vision, huh?" That meant he'd got the skills of a stealth assassin, and the protagonist realized the enemies still swore they hadn't noticed him at all. Gonza told them, just light the sphere. Once it's burning, you'll be seen right away. Without it, this pitch-black silence crushed their bodies. One step wouldn't budge them, and fighting was out of the question, so what are they supposed to do now? MC told him, "Don't stress, I'll slow them down." Then he slammed his hand to the ground and triggered the earth block. Suddenly the world around him lurched, every breath shaking as the ground under the goal crumbled. The golems tore open, then dropped and vanished halfway down. Beneath the ground, Gonza blurted it out in panic. "Is that an earthquake?" The protagonist leaned in and explained everything to him, using magic to get the point across as they cut off the sentence. The ground drops out from under their feet, like the world just broke beneath them. After those words hit, the protagonist exploded into a sprint at the very end. Enemies closed in as the summoned helmet splitter roared and slashed his sword. Gonza snapped to attention and realized, too late, exactly what he was doing just standing there. He couldn't just stand there and do nothing, so he exploded forward and rushed. He stormed at the golems and hacked 2 of them down. I nailed them with a single, crushing blow that hit clean, cracking their weak spots wide open. MC blurted, "Holy wow, 2 in 1 strike," and just like that, he couldn't believe what he'd done. So this is what a C-class adventurer can do. Gonza just showed him the power, and it hit like a punch. He shoved the cores of the fallen enemies into his hands and growled, "Give me 4 more, and we're almost there." Rado thought things had gone perfectly so far, but now there wasn't a single goal anywhere near him. The protagonist smirked and said the others were probably lurking even deeper, right alongside that mine. The protagonist froze in shock, and the adventurer just grinned and said, "Yeah, they've already moved in and settled there. Built a cozy little home for themselves, and honestly it fits them perfectly, they love. Or hey, cleaning out that mine is part of the mission too," Rado said. I said, "Relax, I'll see it. Let him look ahead, maybe it's right there where the..." With a no entry sign glaring at them, the allies still surged that way. MC froze mid-thought and went, "Whoa, this place is *way bigger than the Immermai." Mine right then Gonza came sprinting over and shouted to him, the Gaul. The golems are here, every one of them tiptoed up, peering into the rooms with nervous eyes, and then he spotted a whole swarm of golems ahead, just when the story started heating up for him. He couldn't believe it, only 6 of them. They'd crushed that number without even breaking a sweat. Gonza snapped that if they picked them off one by one, they'd get pinned down in no time, and that wasn't even on the table. Was there any way to pull them all together? The protagonist finally hit on it. Yuru had a plan, bait him. He whipped around to ask his friend, "Can you handle this?" Just then, Yuru barked behind him and everything snapped into motion because really scared his master. MC flinched and demanded to know if he'd been lurking behind him the whole time. Then, suddenly he spotted something shiny jammed in the wolf's teeth. It glowed. His mind froze like, wait, is that a glowing stone? He couldn't stop asking, but the thought cut off before he could finish. Chance, it's this rare mineral that glows forever. Its light never dies, and that's why it's used as a power source for light. His comrades cheered, "Well done, this is an absolutely incredible find." He stared at Ganza and said, "Yuru busted her guts to find it, but I still want to hand it to you." The boy blurted out, baffled, because the protagonist basically told the adventurer he had 0 use for it. Now that he finally held the sphere of light in his hands, Ganza lit up and threw thanks at his ally for that insane gift. The protagonist calls on the white wolf to wreck the golems, focus, and drag them out of the mine. They'd ambush everyone right at the entrance, lay deadly traps, and they were betting everything on him to help them. Yuru wasted no time. He made it crystal clear to his master that he was ready to jump in right now. Rado snapped at Gonza that they had to bolt outside, dig a hole just like last time. Time and take on every single golem all at once, shocked Gonza fa Gonza. Shadowed him without a word, and just a little later, MC told God. Gonza, then the golems burst into the world. Eurus shot out of the shaft like a cannon blast. Like a drawn arrow, he chased the retreating white wolf, until it broke back to a safe distance, leaving enemies in its wake. From the crowd, someone yells distance, and Gonz are shouted like a countdown, "It's time." The protagonist slammed his palm to the ground and triggered a block of earth to awaken. The earth crumbled under the monsters, and they tore downward into the pit, while the adventurer erupted in joyful cries. Lucky for him, they were all seized in time. Then MC sprinted up to the pit, lit it from the inside, stared at the golems locked in place, and said, "Yeah, they're not getting out." How were they supposed to wipe them all out in one shot? Just blast them with magic? Gonzo blurted a warning. He's not even debating it. He's got to deliver their magic cores later, or else they'd have no proof the request was real. Had finally been fulfilled, and Rado shot back instantly. He understood everything, thinking that if they truly had a steady supply of water, they'd just melt the whole thing away, leaving only the cores, and call it finished right then and there, but they were running dangerously low on the water. Iris cut in and told him it was time to use the crystal stone. He blinked in shock. He had no water magic at all, and the spirit just said ice and water were basically the same. Just toss an ice block and a fireball together, but they clashed so badly that they refused to blend. Pushing it any further would have wrecked his body, so Rado clenched his teeth and took the risk. Then the protagonist leaned in and asked Gonzo if he minded. He's reminded of it when the boy, totally baffled, asks what he's planning. Rito finally tells him he'll conjure a raging stream of water, and he melted the golems, then hit the ice block and nearly froze with shock at how huge it was. With the crystal stone in hand, he forged an ice block so massive it had never been seen before. Perfect, then he blasted off a fireball, combining the 2 mages' powers in one lethal hit. Magics, he exhaled hard and it hit him. He was finally starting to lose control. Like he was juggling 2 deadly forces that wanted to rip each other apart. All that was brutally hard beyond belief, and still, he would. He unleashed a fireball and watched the ice start to melt. Then the protagonist hauled a magical mixture straight to the pit, right as a fierce stream of water blasted out. Gonza stared in disbelief as the water blasted the golems, and this massive stream just kept hammering down. The antagonist fought tooth and nail to keep the process going, but in the end the pit filled to the brim and drowned everything. Rado watched as the enemy forces and the golem's magic cores rose up to the surface, then crumpled to the floor and blurted that his mana was gone. Gonza, clutching the cores he'd gathered, stared in shock and said that honestly it felt like it would have been easier to handle this the old-fashioned way, but at least their request was solid and finished, so they had to turn back toward town fast. MC was totally thrown off, because the guy had just warned him that staying here overnight was insanely dangerous. The protagonist felt it in his bones that this adventure was the one, so he turned to Yuru and asked if he'd lift him on his back. Piggyback ride right away, the wolf snapped to it and agreed to his master's request, and not long after, they rolled up at the wolf's house. Gonza trotted up to the guild, handed over the magic cores from the finished job to the registrar, and right after he got his reward, he marched outside, shoved the cash into the protagonist's hands, and said, "This is your half." The MC froze, staring in shock until it hit him. This was exactly what he asked for, so yeah, the reward was his. Gonza snapped that he wouldn't even let him argue, just take the money, end of story, and Reito, blushing hard, swallowed his pride and accepted the reward. As the protagonist headed back from the guild, he thanked the guy, but Gonza shot back that it was him who should be thanking, because Gonza had been a huge help. Then Gonza said he'd stick around in town for now. So what were his plans? He shot back that he'd already gone back to the village, because tomorrow he was set to meet his friend. Tomorrow only the adventure gets shut down, and at night. Yeah, that's a terrible call, because the night monsters are already stalking around beyond the walls. MC mused that it'd be smarter to hunker down for the night and hit the road bright and early. So, is that really what he's thinking? Then they've got to track down an inn that'll let Rue in too, so the guy tells him what to do, slips him in, and lets him stay right where he's standing, and they're moving on. Magical beasts are allowed, then a sudden roar ahead snaps their focus and pulls their attention forward. Reito's eyes snapped to it. He realized a whole crowd had packed in. He leaned toward his giant ally and demanded, "Can you see what's happening over there?" He stared at him, totally baffled, because a naked man was sprawled there with. He slumped on the ground and he snatched the protagonist up, demanding, "You have to see this too." The protagonist started to shut it down. "No, don't," he blurted. "Please don't show me naked men some." Somehow that just didn't sit right with him, but by then it was already game over. Gonza scooped him up and the MC froze, staring. They stared in shock at Dine, sprawled on the ground, looking like a walking mummy, and blurting, "What happened to?" Lana watched from the gateway, eyes sharp as the impact drove straight into him. That smirk didn't fade, so people tried to shake the man awake. But every try hit a dead end. He demanded answers about what happened. The villagers said they had no idea, and then boom, one brutal scream tore through the air. They bolted outside and saw an old man crumpled on the ground. A villager snapped that this old man isn't old at all, his face looks young, and then he grabbed a blanket thinking, maybe we should take him straight to a healer. The protagonist demanded Iris explain what happened to that man, and the spirit snapped back that every ounce of his life energy had been left him drained like it ripped something out of his soul, so to fix it, he just needed healing magic, and he promised her, "I get it, I understood everything in my dream." And he stepped up to the villagers, promising he'd lay healing magic on that man. Everyone lined in, practically vibrating, demanding to know if he was a healer. Not quite, he snapped on the healing boost and pushed it further, extending the whole thing. He shot his hands out toward the boy and slowly, right before the boy's stunned. Under the villagers' watchful stares, Dine clawed his way back into his human form, snapping to his old appearance. The villagers erupted with joy, like they'd just seen the impossible come true. Then they saw the boy was back on his feet, and Gonza flashed Ray a look full of awe. Reito was straight up awesome, then Dine dropped onto the ground, completely stunned like, "Wait, what just happened?" The protagonist told him he was fine now. Dine just muttered, baffled, "What ha?" Then it hit him, he was totally naked, so the guy blurted out a shy little cry and yanked the blanket up over himself. Then it all slammed back into his head and he snapped, "I knew it, beauty totally set me up." He spun around to the crowd and demanded, "Have you seen a curvy blonde around here?" The people stared back, stunned, "A blonde?" And was he talking about some forest folk? The guy snapped back, "Nope, just an ordinary human woman." "Haven't. Didn't you see her?" he demanded, but every villager hit him with the exact same answer. They scanned around and saw no one, and then Diane wheeled toward the MC and grilled him, asking if he'd spotted anything suspicious. Reito shot back, "Nope, nothing." Then the guy started, "Listen, I need to." Dejected as he was, there's no way it could be true. He looked utterly wrecked. The protagonist leaned in and asked, "So, are you going to tell us what happened?" Dine snapped, shouting, "Thief." Then some girl swooped in and ripped away every last piece of his gear and all his money. Gonzo blurted out in sheer disbelief, "Wait, what was he even talking about? Had they really robbed him?" The villagers cringed as the giant reared back. His voice thundered and the boy shot back that it wasn't exactly raw. He hit them hard, yeah, no doubt about it, that was a straight-up robbery. Honestly, he'd just been played. He met a jaw-dropping woman at the tavern, traded a few words with her, and then it all cut off. And right away they clicked. She even told him to try an in-and-out back alley route, and as they headed there, he'd just been attacked, and the MC pushed him for answers again, cornering him in that back alley. Finally, the villagers snapped in outrage. How dare they talk about that in front of the miners? He'd better tell his savior everything. Gonza stared, confused since he was. He was also just a minor, and the protagonist couldn't wrap his head around why the villagers were so furious. Iris snapped that those alley hotels were basically cat traps, meant to keep people out and cats in. In the local sense, it's basically a cat house, and somehow it's also serving as an adult hangout. The protagonist muttered, totally stunned because he couldn't stop thinking how much of this world was still a mystery to him. Iris said those places were out of reach for him, plain and simple, so he brushed it off and snapped, okay. All right, some women had totally played him, but why did he end up looking like a dried-out corpse? The spirit told him, you think you're the one who's making all the moves. Toward her, yeah, he might have looked like the hunter, but the truth was way darker. He was the one getting hunted, and she was just biding her time for the perfect moment. Plain and simple. She was a succubus, plain as day, and Rado stared at her, totally lost, like, wait, what even is that? Like, yeah, a succubus is basically the girl version of an incubus. Incubus? Iris snapped back, yeah, she knew them from games and manga, and in this world they start. Succubi are demons, sure, but they look like everyday people walking around town, and their real weapon isn't a sword, it's seduction. They set traps, reel in their victims, and feast. Succubi drain life energy straight out of people. And they're crazy for the spark of young men. Rado stared in amazement, because this guy straight up got attacked by a succubus. Dine stared at his own hands, tears burning in his eyes, clutching that anti-magic staff he'd spent a whole year saving for. Villagers warned him, go home right now or you'll get caught, then the guards will find you and it'll be over. He just snapped into tears, terrified at what he'd messed up. Then the protagonist told him, don't worry. Gonza zeroed in on his target, and before he could even react, he called out his ally's name, stunned and confused. Dine stared at him dumbfounded, replaying what he'd just heard, because the protagonist was telling the truth. The antagonist spun toward Iris and demanded, where's the succubus? Spirit eyed him with sharp doubt. Was he really trying to capture her? Wait, if it was him, then no chaos should have been waiting. She was marching straight to the same. In the same tavern where she'd pulled her trick, he leaned in and asked, straight up, if he even had a dime left in his savings. The spirit announced he was a B-rank adventurer, living pretty well, and on top of that, he carried a rare profession no one could easily match. MC chuckled, saying having a debtor really wasn't the worst thing. Then he fired back at the guy, did you catch her? And you'll pay for your overnight stay as a reward, right? Surprised, Dine blinked and replied, no worries, I'm fine with that. Gonza grabbed his comrade and demanded to know if he was really sure, because he'd just come back from a request. Rado fired back, no problem, saying he could take it, and he even had the searching skill to back it up. Bill Dine hit him with the deal, an agreement plain and simple, and said he was counting on him, so at least let him hand back his staff. The protagonist shot back, yeah, of course, and bolted straight off to hunt for answers. He spotted Lana swaggering down the street, yanking the guy's wallet and mocking him as a total naive fool, and for it, she walked away with a fat stack of cash on his dime. She blurted her thoughts in shock, yeah, that's exactly her vibe, a succubus with a face that looks like an ordinary girl. Iris snapped at him to watch himself. One touch is all a succubus needs to steal the mind of her prey, and she's not just any temptress, she's a demon. So you've got to stay sharp, because the MC barrels after the lawn and launches the attack. He fired a bullet straight at her, and the bus behind them screeched in outrage like, what are you doing? Rado couldn't believe it. She shrugged off his punch like it was nothing, and then suddenly she gasped, pointing it out, he's exactly her type. To type out the sweetest, cutest little thing he could think of, as he. Of course, he's not wasting a second standing around with demons. This protagonist plants his feet and makes a move. He snapped at her to hand back the money and all the staff she'd stolen, right now, and Lana Grindin shot back, wait, so that's the guy who hired him. Wow, that's so touching, and the best part, he's got unreal magical power. At those words, she snapped into a hard stare at the protagonist and blurted out. Languidly, then boom, she couldn't resist. She'd shove him down, snatch every coin he had, and take control of his body. Glared at her, thrust his hand out, and snapped. She's not my type, so it's a hard no, while Lana grinned and said she'd flaunt the full force of female seduction, and he let out a tired sigh, then said it was time to stop talking and get down to business. She leaned in with a sharp grin and asked, so tell me, how exactly are you gonna pull that off? Then MC slammed the vault open, grabbed the chains, and right in that heartbeat, he started to think. He'll lock her out of him, these chains are going to pin her in place. She blinked in shock, storage magic, and couldn't help but wonder how on earth that kind of magic could be so unusual. Form of magic, and the next second you're thinking, what's he gonna do to her with those chains? Is this really his thing? The protagonist shot back without hesitation. Irritably, oh no, that's not his stuff at all. Style he yanked the chains, shouted at her and declared, "I'm going to get it now." It now Lana blurted in shock what just happened, but he missed and the chains had. It didn't work on her, but before she could even finish the thought, chains clamped her body in place, and the protagonist burst out with pure, joyful excitement. Thankfully, he pulled it off. Now she was completely trapped. Flapped cold iron biting her skin, Lana gasped in pure confusion. "What is this, eh?" "A magical artifact," he shot back. "These aren't ordinary chains, this is a binding technique that—" Shape-shifting and metal transmutation. She tried to shake it off like it was nothing, but the moment she went to break free, panic hit. She couldn't. And then the chains cinched her harder and harder, then the protagonist ripped them and she crashed onto the ground. Rato sneered that she shouldn't even bother because it would never work. He grabbed the stolen goods from her and moved on. Lana snarled, "I'm taking the staff and the money, she can call it retribution," and then she flipped out and yelled a filthy insult at him. Right then, two guys came sprinting up and demanded what all that noise was about. What in the world were they doing here? MC just let out a chuckle. He let out a chuckle, then the locals showed up, just in time for him to finally explain what he was doing and why. When Lana burst out screaming at the top of her lungs, she yelled that this boy had attacked her. The two guys and the protagonist gaped in disbelief, and then the protagonist blurted, "What do you mean? What are you saying?" Rado barked at them to freeze, and when they realized they'd messed everything up, the guys pressed him hard, demanding to know if he'd really gone and lost his mind. Lost his fear, how dare he attack a girl? The second guy told Lana, "Don't worry, we're rescuing her right now," and the protagonist. Dragonist was totally baffled because they'd misunderstood everything again. He lunged to stop them, but Lana burst out with an evil laugh. "Yeah, he's an adventurer, right, but the second an adventurer hurts a civilian, his license gets ripped away." They'd yank it right back, so what was he supposed to do now? Just raid it and hope for the best. Rado didn't even hesitate. He slammed an ice wall into place instantly. A wall blocks the guys in front of them, and the succubus snaps with pure irritation. He didn't hesitate for a single second. Just as the guys spotted the obstacle ahead, confusion hit them hard. "What is this?" He reassured them, "Yeah, it was nothing, just a wall of ice." Then he snapped his gaze to Lana. And just as I said I'd hand her to the guards, the succubus snapped into a frenzy, struggling, screaming, and fighting back. "Oh no, she won't allow this." He snapped, "Okay, sure, she's so stubborn she refuses to calm down." Iris leaned in and told him the truth. Succubi crumble the moment holy magic hits. Rato nodded like he got it, then fired his healing enhancement straight at Lana, and she let out a blood-curdling scream. Then it all went black, and when MC finally came back, he staggered out of a nightmare where he was dying. Yoru suddenly burst in, barking in shock as soon as he appeared. Gonza whipped around at the sound and, with real confusion on his face, demanded of his ally, "Did I seriously catch her?" Her senses started to fight her chains all over again, squirming and demanding release, so Dine blurted in shock, "Why were the guards female? Wait, was she a succubus?" Then the protagonist cashed back the money. Money and staff. Then the boy, eyes glassy with tears, thanked him like he'd saved his whole world. He got help and now he could finally breathe. No way he'd be left out on the street anymore. Then he froze, shocked by the dark hair sitting on his head. He poked his head in and blurted, "What's going on?" And the guy snapped to it. Was he talking about his hair color? A few moments later, it flipped right back, fading from gray to dark. The succubus sucked him dry until his power went gray. Then Dine kept going, because that's exactly what they'd agreed he would do. He vowed he'd foot the bill and whisk them to the inn. MC and Yoru nodded, and then Dine led them there. There, Rado's jaw dropped at the sheer splendor, not just the bill, but everything around it. Not only the buildings, he checked the inside too, and the guy told him it was the best inn in town. And let him reintroduce himself. Dine told him his name and then warned him he was a mage who handled dark magic, and oh yeah, he was. He was a top-tier mage, and the protagonist had only teased him a little, yet a mere succubus still clapped back and shut him down. Dine snapped, irritation blazing, and told him not to say a word about it. And damn, it was almost impossible not to stare at that kind of beauty. The protagonist was blown away. Dark mages were practically mythical, and the guy claimed he wielded rare, special shadow magic. Meanwhile, Dine kept feeding him excuses, but he'd seen her stunning beauty with his own eyes, so how could he possibly resist? Rato stared right at him. The boy stared him down and asked, like it was the only thing that mattered, if he ever needs him, he'd better get himself together first. With his magic, he can call him right here. He lives in this city, so the protagonist is. Answered him, and after spending the night in a luxurious place, they sealed a deal. Right from the morning, Rato and his crew hit the road, closing in on his villa fast. Village, he told Yoru. "So, has Katamine shown up yet?" The mermaid appeared with a dramatic reveal right when he asked. She flashed that revealing outfit and met him with a bright, teasing smile, then blurted out in disbelief. She froze, then turned toward him, totally baffled. Wait, what are you wearing? And after that, she just stared at him like she couldn't believe it. She shot back a warm smile, because that's her special aquatic outfit, and she was dying to wear it just to show him. She gave a sheepish thanks, then muttered, "Isn't that a little revealing?" Kodamine burst into laughter and cut in, but her before her clothes were already barely covering anything. So yeah, this outfit is made from water dragon skin. Skin, the main character froze in shock. Yeah, that's true. The mermaid nodded and said her mother had handed it to her ages ago. She was totally stunned, so she could crank out even more aquatic outfits like this. Kodamine snapped that the materials for those clothes are a nightmare to track down. Sure, they're sold in the city, but the price is so outrageous that she couldn't cough up the money. Reito leaned in and asked, "What about regular clothes? Aren't they good enough for you?" And the girl shot back. He realized it, her body dries out in them way too fast. "I see," he muttered. He'd planned to stroll the city with her today, but now he has no choice. He's got to cancel. Codeman grinned and said, "If you've got to head into the city, just ask the slimes for help. That's the smartest move." Then it hits him, wait, a solution. The protagonist freezes, stunned. Slimes. She told him slimes and mermaids basically click, so when she can't find any aquatic clothes, she simply orders a slime to shapeshift into her outfit. The protagonist's jaw dropped. Slimes really can pull off something like that, and now he's buzzing with curiosity, wondering what happens next. He glanced over at Iris and demanded, "Tell me where the slimes live." The spirit told them their home base was always clumped up close to water sources. She filled his hands with water like it would light up the path ahead, and MC couldn't thank her enough. Then he told Kodemian to go hunt slimes, and she jumped at the idea with zero hesitation. After that, he ducked into a shelter and stayed quiet for a while. Then he leaned in and told her they might be close by. He leaned in, stared harder, and shouted, "Yes, there they are." These creatures sprawled along the riverbank, all stretched out like they owned the night. Rito blurted out, stunned, "These are even cuter than he ever dared to imagine." Asked if he wanted to move closer. Then, as their allies closed in, one of the slimes blurted out something in its own strange language. He blinked in shock. Wait, did it just talk? The girl answered right back, "Slimes are way smarter than they look, and they understand human speech perfectly." He froze in shock. Could that be real? Suraman, one of the slimes, hissed a murmur under his breath, and MC was absolutely thrilled. No joke, what a shock. Katomen grinned and handed him their favorite sweet water. When Rado gave in and complied, the creature bounced up and down, blasting out happy sounds like it had just won the lottery, and the protagonist froze in pure shock. Shocked, he blinked as the slime practically bounced with joy, and then he asked the girl, "Is it safe to touch? Won't it dissolve my hands?" Kudamun burst out laughing and said, "No," and then he could reach it, so when he picked up Suraman, his jaw dropped in shock, totally stunned by its feel. Its texture was like silicone, smooth as can be, and the mermaid leaned in with a grin. "He's charming, isn't he?" Then the protagonist shot back with a suggestion. Rado suggested they call the slime Suraman, and the little slime practically purred at the new name. Then Rado slid up to him and said, "I need to ask you a favor." So he begs, "Please, can you turn into clothes for Kodo men?" Saraman immediately pounced on the girl and dressed her in it. She showed up in a gorgeous outfit, and the mermaid instantly beamed, jumping with pure delight. She grabbed his attention and said, "Look, she finally matches him perfectly." The protagonist stared in total disbelief, because somehow he didn't just transform, he became a full outfit, and now he can finally say, "All right, I'll head into town safe," she agreed, then threw in, "and all thanks to." Besides Suraman, the protagonist shot his new friend a grateful look and thanked him for everything. Then it hit him an idea. Suraman couldn't talk like this, could he? And if he could, how in the world was he supposed to pour sugar water for him? So water, then what? Kodamine burst out laughing and told him not to worry, because Suraman could gulp it straight like that. Right after she spoke, a bubble swelled on her shoulder, then burst into a slime, and it let out that familiar sound. Rado froze with pure confusion, like he was suddenly sitting on her. She had it resting on her shoulder, so when did he even grow a face? He leaned over like he'd been there all along. He marched over to Suraman and asked, point blank, if he wanted to roll with them. It nodded along like it understood everything, and the slime let out a happy little sound of agreement. After a while, the three of them climbed onto Yuru and rode straight into town for a walk. Kadamine declared she'd already made her choice, saying she truly raised this little one herself, and the protagonist couldn't believe what she was hearing. So he's just staring at this girl like, "Why would you tell me I can chug as much sugar water as I want?" Rito asked, confused, still looking like he had no clue what was going on. Wait, hadn't she worked before? The mermaid erupted into laughter and said, "Oh, you mean work. She helped a fisherman once, but she kept getting all knotted up in his nets and they kicked her out fast. Fired, nothing to brag about. He warned her it would be brutal working on land, but the girl grinned and said, I've got that tiny serum right here, so she wouldn't miss a beat and could still sling magic." MC blurted, "So that means I can become an adventurer, right?" The mermaid realized her magic was different. She didn't just control water, she wielded water spirit magic. The protagonist froze in shock. Spirit magic, just like the wind magic Aaliyah wielded, so it wasn't only forest folk who could do that kind of thing, even mermaids could. Kadamine smirked and declared, "Wherever there's water, she's untouchable." But without water, she couldn't cast a single spell, so the protagonist muttered like, maybe being an adventurer isn't. But this just isn't her path. Maybe there's something else she could do that fits her so much better. "What do you think you're doing?" Then Rue snapped the brakes hard, right as the world cut out with a jolt, and he jolted so hard it nearly sent his own allies stumbling, and Rado, utterly baffled, blurted out to the wolf, "What happened?" Suddenly Tina's loud shout ripped through the air. She called out to Yuru. And after all that searching, she finally stumbled on them. Caught off guard, the protagonist blurted, "Wait, where did you just come from?" Tina was grinning with pure joy, and as MC stepped in, Kodaman peeked out from behind her like, "Who is this?"